Chapter 5182. Li Qie left the courtyard and saw a large bear laying outside. The moment it saw Li Qie, it approached and bit on his pants, seemingly wanting to follow him. This was none other than true bear conqueror who had lost his human form. He had been following Li Qie since Immortal's Peak and finally caught up just now. Fine, we can travel together. Li Qie patted the bear and smiled. Rah! The bear lifted its head and roared happily. Meanwhile, the old man in blue also tagged along, still wearing the same sign. Li Qie stopped and looked back, prompting him to raise the sign. Want to sell yourself? Li Qie said with a smile. The old man nodded repeatedly, seemingly wanting nothing more than to be sold to Li Qie. The latter took out a few silver coins and tossed them toward the old man. All right, I can't keep on refusing. I'll buy you. The old man caught the coins and excitedly put away the advertising sign. He lowered his head and said, Your servant greets you, master. The bear stared at the old servant, seemingly on guard on top of being confused since it couldn't see through him. Keep in mind that True Bear had 3 Dao fruits now. The group traveled southward. The old man walked behind them, looking rather relaxed as if he had been doing this for several thousand years now. Just another servant from Li Qie's mansion. They visited the southern region of the city, a place with beautiful landscapes and special fragrances known as Alchemy Dao, one of the most influential powers and contributors of Imperial Attendant. Most sects had something unique about them. A special aura or transcending energy. As for Alchemy Dao, it resembled a flower blossoming quietly. There were alchemy gardens everywhere with grass dormitories for the disciples. The sect was known for its pill-making and healing prowess. Its agricultural mastery was second to none as well. In the upper continents, 80 to 90% of all expensive pills and medicines came from Alchemy Dao. Its prestige traveled far in the river of time. Its members were a part of all the great wars. This was especially true for Heavenly Sage Yuan, who had saved numerous emperors for the people. She preferred to be known as an alchemist and a doctor. Alas, she gained the title of Heavenly Sage, because the emperor she had saved addressed her with this title. She worked with City Lord Zi Yan and the others to establish Imperial Attendant City. During the war known as Grand Dao, it was said that she expended all of her energy into supporting and healing her allies, eventually leading to her death. Nonetheless, Alchemy Dao inherited her legacy and continued to prosper, retaining the respect of top cultivators. As the group walked through the fields to the main gate, they saw a constant flow of people entering and leaving. Among them were powerful cultivators and even mortals. The disciples of Alchemy Dao numbered in the millions. They provided medicine for cultivators but also treated mortals. After passing through the main gate, security became stricter since this was the inner mountain. The alchemy medicines and plants here were precious, not to mention the finished elixirs and furnaces. Thus, it was no longer as accessible as before. A disciple immediately came over and inquired Li Qie the reason for his visit. He honestly answered, I'm here to pluck a lotus flower. A lotus flower? The disciple was surprised at first before answering, I don't think we have lotus flowers here, please try another place. No, it's definitely here, and only here. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Could you elaborate? What is the exact type of flower you're looking for? Another disciple asked with a changed expression. The one growing right up there. Li Qie pointed at the highest place of Alchemy Dao where 10 peaks or so gathered together like the petals of a blossoming lotus. Our ancestral lotus? One of them blurted out. The exalted cascade lotus. The first disciple shouted. So that is its name, then yes, I just want one. Li Qie smiled. Disciples nearby rushed over and grasped their weapon, ready to unsheath right away. A third disciple stared at Li Qie and said, Fellow Taoist, your joke is not funny. Please be respectful. Their strong reaction was warranted. These lotus flowers were their ancestral inheritance. With the plant's existence, the effectiveness of all aspects relating to alchemy was boosted. Rumor has it that it was planted by Heavenly Sage Yuan herself. Another legend said that after passing away, she transformed into the plant. Either way, the plant was priceless and could be viewed as the very foundation of Alchemy Dao. Moreover, it took eras for one lotus flower to form. Now, an outsider wanted a flower? This was a blatant provocation. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. I'm not joking. Li Qie smiled and waved his hand. And I'm not here to negotiate either, I'll leave after taking one flower. This nearly drove the disciples crazy. Fellow Taoist, what are you trying to do? A disciple said while giving an eye signal to his peer to go seek reinforcement. In reality, he wisely enough assessed the situation. The enemies consisted of 2 men and 1 bear. The one making the unreasonable request appeared ordinary enough. The same for the old servant. On the other hand, this bear looked intimidating and powerful. Chapter 5183. Alchemy Dao felt as if they were facing a serious threat. A stranger coming to ask for their exalted cascade lotus in such a direct manner. The man was either crazy or extremely powerful. Thus, the disciples were rather nervous and tense. Fellow Taoist, if Alchemy Dao had offended you in some way, we apologize and will do our best to amend the issue. One disciple took a deep breath and said, It's nothing like that, I just need a lotus flower. Li Qie said with a smile. The disciples heard this and exchanged glances. They then discreetly surrounded him. Li Qie saw this and said, You're making it difficult for me, I will leave after getting 1 flower, no need for escalation. Fellow Taoist, don't you know what the exalted cascade lotus is? A disciple asked. They didn't know that Li Qie was already showing restraint. Otherwise, he would have just taken the flower without asking first. I need something to get rid of inauspicious energy in a courtyard. Coincidentally enough, your lotus flower is the closest. Li Qie said. The disciples nearly vomited breath. Using their hallowed flower to get rid of some bad luck? The guy doesn't know that this is a priceless treasure? Thus, they viewed it as a deliberate insult and their expression darkened. Enough of this. Who do you think you are? To actually insult us like this? Another group came forward, led by a youth wearing expensive clothes to show off his status. First brother. The members of the sect bowed after seeing him. He was none other than Miracle Saint Child, a famous cultivator throughout the upper continents due to his alchemy and medicinal prowess. Despite being young, he had the ability to heal dragon lords. Who are you? He asked aggressively. Pride was inevitable for a young man enjoying so much success in life. Even dragon lords showed him respect, so he had never been afraid of anyone. Other disciples reported about an outsider wanting to pluck their ancestral lotus. This caused him to rush over to the entrance with haste. Despite the intimidating bear, he wasn't that afraid of an ordinary-looking fella like Li Qie. Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com. Just a visitor wanting to take a flower. Li Qie smiled. The Saint Child stared intensely at Li Qie, wondering if this person's cultivation could back up his bold demand. The ancestral lotus is our legacy. Leave or don't blame us for hurting you. The Saint Child uttered coldly, still showing restraint. I'm afraid I can't obey since I must have the flower. Li Qie smiled. Ignorant fool. The Saint Child unsheathed his sword, releasing its cold aura. The others readied their weapon as well, ready to attack if Li Qie were to make any sudden move. It is not too late to leave or your corpse will be on the ground. Miracle Saint Child asserted. Li Qie looked at them and sighed. Here I am trying to be nice due to old sentiments. Looks like blood must flow then. Wait, stop. A girl rushed over and shouted. All eyes were on her. Saintess Xiao Yao. Young noble. The moment she saw Li Qie, she immediately bowed and had to restrain her excitement. Senior sister. The others bowed to greet her because her status was similar to the Saint Child's. Junior sister. He is your friend? The Saint Child remained aggressive. Senior brother, he is a benefactor who saved my life before. Xiao Yao responded. Humph, even then, he was rude to our sect. That is a serious crime. The Saint Child said, not giving her any face. Despite being fellow sect members, they were actually rivals for the successor spot. Everyone knew about the animosity between the two. I will report this matter to my master and she will make a decision. You need not trouble yourself, senior brother. She bowed slightly. The Saint Child glared at Li Qie and said, Tell your benefactor to watch himself. No more blasphemous comment. He turned and left after saying this. After all, her master was Jade Cure Conqueror whose words were the laws here. With her as Li Qie's companion, the other disciples stopped blocking the way. Young noble, may I ask why you are here? She stole a glance at him, blushing. "I need a lotus flower," he answered. "The exalted flower?" She became surprised. "That's the one." He nodded, leaving her speechless. "May I ask for the reason why?" She calmed down after a while. "My courtyard has some unlucky presents. I need one flower to chase it away," he repeated. She recalled how he was able to summon numerous king medicines with a single whistle on top of gifting her a precious flower. Thus, this didn't seem that ridiculous. "It is our priceless legacy," she quietly answered. "That's why I am asking." Lichia smiled. Chapter 5184. "I don't think our sect will agree to this," she said softly, stating the obvious. Not to mention an outsider, even their ancestor couldn't just take a flower. "I didn't say I was asking for permission." Lichia smiled. She became worried after hearing this since this left her in a tough situation. Nonetheless, she felt the urge to help him. "Let me report this to my master. If she refuses, there is nothing else I can do because the flowers are priceless," she said weakly. "That's fine, I'm in no hurry." Lichia smiled. "Then will you stay at our alchemy dao during the wait, young noble?" she asked bashfully while stealing glances at him. "Yes." Lichia agreed since he had time to stay in the city. She was awfully pleased since they could spend more time together. The more she thought about it, the shyer she became and didn't dare to look in his direction. As they were walking, he stopped to look at a statue leading to stone steps. It depicted a woman that was remarkably lifelike, elegant and beautiful like a jade lotus in a secluded valley. Though she was far from being a kingdom-toppling beauty, she could captivate viewers with a long-lasting charm. Her dress flowed gracefully while she held a lotus flower in her hand, looking like a fairy treading on the mortal realm. She seemed to be gazing into the horizon, perhaps reflecting on the past or awaiting the return of a certain traveler. Lichia observed the statue in silence and transcended time and space, returning to the past once more. Everything was vivid and clear as if it was just yesterday. Her soft and elegant voice echoed in his mind. "This is our founder." She let him take his time before introducing the statue. "So lifelike and vibrant." Lichia sighed and said, "The 6 continents have other statues of our founder, but none is as lifelike as this one here," the saintess said. Lichia didn't answer, feeling as if the girl from the past was actually there. Everything had changed. She gained incredible fame as heavenly sage Yuan. Alas, they could no longer see each other. Xiao Yao stood there in a daze. For some unknown reason, she got the strange idea that Lichia knew the founder. His eyes were so profound, seemingly lost in memories. They were immensely charismatic and captivating, capable of drawing souls closer. She calmed down and realized how flustered she was, not daring to let him see her red complexion. "Let's go." Lichia let out a sigh and told her. She followed quietly behind him, making it look like this was his home instead. "Senior sister, we have a problem." A disciple rushed over and interrupted their time together. "What is it?" "Take your time." Xiao Yao wasn't just a young girl lost in infatuation. When there was a matter concerning the sect, she regained her composure and became serious. "Our garden is burning again," the disciple anxiously said. "Again." Her expression soured as she wanted to leave. Alas, she has yet to prepare a place for Lichia, so she stared at him. "Let's go take a look." He smiled and said. She heaved a sigh of relief and appreciated his gesture. The two of them went to the troubled area. As the direct disciple of Jade Cure Conqueror and a potential successor, she was responsible for many tasks in alchemy Dao. She was also in charge of a garden with precious medicines of at least 100,000 years of age, reserved for the ancestors. For some unknown reason, this garden has been burning recently with heavy losses. She couldn't find the reason and thought that it might be arson. Alas, there was no evidence. To access the premium content, go to. Once the two arrived on the scene, they saw flames soaring into the sky and intertwining to form a strange pattern. Disciples of alchemy Dao tried to extinguish them to no avail. "Extinguish!" She saw a few plants burning and let out a shout while forming a madra. A seal descended with Dao power and stopped the flames. Heat stagnation. Miracle Saint Child appeared and also used a seal to stop the spread of the flames. The two of them worked together and managed to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, 7 or 8 plants have been lost. Her expression darkened since this had happened repeatedly under her watch. Junior sister. What is happening? This garden is for the ancestors and you know how much they need the plants. How are we going to answer for this? The saint child uttered coldly. This development was indeed unfavorable for her since they were competing for the successor spot. I will report to the ancestors and take responsibility. She responded. This happened too many times already. The saint child pressed on. This is absolutely arson, but the issue is that your people are being careless and irresponsible. The disciples in charge of the garden became alarmed since they could face serious punishment. What happened here? An old man rushed over. He had a treasure gourd hanging on his waist and wore straw sandals. He had shining amber-like eyes while exuding a formidable aura. Clearly a capable cultivator. Junior uncle. Both the saint child and saintess bowed. He was the junior brother of Jade Cure Conqueror and a famous ancestor of the sect, Gourd Keeper Monarch. Xiao Yao, I know you are excellent at farming, not to mention being educated in our techniques. Why are these mistakes happening? He frowned. It is my fault. She bowed and took no responsibility. She had ordered fellow disciples to guard the garden carefully, but it still happened again. In my opinion, Junior Sisters Group must have neglected their duties and left their post without permission. The saint child said, kicking a horse while it's down. Ancestor, we have diligently maintained our post, whether it be day or night. One disciple turned pale. Chapter 5185. Dereliction of duty was a serious offense, especially due to the importance of this particular garden. Their senior sister might not be able to shield them from consequences. We were here the entire time. Another lowered their head. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Then how did a fire start so many times? The monarch took a look at the scene and said, this is done by a true flame, it's arson. This startled them even more. If it's arson, then who did it? How did we not catch the culprit? The saint child stared coldly at them. Though he couldn't do anything to the saintess, he could still take down her group and deal an indirect blow. The monarch also stared at them, causing them to tremble in fear. They hurriedly reported, Ancestor, we did not take half a step away from the garden, but we didn't see anyone either. The garden doesn't burn on its own. The saint child said, could it be that someone among your group had either stolen or lost a plant, so in order to cover it up, they started burning randomly? The serious accusation frightened the group. They got on their knees and said, Ancestor, senior sister, we have always obeyed the sect's rules and wouldn't do something like this. Please investigate. Is there any other reason for this to reoccur several times? Losing a few plants, might as well burn it all up. The saint child pressed on. Senior brother, enough of accusation void of any evidence. She coldly uttered. Junior sister, you are responsible for this as well since you are in charge here. He didn't hold back. The saintess glanced at her followers and then respectfully told the monarch, Junior uncle, I can guarantee that they are neither thieves nor arsonists. Thank you, senior sister, thank you. The group bowed and expressed their gratitude. They needed her assurance in order to survive any inquisition from the ancestors. At that point, even sect banishment would be the light punishment. The monarch couldn't find any clue after observing the garden. This can't just end here. The saint child said, if we can't find the culprit, the same thing will occur again and the entire garden might be gone. Junior sister, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. We will be more vigilant than ever. One disciple said, what if it happens again? Who will take responsibility? The saint child said. No one answered while the saintess frowned. In reality, she couldn't come up with a reason why. There was nothing wrong with her agricultural skill, so it had to be external. It's not that hard finding the arsonist. Li Chia yawned before speaking up. Could you elaborate, young noble? The dejected saintess face lit up after hearing this. Due to the tense situation prior, she had forgotten about him. The arsonist is here right now. He said. In the garden? The saint child looked around and said while staring at the saintess followers, Indeed, it has to be one of them. We didn't do it. Her followers were startled again. Who are you? The monarch stared at Li Chia and furrowed his brows. Junior uncle, Young noble Li saved my life twice back in Immortal's Peak. The saintess said. Since you claim that the arsonist is still here, who is it then? The monarch asked. As an ancestor of alchemy Dao, he was rather capable yet still couldn't see any clue. Sigh, you all claim to be successors of alchemy. What are alchemy Dao's most amazing aspects? Li Qie asked. It's obviously our two legendary pills. Nothing can compare to them. The saint child responded. An ignorant answer. To which Li Qie responded. You. The saint child glared at him. Tell us then, which pills in the 6 continents are better than ours? The monarch's expression soured as well. Your founder was in love with alchemy. Her pill-making art is exceptional indeed, but her greatest achievement in life is actually the Tao of agriculture. Li Qie said, her pill refinement became more famous due to the wars. The monarch froze for a second before agreeing. You are not wrong. I have read this in our historical scrolls. Because you all didn't focus on her true legacy, you can't find the culprit. Li Qie said. What does that have to do with the arsonist? The saint child said. If you had inherited her abilities and teachings, the answer would have been obvious. He said. That's a bold claim. I'm still waiting for you to reveal the answer. The saint child uttered coldly. You don't think I know? Li Qie asked. Reveal the answer and prove us wrong. The saint child said. It is right before us. Li Qie said while staring at the saint child. Are you saying that I did it? The latter's expression darkened. No, I'm only disappointed in a potential successor of alchemy Dao for not spotting this. Li Qie shook his head. The saint child was furious. You have insulted my sect and me several times now. Don't think about leaving this place unscathed if you can't find the culprit. Oh, is that a threat? Li Qie asked. Young noble Li, what do you suggest we do to capture the culprit? The monarch interrupted them. Very well, I will teach you the Tao of alchemy today. Li Qie pointed at a plant in the center of the garden and ordered, dig it up. What? Everyone couldn't believe it because he was pointing at the largest and most precious plant in the garden. It was a red coxcomb looking like a soaring phoenix. We can't. That's Her Majesty's phoenix crest. One disciple shouted. The sect master needs it. Is this a joke? The monarch's expression changed. Jade Cure Conqueror was planning on using it as one ingredient for her next cauldron. The saintess herself came often to check on it. Now, Li Qie wanted to dig it up. Chapter 5186. The plant was near maturity and ready for the cauldron. What if it were to be damaged during the digging? The sect master's cauldron would be delayed afterward. This novel is available on poread.com. What is your nefarious intention in trying to ruin Her Majesty's plant? The saint child shouted. Your ignorance is raucous. Li Qie glanced at him. The saint child trembled and turned red. As a famous doctor and alchemist, even dragon lords addressed him as Dao brother. This contempt was unacceptable. I will not let you leave alchemy Dao alive. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Enough! Gourd-keeper Monarch shouted at him. Junior uncle, this man is outrageous, the saint child said. If you can't control your emotion, how will you lead later on? He said. The saint child immediately shut up, realizing his impropriety. He restrained his anger despite hating Li Qie. What is your reason for digging up the plant? The monarch asked Li Qie. My reason? It is the culprit. Li Qie said. More nonsense. The saint child said. The plant might be as red as fire, but it is of the ice Dao. Moreover, it is yet to be sentient and doesn't have the power to release flames. Yes, it is of the ice affinity while the culprit used true flames. This can't be it. The monarch said skeptically. The shallow understanding of Dao agriculture leads to this. Even your sect master made this mistake. Li Qie said. How dare you insult Her Majesty? Do you wish to provoke us? The saint child shouted before turning toward the saintess. Junior sister, your friend is insulting your master yet you stand there in silence. Your sin is not upholding the prestige of our sect. Pop! Li Qie slapped him, knocking out his teeth and leaving his face bloody and swollen like a pig's head. I am showing mercy out of consideration for your founder. Li Qie said. I'll kill you. The maddened saint child summoned a cauldron, wanting to burn Li Qie to a crisp. Stop. The monarch rushed over to stop the inferno while glaring at him. If you insist on being out of control, I will send you into isolated reflection. Junior uncle. He attacked first, the saint child said indignantly but stopped after seeing the monarch's glare. The monarch then spoke to Li Qie. You need to watch your words, for they were insulting. If there is no good reason, we shall consider it as an act of deliberate contempt and will not let it go. The saintess became anxious and winked at Li Qie. He had indeed insulted their sect and her master, so she couldn't speak up for him. I am merely speaking the truth. Li Qie said. Do you know why the phoenix's crest is burning the garden? It can't be, once again. It is of the ice affinity. The monarch said. Your skill is not refined enough, only aware of one aspect but are ignorant of the rest. Li Qie responded. I started learning alchemy at the age of 8, controlling a cauldron at 16, creating new medicines at 20. I humbly claim to have learned 70 to 80% of our sect's alchemy Tao, whether it be pill refinement, healing, or agriculture. What about you? The monarch didn't accept the criticism. He wasn't as skilled as Jade Cure Conqueror and his first brother, Panacea Monarch. However, he could compete with anyone else in the world. The problem is that you all have been focusing on pill refinement and medicines while ignoring agricultural alchemy, resulting in only knowing the bare surface. Li Qie said. The monarch and the other disciples' expressions soured. He was right about the current focus, but they were still confident in knowing how to take care of plants and medicines. That is a bold claim. I hope you can back it up, for your sake. The monarch uttered coldly. Let me ask you then, when your sect master transplanted the phoenix's crest, did she immerse the roots in the juice of a sacred mulberry, 100-art wood, and locking stone vine for at least 10 years first? The monarch and saintess exchanged glances. After a brief moment, he shook his head. No. This is why I mentioned the lacking proficiency of your agricultural Tao. Li Qie said. Do elaborate on the issue then. The monarch didn't appreciate the tone but could tell that Li Qie was an alchemist with a focus on agriculture. Ever heard of slumbering flame worms? Li Qie smiled. Yes, a type of worm of the fire affinity yet grows in extreme cold climates. The monarch responded. Well, there you go. Li Qie said. The phoenix's crest is infected with slumbering flame worms? The monarch stared at him and said, No, we are very meticulous when dealing with worms and insects. The very garden itself would have prevented this from happening. All of alchemy Tao had a unique aura. It prevented worms and insects from entering without their permission. After all, foreign insects could cause devastating damage to the gardens. Your sect master brought it in. An amateurish mistake. Li Qie said. The saintess winked at him again. How could he be so blunt toward a renowned conqueror? Please choose your words better. The monarch said with a grave tone. Phoenix's crests and slumbering flame worms share the same environment. Occasionally, there would be eggs stuck to the roots, waiting for the plant to mature. When these eggs hatch, they will release true flames to the surrounding. Your sect master did not prepare the roots with the proper concoction, so the eggs were still alive. Chapter 5187. Really? The monarch remained skeptical since this was his first time hearing about this phenomenon. Nonetheless, he agreed with the rationale. He has no evidence. It's a ridiculous claim. The saint child scowled. We'll find out by digging it up. Li Qie yawned. The others didn't dare to speak due to the gravity of the situation. There was a high chance of the plant withering after removal. Their sect master sorely needed it for her next batch of medicines. Losing it now meant delaying the cauldron refinement indefinitely. That's fine, don't dig it up. Just wait for the flame worms to mature completely. The plant will be burned anyway for their rite of passage. Li Qie added with a smile. I believe you, young noble. The saintess stood by his side and said, Junior uncle, I agree with digging up the phoenix's crest. This gives us a chance to save it, not to mention protect the entire garden from further losses. This is a one-sided speculation. If he is wrong, who will take responsibility for the uprooted phoenix's crest? The saint child said. I will. The saintess had complete confidence in Li Qie. I trust the young noble, so if it turns out to be false, I will take responsibility and tell my master. The saint child had no response since he actually preferred this development. If Li Qie were wrong, then his rival would definitely lose the competition for committing this careless mistake. Junior uncle, I will take responsibility, she repeated firmly. Very well, dig it up then. The monarch took a deep breath and agreed. Digging it up might kill the plant, but if the guy were right, the entire garden was in danger. Nearby disciples heard this and followed their command. They carefully dug up the plant with the monarch standing nearby. The saintess also gave them meticulous pointers on how to do it correctly. Zzz. The moment the roots were finally taken out of the ground, fiery strands could be seen. It's true, the saintess exclaimed. Seems so. The monarch couldn't believe that Li Qie was right. Watch out now, Li Qie warned. Seal. The monarch was already prepared to deal with the flames and summoned a cauldron. It expanded and resembled an ocean ready to devour the flames. Boom! A strange worm rushed to the sky and sent it flying. It didn't bother attacking the group since escaping was its main intent. It was the size of a bowl, but when it spread its wings, true flames poured down in a devastating manner. Rah! The bear laying next to Li Qie's feet leaped into the air and smashed the fleeing worm down to the ground. Crack! The bear started chomping on the worm. It didn't take long before it ate all the flames and the worm itself. It seemed satisfied and smacked its lips, still savoring the delicious meal while laying down next to Li Qie again. The monarch became startled. He had underestimated the worm, leading to its potential escape. However, this bear easily took it down, meaning that it was most likely stronger than him. His eyes shifted between the bear and Li Qie while wondering about Li Qie's identity. Since even a pet was this strong, he should at least be a powerful and famous cultivator. Okay, now we can plant it again. So much problem over something so minor. You all should focus on agricultural alchemy more lest you want to let your founder down. Li Qie looked bored as he said. The young disciples didn't say anything while the saint child had an ugly expression. He hoped for a mistake not only to punish Li Qie, but to also weaken the saintess' claim to the successor position. Alas, this ended up with her making a notable contribution by being so decisive. Under her guidance, other disciples were able to plant the phoenix's crest again without any lasting damage. She then bowed toward Li Qie and said, "Thank you for your guidance, young noble. I will try my best to amend my lack of skills." A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Li Qie nodded and had a high evaluation of her. He added with a smile, "As long as you put in the effort, you will be able to inherit your founder's legacy one day." "I will work hard." She stared at him for a second before lowering her head, blushing. "Ha ha ha, amazing." The monarch calmed down and joined the conversation. "Looks like we are indeed lacking in many aspects. I appreciate your guidance today, young noble." He was proud of their alchemy skill, including agriculture and cultivating the plants. Alas, this was a clear mistake. "May I inquire where you are from, young noble? How did you learn your alchemy Dao?" He then asked. "I studied it myself." He smiled. Oh. The monarch didn't quite believe him. If someone could be so knowledgeable alone, then what was the point of their sect? Its elites had worse skills than a self-taught alchemist? That would be rather embarrassing. Little did he know that he was talking to the very progenitor of the modern alchemy Dao. Either way, you definitely have a unique perspective on plant cultivation. The monarch praised. "I just know a little bit," Li Qie said humbly, prompting the monarch to smile wryly. If the guy only knew a little bit, what about them? Are you good at solving alchemy issues? The monarch thought about something. Depends on the question. Li Qie stroked his chin. Chapter 5188. Regarding the mysteries of a divine tree. The monarch hesitated for a second before replying. It depends on the tree. The word divine shouldn't be used to describe just any common tree, but people like to overuse this adjective. Li Qie said. I wholeheartedly agree. The monarch made up his mind and tapped Li Qie's shoulder. Come, let me introduce you to an old geezer. A quick look at Tinural. com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. He acted familiar and was touchy regardless of Li Qie's wish. He laughed and said, It'll be rather beneficial for you if you can solve his problem. Kiki, Maybe he'll be your backer and imperial attendant, and plus, I won't owe him any more. If you can do it, just say the words and I'll agree to anything. Anything? Li Qie smiled. Yes. Do you have something in mind already? I won't refuse as long as it is within my ability. The monarch was a straightforward person. I'm afraid this might be too difficult for you. Li Qie said. What do you mean? Although I'm not a supreme cultivator, I still have ample resources up my sleeves. Just tell me what you want. The monarch glared at Li Qie, not appreciating the lack of trust. Li Qie had a faint smile as he responded, I came to Alchemy Dao for a particular lotus flower. It's great that you're willing to help. Which flower? He asked. He's talking about the exalted cascade lotus. The saintess quietly interjected. The startled monarch took a second before glaring at Li Qie. Do you know that it is? He then realized that this was a wasted question. Of course the guy knew what it was and its value. Yes, just a lotus. Li Qie said. Why do you want it? Pill refinement? He inquired further, thinking that this alchemist needed a priceless alchemy ingredient. No. Li Qie shook his head. My courtyard has some bad luck, so I need the flower to chase it away. What kind of joke is this? The monarch jumped up and widened his eyes from astonishment. See, junior uncle, this arrogant guy is here with nefarious intent. We should capture him. The saint child couldn't help but interject. You, go find something else to do, you're an eyesore right now. The monarch shouted at him. The saint child turned red as he stood there awkwardly for a few seconds. He eventually scowled and left the group. Are you serious about using our exalted lotus to chase away bad luck? The monarch asked again. I'm serious. Li Qie said. The monarch's expression changed several times after seeing that Li Qie was not messing around. Do you know how precious a single flower is and how long it takes to blossom? He asked despite already being aware of the answer. It's just a lotus. Li Qie said, rendering the guy speechless. The monarch found this answer ridiculous. As far as he knew, his sect was the only one with a lotus plant of this level in all of the upper continents. Why do you want our lotus? Other alchemy plants can solve this issue. He inquired. Yes, quite a few, such as the quaking immortal vine, abyssal golden flower, elusive draconic orchid. The problem is that they're rather far away and this lotus is the closest. The monarch stared at Li Qie as if he was staring at a madman. Those alchemy materials mentioned were all wondrous. He had only heard or read about them, never seeing one in person. Are you really just using them to chase bad luck away? He couldn't help but ask the same question. What else? Li Qie waved his hand. He felt the urge to yell at the guy for being outrageous but restrained himself since Li Qie had displayed his knowledge prior. These plants and flowers were virtually legendary. They should be used as inheritances and legacies for a sect, or to be refined into peerless pills. Using the exalted lotus for chasing luck away was simply ludicrous. Not even an apex conqueror could be so wasteful. I'm afraid I can't make a decision on this matter. The monarch gave up. It's all right because I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you out of courtesy. Li Qie smiled. Are you saying that if we don't agree, you will rob us? The monarch stared at him. That's a strong word. All I'm doing is picking a flower. Li Qie said. The monarch felt the urge to yell out profanities but restrained himself. After all, he was a man of status and shouldn't act improperly. The lotus was one of their prized treasures and foundations. If Li Qie were to try, the members would risk their lives to stop him. We do have one flower active right now, but this is beyond my station. If you need it, I can help you negotiate. The monarch took a deep breath and acquiesced. See, isn't this going well? It's hard to refuse someone courteous such as myself. Li Qie smiled. The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry when talking to this ridiculous man. He also wondered whether Li Qie had enough power to take on Alchemy Dao. Nonetheless, he was sure that the guy wasn't crazy. He glanced at the bear and the old servant behind him. This only made the assessment more difficult. The negotiation requires some time, no? The monarch said, I will try my best to help you out, but I'm unsure of the result. I still have some patience, at least when it comes to your sect. Li Qie smiled. Great. The monarch patted his shoulder again and said, "Let's go back to our prior issue. I need your input on a problem of mine." "You owe someone a favor?" Li Qie gave him the side eye. The monarch coughed awkwardly and said, "True, true. He, but I'm sure you will be interested in this." Chapter 5189. Gourd-keeper Monarch led the group to a mansion, his personal residence. The group entered deeper into Alchemy Dao without facing any obstacles because of the monarch. After all, he was the third-ranked member of the sect, only beneath Jade Cure Conqueror and Panacea Monarch. "Geezer, come out, I brought a big shot here for you." He was particularly excited as he entered the backyard filled with precious medicines and springs. There was a fire vein for pill refinement as well. An old man sat there, wearing a robe made of coarse cloth. There were two horn-like protrusions on his head, a bit similar to deer antlers, but they were smaller and forked. When he opened his eyes, darkness enveloped and only allowed room for starlight. It became difficult to discern the directions afterward. He had the aura of a dragon lord accentuated with a bestial presence. Just one roar from him could break the earth. "Which big shot?" He stood up and asked. The monarch introduced Li Qie and said, "This young brother right here, he has a unique view on alchemy, so I took him here to solve your problem." "And here I thought you had invited Jade Cure Conqueror." The old man stared at the duo. "Our sect master is not here right now." The monarch shook his head and confidently said, "Trust me, he can solve it." The old man remained skeptical and stared at Li Qie, only to not notice anything peculiar. However, his eyes changed the moment he saw the bear. He was a brilliant cultivator and could see that this bear was immensely strong. His astonishment grew when he saw the old servant standing behind Li Qie. This old man was clearly even more special than the bear. Alas, he failed to pinpoint their origin. "Come, let me introduce you. He is Resplendent Monarch from Qilin Manor," Gourd-keeper said. This was the strongest ancient ancestor from Qilin Manor, a major lineage in the upper continents founded by two beings, Peerless Monarch and Immortal Emperor Qilin. After Grand Dao War, City Lord Ziyan and Heavenly Sage Yuan disappeared from the world. Peerless Monarch became the next lord of the city before giving the position to Imperial Gate and passing away from old age. It was a major contributor to the city's success, not inferior to Dao Alchemy, Imperial Gate, and Iron Tree. Resplendent Monarch possessed an amazing formation that had trapped top cultivators such as Conquerors before. He glanced at Li Qie and then at the old man in blue before asking the latter, "May I ask where you are from?" The old man didn't answer and simply posed there like a loyal servant. Resplendent found this rather strange. The old man seemed to be stronger than the ordinary youth. Why was he subservient to him? Li Qie took a seat first without waiting for an invitation. "Geezer, take out your thing. Let young noble Li take a look." Gourd-keeper didn't care for trivial matters and said enthusiastically, "I came to Alchemy Dao seeking your help. Now you want to throw it to someone else." Resplendent seemed annoyed. "No, I couldn't solve it, so I found young noble Li for you. I'm trying my best here." Gourd-keeper said, "You should have at least invited Brother Panacea or Jade Cure Conqueror." Resplendent complained, "I never said I would help." Li Qie shook his head. "Young noble, please don't be offended." Gourd-keeper said, "You might actually find this interesting." Having said that, he winked at Resplendent and said, "What are you waiting for? Take it out." "It's not that I don't want to. You know how serious this matter is." Resplendent apologized and bowed to Li Qie. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Suppression won't know. I trust young noble Li. Gourd-keeper said, "We cannot be so careless when this pertains to the future of Imperial Attendant." Resplendent became serious. Gourd-keeper's expression changed as well. "I trust in the young noble, and so does Hallowed Steel Ancestor." Xiao Yao finally spoke. "What about that old man?" Resplendent stared at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao hesitated and didn't reveal the event she saw. She responded, "I'm aware of what's going on right now in Imperial Attendant, and I respectfully think that the young noble can be in charge later." "Girl, watch your words," Gourd-keeper said. "I am not shooting without aim," she said firmly. "He's not from one of our lineages. It's not possible." Resplendent said, "If he agrees, this will end 100 Dao's attempt at taking over." Imperial attendant will return to the orthodox path. Xiao Yao felt as if she could see the future. Though we don't like suppression, 100 Dao had done plenty to protect the city during Imperial War. Resplendent shook his head. Excuse my lack of knowledge, but may I ask how the ancestors are planning to end Suppression Conqueror's authority? Xiao Yao believed that Li Qie was the chosen one, not only for her own life but also the city. She had absolute confidence in this belief. Old geezer, it's not easy. Nothing has changed with you, so you'll lose for sure. No one from Imperial Gate or Iron Tree can stop suppression. Gourd Keeper said. Jade Cure has a chance to win with alchemy if we follow the ancestral guidance. Resplendent said. Still missing a little something. Gourd Keeper disagreed. Time is running out, we can afford to take risks. Chapter 5190. So be it, no harm can come from this. Resplendent took a deep breath and nodded. With that, he took out a tree still with fertile soil stuck to the roots. Do you know this divine tree, young noble? Resplendent asked. What it lacked in size, it made up in grace. The trunk and the thick barks resembled a scaled dragon. The leaves were green and brimmed with life. As they swayed, they seemed to be bringing spring back. Some of the leaves were longer than the body and actually touched the ground. It gave the illusion that they were drilling into the ground and could continue to grow, capable of reaching the core of the ground. The Tree of Tranquility. Li Qie said, calling it a sacred tree is fine, but using the word divine is far-fetched. Divine trees are beyond your capability to transplant. This was an offensive statement, especially when he was speaking to a dragon lord with 10 sacred fruits. So which ones are divine trees in your opinion? Resplendent didn't take it in stride. This tree was the best from their Qilin manor, planted by their progenitor, peerless monarch. Sure, it wasn't as precious as Alchemy Dao's exalted lotus plant but didn't deserve the disdainful comment. A so-called divine tree should rule over heaven and earth, grasp the sun and moon, rotate the celestials, and encompass 3,000 worlds. Li Qie said, your tree might be able to conceal a region and safeguard it from a disaster on top of providing solutions to Dao mysteries, but this is not comparable to a true divine tree. The group exchanged glances. I don't think such a tree exists in the 6 continents. Gourd Keeper took a deep breath. That makes it worthy of being a divine tree, but nowadays, people use this adjective all the time. Li Qie responded. The 2 old men chuckled awkwardly, but Li Qie didn't actually have any intention of calling them out specifically. After reaching this level, they knew that they were far from being unbeatable. Young noble, allow me to show you something. Resplendent finally made up his mind because there was no other option. He took out something resembling a go board. Upon closer inspection, there were mountains and rivers within along with grand veins, looking just like an entire world sealed within. Anyone could tell at first glance that this was an ultimate treasure. Behold, resplendent array of qi. Resplendent monarch introduced. Alas, he was interrupted by Li Qie, who grabbed the board from him. He took a look and said, the 9 worlds, should change its name to 9 worlds array instead. He only took a split second to understand the entire board and all of its minute transformations. The basis of this treasure was none other than the 9 worlds, utilizing its terrains to duplicate the momentum and flows. You know about the 9 worlds? Both Gourd Keeper and Resplendent became startled. This went double for Resplendent because the array was their secret. Only ancient ancestors had access to the board. Ordinary disciples never got the chance to take a look or didn't even know what it was. This is not Immortal Emperor Qilin's technique. Li Qie commented, he follows the path of the ancient beasts. Yes. Resplendent became excited. Our other progenitor created it. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Peerless Monarch. Gourd Keeper said. Yes, this array managed to stop conquerors and monarchs from entering our city. Resplendent smiled wryly. It is still here, but unfortunately, I cannot activate its true power. The flaws and openings were taken advantage of, hence my defeat to suppression. He saw hope in Li Qie, so he revealed everything. Activate. Li Qie formed a mudra and chanted. Buzz. The array released an ocean of light, completely engulfing the manor. The group was taken inside the array afterward. They looked around and saw an unfamiliar world. Only Li Qie found this place familiar, whether it be the majestic mountain range and draconic earth veins. Even the boundless galaxy above took him back to the past. The 9 worlds. He sighed and still remembered. These memories were buried deep in his mind. This place had changed completely and turned into the current 8 desolaces. Nonetheless, someone else in the 6 continents was still in love with this world, deciding to take advantage of their peerless wisdom to imprint these memories into an array. Li Qie became sentimental since he didn't expect to see the 9 worlds again. Chapter 5191. Of course, this was only a mere reflection of the 9 worlds. Nonetheless, memories of familiar faces popped up, those who had fought with him and waited for him. All were no longer around. Prosperous sects and protectors have turned into ashes, not leaving a single trace behind. Worlds have shattered. Blue seas turned into mulberry fields. Find the original at pori.com. While Li Qie immersed himself in old memories, Gourdkeeper and Resplendent were shaken. You can control our resplendent array? Impossible. The monarch became slack-jawed and shouted just like a cat with its tail stepped on. Only the merit laws created by peerless monarch of Qilin Manor could activate this secret treasure. In the long history of their sect, only a selected group of geniuses had access to the merit law. Among them, only 3 to 4 managed to learn it, all core members of the sect. This naturally didn't include Li Qie. It was frightening how effortlessly he controlled the array, something a 10-fruit dragon lord couldn't do. As for Gourdkeeper, he had seen the array activated before. When comparing the two, Li Qie resembled its master more. Li Qie sighed and stopped reminiscing. He stared forward and said, Heavenhoof Ravine. You know about this too? Resplendent's astonishment grew since he knew all of their secrets. Don't be surprised, even your progenitor can't control this array as well as I. Li Qie smiled and said. Resplendent retorted, albeit in a feeble tone, Our progenitor peerless monarch was a true mastermind. She could scheme and control an entire era. Though she wasn't an emperor, she was inferior to none. She created this array and managed to stop the horde by herself from invading imperial attendant. Your progenitor was amazing indeed, a true master of controlling worldly momentum and auras. Li Qie said, but no one can control the momentum of the 9 worlds better than me. Resplendent didn't believe this because the progenitor was the one who created this array. While they were doubting Li Qie's comment, he flew into the air. Rumble! Lightning bolts as thick as mountain ranges struck him. However, their intention was not to kill him but rather empower him. He exuded the lightning affinity and illuminated the 9 worlds like a god of lighting. Its power became his for the taking. The earth veins in the 9 worlds answered his summon and released their colorful rays as well. Boom! The various momentums also gathered around him. Laws belonging to the 9 worlds alone gave him endless potential. Now, his smash wielded the power of an entire epic, enough to obliterate anyone. As he raised his foot, the first to kneel was Saintess Xiao Yao. Next was Gourdkeeper Monarch who lost control of his body. Rah! True Bear wanted to test himself against the power of the 9 worlds. He became gigantic and pushed the momentum upward. Alas, he only lasted a second before being pushed to the ground as well. Resplendent Monarch roared and gathered all of his energy. A yin-yang radiance emerged as a barrier. Unfortunately, he still didn't last long in spite of possessing 10 sacred fruits. Bam! His knees touched the ground. The strongest was none other than the old servant. He stood upright, capable of shouldering the entire heaven. His cultivation was shocking, but as Li Qie slowly pressed his foot down, the ultimate power of the entire 9 worlds pushed down on him. Li Qie became a part of the 9 worlds and was in total control. Bam! Finally, the servant was suppressed just like the others. Young noble, please recall your power. Gourdkeeper could no longer handle the pressure. Meanwhile, Li Qie gazed down at the 9 worlds while still feeling sentimental. Boom! He dispersed the momentum back to the array. Chapter 5192. Li Qie landed and the group still hasn't regained their wits, unable to fathom Li Qie's perfect mastery over resplendent array. Just having strength alone was not enough. Otherwise, the conquerors trapped inside would have been able to take over. In this case, How did an outsider with no access to the essential merit laws be able to control the array? When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The result was a power countless times stronger than Resplendent Monarch's version. He thought that Li Qie might do a better job than his own progenitor. He wasn't sure of this because he had never seen Peerless Monarch in action. Geezer, the young noble is way better than you at using the array. Gourdkeeper commented. If I could do it like him, suppression wouldn't have been able to break out. Resplendent smiled wryly, still overwhelmed with emotion. Young noble, how did you do it? He then asked Li Qie. First time trying. Li Qie smiled and said, Your peerless monarch was wise indeed, but this array wasn't created by her alone. Other immortal emperors must have helped. Alas, the 9 worlds are too profound and she lacked resources, unable to wield the true momentum. Resplendent Monarch had no response. He pondered in silence, agreeing with Li Qie's assessment of the treasure's complexity. One of the most important reasons for his failure was that he and the others knew nothing about the 9 worlds. Therefore, the previous users couldn't muster its true power. According to Li Qie, it seemed that this array was still not perfected. If it could fully duplicate the power of this ancient world, would it be able to trap the strongest conquerors? How do you know this, young noble? Resplendent asked and was curious about the emperor's involvement. It's obvious after one glance. Li Qie stared at the horizon and said, capable of deducing the flaws of the array in no time at all. This prompted Resplendent Monarch to undergo a silent reflection due to the blow dealt to this ego. He was only one level below those considered as supreme geniuses during his youth. Once he became a Dragon Lord, he spent all of his time learning the array. After obtaining 5 fruits, he was finally able to control it. His mastery only improved with his cultivation. This process took tens of thousands of years. Now, he felt as if he was an idiot when comparing himself to this man. Haha, geezer, I found the right person. Now I don't owe you anything. Gourdkeeper elbowed him and winked. You want to implant the Tree of Tranquility into this array. Li Qie told Resplendent Monarch. The latter smiled wryly and responded, I thought I'd done a good job at understanding the array. The problem is that when I fought suppression, he could see through the flaws and openings. The momentum is incomplete due to the flaws. Li Qie said, I'm sure when our progenitor uses it, the flaws will become virtually indetectable. My cultivation isn't enough to hide them. He sighed and said, It is not your fault. Gourdkeeper shook his head. We know how strong suppression is. You were the one who lasted the longest. He is even stronger now. Resplendent said worriedly. Indeed, he has 11 Dao fruits now. It'll be impossible soon for us to take back authority. Gourdkeeper said. They have been mentioning Suppression Conqueror of 100 Dao. He was rumored to be the descendant of Sindragon Dao Lord. Because of this, he was rejected by several mighty lineages including Cleansing Incense Dynasty, Xueqi, and Alchemy Dao. Finally, he was accepted by 100 Dao. This was a rather wise choice since the youth eventually became a conqueror with a limitless future. I hope that by transplanting the tree into the array, it will close some of the gaps. At the very least, it will increase my own power while inside. The problem is that the tree doesn't want to stay in the array. Resplendent elaborated. The momentum rejects the tree. Li Qie answered, when your progenitor created the array, the momentum is already set and it does not allow invaders. The initial planting was fine because it didn't affect anything. As the tree continued to grow inside, the momentum started resisting it. That does make sense. Resplendent said with admiration. I came to Alchemy Dao to ask for help. Maybe some of these old men would know how to keep the tree in there. We don't have a method. This is more than just alchemy since it requires working together with the array's overarching momentum. We want to help but are powerless. Gourdkeeper said. Using agricultural alchemy to keep the plant inside is useless. It will only make the flaws more obvious. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 5193. The momentum of the 9 worlds is meticulously embedded into the array. Adding one more thing will create an opening. Li Qie added. Then what should we do? If I can augment the array, maybe there is a chance of fighting evenly with suppression. Otherwise, he'll take advantage of the same flaws. Resplendent asked. I think we have no chance of winning this time. Gourdkeeper sighed. We haven't produced any supreme genius recently, while our old bones just can't improve anymore. We can only count on Jade Cure Conqueror's pill refinement skill. Resplendent sighed without confidence. I guess so. I'm not optimistic since suppression will ask for help as well. Gourdkeeper said. We just need a cauldron of time-honed longevity pill. That's the most important thing. Resplendent thought about another option. Yes. Gourdkeeper seemed to have something on his mind but refrained from speaking. Winning what? Lichia asked the two. They exchanged glances and Resplendent eventually spoke. Please don't laugh. This is an internal political struggle in Imperial Attendant. Oh, go on. Lichia was interested. The First Lord of Imperial Attendant was none other than Lord Ziyan from Imperial Gate. Resplendent said, historically, all of us believed that Imperial Gate was the main branch. Our Alchemy Dao, Iron Tree, Qilin Manor, and some others are responsible for protecting the city. The actual authority resides with Imperial Gate. Gourdkeeper said. Many believe that the two great pillars of Imperial Alliance included Cleansing Incense Dynasty and Imperial Attendant City. The City Lord and many of the founding members of Imperial Attendant fell during Grand Dao War. The survivors such as Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor remained for a period before leaving. This drastically weakened the city's fighting force. Nonetheless, it persevered until Imperial War. Caporace Conqueror guarded the gate against the Horde long enough for reinforcement to come before passing away. Subsequently, Peerless Monarch took over Imperial Attendant City until her last years when she returned the rule back to Imperial Gate. Imperial Gate still viewed her as one of them since she had fought with City Lord Ziyan and the Wise Sages in the past. She was the last founding member of the first generation. Her selfless act returned the reins back to Imperial Gate. She had no intention of letting Qilin Manor take over. Relative stability continued until the appearance of Suppression Conqueror, a member of 100 Dao. This was a great power in the city but didn't have an intertwining history like the others. Alchemy Dao, Iron Tree, and Imperial Gate all considered themselves a part of Imperial Attendant. The same couldn't be said about 100 Dao. It was started by Bones Dao Lord. Firebird, Peacock, and Sindragon Dao Lord joined afterward. Thus, this boosted the sect to a level strong enough to overwhelm the others near the city. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com. However, because of the Wise Sages and Peerless Monarch during that period, the Dao Lords still obeyed the rules of Imperial Attendant. They certainly contributed greatly during all the wars. Later on, the Dao Lords left while Imperial Attendant City suffered a decline. Suppression Conqueror changed everything afterward. All along, Imperial Gate has been in charge since there was a mission. The other main branches focused on this mission and guarded the city, leaving Imperial Gate to rule. As mentioned previously, Peerless Monarch only temporarily took over due to the crisis during Imperial War. Suppression Conqueror didn't share this belief. Through clever interpretation of the rules, he managed to seize authority from Imperial Gate. Though the others wished to stop this, they couldn't stop the Conqueror with 11 fruits. Suppression has overstepped his authority. Gourdkeeper concluded, though it is almost time for the next election, we still need to defeat him. Why does it matter who is in charge? Lichia smiled. Young noble, you may not know but Imperial Attendant has a noble mission. As for suppression, he has no intention of following this path. The city will no longer be the same if we can't retake sovereignty. Resplendent shook his head. In my opinion, suppression is rather ambitious and wishes to move against Imperial Alliance. I do not wish to see the city being used as a tool of war. Our city's very reason for being will turn into ashes. Gourdkeeper lamented. The mission was to survive and wait for a legend to return. Alas, Imperial Attendant was at risk of no longer being the same under Suppression's leadership. I cannot watch the effort of the Wise Sages go to waste. Resplendent said bitterly. Their group of ancient ancestors had tried their best but Suppression was simply too strong now. You had a chance with Resplendent Array but now, he has 11 fruits. Gourdkeeper said. I must fix the flaws or it is truly impossible. Even then, it's not a sure thing. Resplendent said. Give me the tree. Lichia stared at them and said. Young noble. Resplendent was surprised. I will recraft the array. Because the momentum is fixed due to lacking resources, it will never become as strong as the real 9 worlds. There is still room for improvement. Li Qiye elaborated. You can change the array? Resplendent couldn't believe it. It's an easy task since it's a small array. Li Qiye said. Chapter 5194. Resplendent Monarch found himself to be at a loss for words again. Prior to this, he would be furious after hearing such an insulting comment regarding their sex-defining treasure that has been able to trap conquerors. This was the same as insulting their progenitor, Peerless Monarch, because she was the one who created it. Alas, he couldn't retort due to Li Qiye's mastery and couldn't agree because that would be diminishing his progenitor's accomplishment. In the end, he smiled wryly and handed the tree over. We're counting on you, young noble. Qilin Manor will honor you for generations too. Buzz. He couldn't finish before the momentum of the 9 worlds lit up and became filled with Dao runes. A quick look at Tinural.com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. The array was being used to its limit and created a maelstrom. It sucked Li Qiye inside, making it look like he was one with the array. This is a thing? Resplendent once thought that no one alive was better at using the array than him. Alas, seeing the maelstrom made him realize that he knew very little about the array's potential. You didn't know about this? Gourdkeeper asked. The two were close friends and he had seen Resplendent use the array numerous times. This was a new phenomenon. I didn't know about it, Resplendent said, wondering if he had failed to understand the array. After thinking for a few minutes, he dispelled this lack of confidence. He had total control over the array and could use it at a whim. There was no profundity within that he wasn't privy to. Peerless Monarch left this behind. The quiet old servant finally spoke for the first time. The two became emotional after hearing this. Resplendent became frightened. They have been using the array for eras now but none figured it out. Today, Li Qiye activated it after seeing it for the first time. Moreover, why didn't Peerless Monarch avail this to her own sect members? He couldn't come up with an answer despite trying his best. Who knew more about the 9 worlds than Li Qiye? Peerless Monarch was still inferior in this regard. Because of this, he was able to reach the very source of the array, a bright expanse made up of supreme laws varying in origin, immortal emperors, supreme cultivators. Each was unique yet when fused together in harmony to make up the array and granted incredible power. He sighed after sensing the laws since he knew who they represented. Peerless Monarch was not alone in the creation of Resplendent Array. He sat down and eventually, the area in front of him fluctuated and flowed like a spring before turning into a woman. Her regal aura could force others to kneel down. Nonetheless, she also possessed a look of elegance and wisdom. It is an honor to see you again, young noble. The throne awaits you. Miao Chan kneeled and said, You chose to pass away here in order to imprint your mark. He said sentimentally. She was once known as Miao Chan in the 9 worlds. In the current epoch, she was Peerless Monarch of Qilin Manor. Her descendants did not know that she had imprinted her mark into the array itself, becoming its most crucial part. We have been waiting for you, young noble, she said. Now she was the soul of Resplendent Array, a different method of survival. Imperial Attendant City? He smiled wryly. You are the only one worthy of ruling the land. City Lord Ziyan and many others built the city to welcome you back. Alas, war and time have gotten the best of us. I also tried my best but couldn't be here in person for this moment. She said softly. You shouldn't have tried so hard. Your suffering was not worth it. He sighed. We were waiting to wait for you, young noble. The 9 worlds require your protection. She said. That's why you crafted the momentum of the 9 worlds. Li Qiye said. Yes, the 9 worlds remain in my heart. Due to my shallow cultivation, I can only copy an incomplete version. She said. It was a difficult task indeed. Since I am here today, I will do my best to remove the flaws, a small consolation for your sacrifice. Li Qiye smiled. I only regret not being able to follow you again, young noble. She bowed. I'll return this to the source. Go rest now. Li Qiye sighed and took out the tree. I understand. She bowed again and said, When you have time, please visit Imperial Border. The empresses and fairies have left behind messages. I will. He nodded. She bowed one last time before returning to the source. As for Li Qie, he began deriving the profundities of the Tao in order to create a new momentum with the Tree of Tranquility added. Chapter 5195. Rumble. A towering tree appeared inside resplendent array. The branches and leaves spread out to connect with the momentum of the 9 worlds in a blinding spectacle. This caused the momentum to appear again. Resplendent Monarch and the others found themselves traveling to the previous epoch. Previously, they could tell that they were in an illusory world. Now, the Tao laws of the 9 worlds became stable and palpable. They felt that escaping was even harder while being enveloped by light. After a long while, the light subsided and they saw themselves standing in the original courtyard. Li Qie raised the board with his palm and took one last look at it before tossing it back to Resplendent Monarch. Train hard with it. Thank you, young noble. We will do our best to harmonize with the array again. Resplendent prostrated and was overwhelmed with emotion. Li Qie's identity no longer mattered. The only thing the monarch knew was that their array has been improved. You will need more time. I don't think we can take advantage of it now. Gourdkeeper said. I'm leaving right now to train. Resplendent didn't dare to waste time and bowed toward Li Qie again before leaving. Young noble. You are simply incredible. It looks like I have to try my best too in order to get you our lotus. Gourdkeeper calmed down and said. Prior to this, he only wanted to send the message and kept his effort at a minimum. Now, he felt inclined to try harder. Li Qie only smiled in response since it didn't matter to him. The end was the same. Only the process varied. Boom! Suddenly, something erupted in Alchemy Tao, causing the ground to shake violently. Disciples became alarmed and looked up at the sky. They saw flames rushing upward like a fire dragon over yonder. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Shit, Big Bro is failing again. Gourdkeeper ran toward the flames without saying goodbye. Looks like a cauldron is out of control. Li Qie said. First uncle has been trying to finish an ancestral cauldron. Saintess Xiaoyao became worried. Your ancestral cauldron is connected to the earth veins. If it explodes, half of this place will disappear. Li Qie said. It's possible. She turned pale and understood why Gourdkeeper panicked. Let's come take a look before it's too late. Li Qie shook his head. He wouldn't give a damn if this was another lineage. Alas, Alchemy Tao had deep ties with him. Really? She didn't know why she felt so much confidence in him, that he would be able to solve any crisis. She immediately led him to the source of the flames without saying anything else. This place was heavily guarded and unavailable to most disciples. As she led the way, she saw many disciples evacuating. The atmosphere became tense since they were alchemists and could tell that the cauldron was becoming unstable. Pill Valley was the name of the location. It contained their ancestral cauldron, Purification, that was created by heavenly sage Yuan, capable of refining 9-form imperial remedies and time-honed longevity pills. Recently, Panacea Monarch has been using it to create some top-level pills. Alas, something seemed to be going wrong. Purification cauldron was connected to the earth veins beneath. Thus, a cauldron explosion could destroy half of Alchemy Tao, hence the evacuation. When the group made it to the valley, they saw the 6 grand elders of the sect. The saintess then realized the gravity of the situation. Panacea Monarch's direct disciple, Miracle Saint Child, was also present. No outsiders. He scowled and didn't let them in. Senior brother, now is not the time for you to be stubborn. I will take responsibility for this. She retorted strongly. They then focused on the great cauldron in the middle of the valley. It had 9 levels rotating at different paces and directions. On the walls of the levels were 100 fire eyes spewing out true flames. One surged like a rapid while another was as gentle as a stream. The very nature of the flames varied as well. One was tinged with red and yellow, looking like the infernal fire of hell. Another had a golden hue, the imperial style. A different one had a dark glow of the demonic affinity. Now, the flames were in disarray and didn't just aim for the alchemy ingredients inside the cauldron. A purple-robed old man tried to control the cauldron. He had a violet glow and looked as tough as a lingji root. He had a medicinal fragrance on his body since he was always around plants and pills. He was known as Panacea, the best maker of 9-form imperial remedy. Unfortunately, He had lost control and the chaotic flames oozed out to form a maelstrom, trying to suck him in. Gould Keeper was there to assist. The two Marshall brothers worked together but ended up being trapped by their own concoction. They gritted their teeth while being drenched in sweat, using their impressive cultivation in an attempt to seal the cauldron. Alas, the flames pulled them in so they were stuck in their own seal. They could only try their best to survive but time was running out. Chapter 5196. Meanwhile, the 6 Grand Elders tried to come up with a countermeasure. Alas, they had no good plan and didn't dare to recklessly interfere. Just one wrong move would kill their ancient ancestors and destroy alchemy Tao. They felt like ants walking on a hot pan. Though some came up with a few methods, they weren't viable. That's a great cauldron. Xueqi couldn't help but praise. The saint child snorted and said proudly, "Of course, purification cauldron is our ancestral legacy, there is nothing else like it." Xueqi chuckled and continued to watch the scene. He shook his head and said, "There's not much time left. The earth veins are adding more and more power." One elder said, "If we can't control the flames, they will explode. We need to help our ancient ancestors right now and seal the flames before it's too late." The first elder suggested, "That's courting death." Xueqi shook his head. "No different from fanning the flames, the cauldron will explode for sure and take alchemy Tao with it." "Humph, spouting big words again." The saint child uttered coldly, "Our elders are all experts and know the limit. You, an outsider, cannot understand the intricacies of our alchemy skill. Empty buckets, that's all." Xueqi said with a smile. The saint child turned red while the 6 elders stared at Xueqi with a frown. "Who may you be? Your lack of civility is not appreciated." The first elder said, "Elder, the young noble surely has a method." The saintess interjected. Due to Xueqi's ordinary appearance, the elders didn't trust him. Only a supreme alchemist with a concentration on pill-making can salvage the situation by controlling the flames. The second elder said, "The cauldron is finished if we don't seal the flames. Only Her Majesty can do so." The first elder had no confidence. Unfortunately, Jade Cure Conqueror was not in the sect currently and they couldn't communicate with her. "What are we waiting for? Let's seal them." The 6th elder became impatient. "But the pills are about to take form." The saint child said, "Sealing the flames is all we can ask for. Forget about the pills." The first elder said, "Lacking both refinement and understanding of alchemy." Xueqi said disapprovingly, "What have you learned from your predecessors? You cannot seal these flames of 100 Tao even if you try. Do you understand the Tao of fire control?" The first elder asked. "A little bit." Xueqi responded. "The young noble knows how to seal them. He'll be able to save junior and senior uncle." Xiao Yao immediately said, "Sealing the cauldron is the worst method." Xueqi said, "The flames can still be controlled to finish the refinement process." "Impossible, the cauldron is lost. How can we even finish the refinement process?" The third elder disagreed. "The fire sources are out of control. How long can you seal them? Moreover, given your power, do you believe that you can stop the earth veins formed by your progenitor?" Xueqi said. "He's not wrong about that." The group exchanged glances. They might not be able to seal the veins despite working together. After all, they were created by heavenly sage Yuan. Ridiculous, the cauldron will explode soon if we don't do something. What is your nefarious scheme in delaying us?" The saint child shouted. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. He then told the elders, "Elders, do not trust this outsider. If we don't do something now, Master and Junior Uncle will perish." "Sir, these flames can still be controlled?" The first elder held on to a sliver of hope. After all, they didn't want to waste incredibly precious materials. The entire sect had worked to gather them for this cauldron. Moreover, he also knew that they wouldn't be able to seal the flames for long. This would only delay the inevitable. Not difficult. There are 9 levels to the cauldron. Situate them so that the flames would intertwine back to the cauldron for the refinement process. Xueqi said. "Just like that? No way." The elders stood there in a daze. "It should be possible. The young noble certainly has a plan. The saintess said. It is just too simple. The sixth elder said. Using the natural flow from the earth veins through situating the layers perfectly, the 100 Tao flames will neutralize each other and will weaken as a result. This is gentle enough to refine the pills. The first elder mused. If that's the case, I'll give it a shot. The saint child heard this and was eager to contribute. Activate! He roared and made a madra, performing a fire control art. Buzz! Tao lights enveloped his hands as he began changing the rotating layers. Creak! The layers changed the direction of the violent flames and sure enough, they started mixing with each other. It's working! The saint child was ecstatic and thought that he could control the flames. Poof! Suddenly, the harmonizing flames roared like a true dragon and rushed outward. This is bad! One elder shouted. Be careful! The saintess bellowed, but it was too late. Ah! The saint child didn't have time to show off his flame-warding ability since he was instantly incinerated. Xueqi stared at the pile of ashes and shook his head. Regular fire control art doesn't work here. The first elder didn't have time to mourn. He watched the two trapped ancient ancestors and asked Xueqi, what is the method then? Heavenly Flame Tao Controller. Xueqi said. The six gasped and the first elder said, this technique has been lost, it is only a legend now. Foolish. Your progenitor clearly embedded this technique into your fire control art. This is due to a lack of basic, wanting to excel quickly without truly understanding the mysteries of fire control. You have let her down. Xueqi glanced at them. How can this be? The elders couldn't believe it. Watch. Xueqi stepped forward and touched the great cauldron. He formed a madra to move the 9 layers to just the right position for the fire eyes to align together. The 6 elders could see that he was using the same fire control art from their sect. Isn't that our method? The elders were astounded to see his accuracy. Yes. One elder responded. They also noted that although he was using a simple variation, the flames were completely under his control. Not even a single strand of flames was being misused. Chapter 5197. His technique could be utilized by any disciple from Alchemy Tao. However, he had reached a state of apogee. The elders found his movements and madra to be awfully familiar yet foreign. This was because they had never seen a master of this level before. They once thought that there was no point in mastering the elementary techniques due to their limitation. Most cultivators looked down on simplicity. They believed that the more complicated the merit laws, the more worthwhile. This was especially true for the secret laws. The elders saw their ancient ancestors failing to control the cauldron with the best available merit laws. On the other hand, Xueqi alleviated the chaos through the use of elementary techniques. Creak. He controlled the movements of the 9 layers perfectly in order to maintain harmony between the Tao flames. Eventually, they started flowing like water down the layers into the cauldron, no longer possessing any destructive tendency. This was the first time the spectators saw these flames acting so docile. All 100 different Tao flames have fused together into a single stream. Grinding soy milk was a close comparison. Only a highly skilled master could grind the soybeans into a smooth and creamy texture. Currently, Jade Cure Conqueror was the best alchemist in their sect. Alas, she wasn't at this level either. Watching Xueqi in action left everyone speechless, including the 2 ancient ancestors. Find the original at poreed.com. After exerting his dominance, he separated the Tao flames again and made them rush up into the air like 100 fire dragons. Heavenly Flame Tao Controller. Gourd Keeper and Panacea bellowed in astonishment. This is the legendary method. The 6 elders couldn't believe their own eyes. They knew how to use these elementary techniques employed by Xueqi. How did it end with such a legendary effect? Boom! A thunderous noise erupted and the fire dragons evolved into something greater. Lightning coursed through their body. A lightning tribulation. Gourd Keeper and Panacea had refined wonderful pills before. Alas, even their best ones didn't produce this phenomenon. It meant that even the most basic materials would turn into wondrous pills. The tribulation signaled that the pills within were beyond the limit of the Grand Tao and became a challenge to the heaven. The true dragons roared and rushed back into the cauldrons. Loud explosions could be heard while the flames returned to the earth veins. Now! Xueqi ended the process and opened the cauldron, releasing a boundless golden radiance and a permeating medicinal fragrance. Various visual phenomena manifested into reality. Dragons and tigers, a rising sun, and many others. The two ancient ancestors who were saved stood there frozen like chicken, the same for the others. Gourdkeeper and Panacea were widely considered to be among the top 5 pill specialists in the upper continents. Alas, they had never invited these phenomena before. The best pill maker, Jade Cure Conqueror, had never done so either. Lichia took out the gourd inside and tossed it to the saintess. She poured out one pill and saw that it was golden with all of the various phenomena contained within. Just smelling it made any pain disappear. A full 9 rotations. She shouted after recognizing its quality. Impossible! No one after the progenitor has been able to do so. The 6 elders shouted. Let me take a look. Panacea wanted to check the pill. His hands were shaking as he accepted it. The 2 brothers inspected the pill and became startled. Panacea was shaking so much that he nearly dropped it. This is the finest grade, the highest level of refinement, Gourdkeeper murmured. 9-form imperial remedy, just like its name, had 9 levels. The higher, the more effective. Panacea considered himself to be a better healing medicine alchemist than even Jade Cure Conqueror. He had gathered materials that were at least 1,000,000 years old for this cauldron. During the process, he reached the 8th level and wanted to take it a step further. He intensified the flames and stability was lost. The 9th level was out of reach for him. On the other hand, Lichia easily refined 9th level pills, not to mention that this was the very limit as well, the finest grade. Chapter 5198. No one from Alchemy Dao had seen pills of this level before. Not to mention regular cultivators, even conquerors and monarchs could only dream of them. The highest quality remedies were only seen back during the era of their progenitor, Heavenly Sage Yuan. I read that the progenitor refined a bottle during immemorial epic war for the emperors and another for Grand Dao War. Both were used up by the injured combatants. Panacea's voice trembled. We are looking at some now. Gourdkeeper was overwhelmed emotionally. The servant took a deep breath after seeing them. This was something usable by him and Apex conquerors. True Bear let out a cry as well. Because of his previous recklessness, he nearly became insane. If he had this pill back then, all complications would have been prevented. Fine, you can have some. Lichia took the gourd and poured some pills into his palm. He then tossed some to the servant and True Bear. The 2 caught the pills and carefully put them away, the opposite of Lichia's carefree toss. They then bowed to show gratitude. Gourdkeeper and Panacea didn't have a problem with this. Although the materials belonged to Alchemy Dao, Lichia had certainly saved their entire sect. Thank you, young noble. We will erect a shrine dedicated in your honor. They and the elders bowed to show respect. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. No need for a shrine, just fulfill your responsibility by training better, that's the best way to repay me. Stop besmirching your progenitor's prestige. Lichia stared at them and said. The old men's face grew hot with embarrassment. This was their first time being looked down upon with regard to alchemy. They were considered the authority of this branch, always teaching others, never being taught until now. Alas, he sounded like a teacher who was disappointed in his incapable students. They had no choice but to nod in agreement. Young noble, could you teach us your peerless pill-making art? Gourdkeeper was familiar with Lichia and shamelessly asked. Lichia glared at him in response. Your progenitor had taught you the heavenly flame control art already. You all failed to recognize her kind intention by doing a terrible job at training. Yes. They all nodded respectfully, not daring to talk back. We are idiots indeed, to miss the legendary technique. Panacea sighed. Not quite idiots, just greedy and short-sighted for focusing on secret laws before mastering the basics. Lichia said. Thank you for your guidance, young noble. Panacea said, we will educate the young disciples better and learn from this ourselves. We will not besmirch Alchemy Dao's reputation. I'm not interested in what you do with the sect. I'm leaving after getting the lotus. Lichia shook his head. What lotus? Panacea didn't understand. Gourdkeeper then explained Lichia's purpose for coming to Alchemy Dao. If it were anyone else, Panacea would have become livid at this outrageous request. Alas, they couldn't refuse Li Qie. We have agreed to give you a flower, young noble. We'll report this to the sect master later. Panacea said after a brief discussion with Gourdkeeper. With that, he ordered someone to fetch a flower. Now with a short break, he sighed and reflected on the death of his disciple. Silly child. He wanted to bury the saint child, but there was virtually nothing left but scattering ashes. A while later, the exalted lotus was taken to Li Qie. This one had blossomed. Its petals resembled pieces of exquisite jade. They were warm to the touch. The pistil exuded a five-colored radiance along with special strands of Tao laws. They resembled heavenly waterfalls and were always changing their shape. There was an indistinct fragrance that required someone to get close. Despite its faint nature, it was unforgettable and could rid someone of their worries. Its purification nature could bring anyone back to the light. A wondrous flower. Li Qie sniffed and commented. Young noble, will you stay at Alchemy Dao for a while? The two ancient ancestors wanted him to stick around. They wanted to learn more techniques from him for the sake of the sect. Unfortunately, he had no intention of staying after obtaining the lotus flower. As he was leaving, warning gongs resounded across the sect. Enemies! Panacea's expression darkened. Rumble! Bright barriers emerged in the air. Alas, the intruders were too fast and made it through the barriers before they were fully formed. Panacea and Gourdkeeper became alarmed and leaped into the air as well. They blocked the way and saw two intruders, one old and one young. The first left behind a fiery trail, looking like the tail of a phoenix. The temperature increased rapidly as space was on the verge of melting. The fiery trail turned out to be an actual tail belonging to a middle-aged man. Chapter 5199. The man's mighty aura pulsed outward across Alchemy Dao. Its heat was unbearable for the disciples despite them being around flames every day. Even ancestors had a hard time withstanding this temperature. This was partly due to his cultivation, but most importantly, he possessed a unique demonic true flame at birth. Dracoflame Sparrow. The Alchemy Dao's ancient ancestors' expression darkened. I apologize for the rude entrance. The middle-aged man said, I reported my visit to your disciples, but due to the long wait, I took it upon myself to enter. Panacea and Gourdkeeper scowled after hearing this. What do you want? Panacea uttered coldly. I am here under my master's order to let you know that the date draws near. If Alchemy Dao has no objection, he will continue to rule. Dracoflame Sparrow said. Gourdkeeper glanced at the youth standing behind him. He was no stranger to the saintess, Odd Flame Pill Monarch. Looks like you got help from Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor. Panacea snorted. This doesn't violate any rule since the Emperor has no sect affiliation. Of course, feel free to challenge my master again, whether it be alchemy or cultivation. Dracoflame was a direct disciple of Suppression Conqueror and had 9 sacred fruits. As for Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor, he was one of the best alchemists right now. Only Jade Cure Conqueror was on the same level. Of course, most preferred to ask her for help because her pills were orthodox and gentle. On the other hand, his pills were certainly effective, but not without side effects. Don't forget that he is in Divine Alliance. Gourdkeeper said. He is first a member of 100 Dao. Plus, Divine Alliance is not an actual sect. Dracoflame smiled. Mere sophistry. Panacea responded. It is the truth, which is why you accepted defeat and my master became the ruler of the city. He is reasonable and obeys the rule. Everyone knows this. Thus, no need to bring this up again, Monarch. Dracoflame said. The only reason why they didn't accept Suppression Conqueror was due to his not being from the main branch. Nonetheless, he did not usurp the throne and followed all the ancestral rules. I am here today just to ask whether Alchemy Dao will rescind your claim or otherwise. He went on. Humph. Don't even think about it. His term is over. He needs to leave the city. Panacea said. Then Alchemy Dao will have to defeat my master. Which do you pick? Dracoflame asked. Pill Dao then. Panacea exchanged glances with Gourdkeeper for a second before deciding. Who will the challenger be? You or the conqueror? Dracoflame inquired. Our conqueror will take part. Panacea said. I heard that she is not currently in Alchemy Dao or Imperial Alliance. Dracoflame smiled. Don't worry about our business. She will be there at the designated hour. Gourdkeeper said. Perfect. My master will be waiting. Now, I must leave to go inform Chelan Manor and Iron Tree. Dracoflame said. I suggest that you stop trying to take over Imperial Attendant. Gourdkeeper said. No, we are a part of Imperial Attendant and only wish to contribute. Dracoflame said. Is that so? I can see Suppression's ambition already, pointing his sword at Imperial Alliance. Panacea said. I do not dare to comment on this matter. Dracoflame shook his head. As Dracoflame was leaving with Oddflame, the latter noticed another group. It's you! Oddflame shouted. Dracoflame stared intensely at Lichia. Sparks appeared in his eyes. Sir, you killed the 6 gods back in Immortal's Peak? He asked. Probably. Lichia stopped and yawned. Looks like you weren't just a passerby. Dracoflame said while still trying to analyze Lichia. Senior, kill him. Oddflame said, confident of his backer. I spared you once yet you court death? Lichia smiled and ordered Truebear. Kill him. Rah! Truebear rushed straight for the youth. Protect me, Senior. He immediately hid behind Dracoflame. Halt! Dracoflame waved his hand and released a cauldron with a divine inferno toward the bear. The servant behind Lichia instantly retaliated and easily suppressed the cauldron, destroying the inferno within and forcing Dracoflame back. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Ah! Oddflame couldn't run and fought back to no avail against the mighty beast. My master knows sword See Dao Lord, Divine Alliance will destroy you if you. Oddflame was scared out of his mind once the bear opened its jaw. Crack! The bear didn't care for the threat and ate him alive. Dracoflame could only watch because the servant was ready to stop him. You are cruel for letting your beast run amok. Dracoflame told Lichia. So what? Lichia said casually. Your master is Suppression Conqueror, correct? That's right. Dracoflame didn't dare to underestimate Lichia. Tell him to get out of Imperial Attendant City, or I will stomp him to death. Lichia said. You! Dracoflame's expression became ugly. Chapter 5200. Dracoflame took a deep breath and maintained his composure while still analyzing Lichia and the servant. As a dragon lord with 9 sacred fruits, his vision was impeccable. After traveling with his master, he met numerous big shots but Lichia seemed different. This person resembled an ordinary youth but his servant was unfathomable. Dracoflame knew that he stood no chance against the old man after the first exchange. He wasn't afraid of the bear but this creature was rather powerful. It frustrated him not being able to see through Lichia. Why did such an ordinary man have these capable servants? May I ask where are you from and what is your grievance with my master? I can deliver your message to him. Dracoflame said, capable of being flexible in adversarial times. I have no grievances with your master but he is not qualified to lead Imperial Attendant and needs to scram. Lichia smiled. 100 Dao is a part of Imperial Attendant. We have contributed meritoriously, and my master is in charge in accordance with the rules. Dracoflame said, no matter the angle, my master is qualified to rule. His dominion is recognized by the various powers of the city. You speak well but it is useless with me since I am the laws. I won't make it difficult and keep you here. Go, tell your master. Lichia waved his hand. Dracoflame didn't know what to do before this arrogant man. Keep in mind that 100 Dao was the defining power in Imperial Attendant currently, and his master was a being nearly on the same level as Sword Queen or All Things Dao Lord. They couldn't tell him to scram as if they were clear superiors. This was insulting enough to warrant a fight to the death. Nonetheless, Dracoflame took a deep breath and said, I will send the message but just know that you are out of line. My master will surpass everyone. Just an insect. I am showing mercy out of consideration for the ancestors of 100 Dao, hence giving him time to scram. Lichia answered. You! Dracoflame had to restrain himself again. Fine, I will leave now but my master does not respond well to threats. Visit Imperial Attendant if you wish, he will be waiting. How interesting. Let him know that he should prepare a coffin before my arrival. Li Qie smiled. Listeners couldn't believe it. Everyone knew the might of Suppression Conqueror. The ancient ancestors of Qilin Manor, Iron Tree, and Alchemy Dao couldn't take him down while Li Qie spoke as if this was no big deal. Sir, we'll be awaiting your arrival. Dracoflame quelled the internal fury and bowed. Good. I can see that you're talented, so I will spare you once in the future. Li Qie nodded. Dracoflame had never been treated like an ant before. The guy spoke as if he could crush Dracoflame on a whim. This feeling of being treated with utter contempt infuriated him. Nonetheless, he knew that as long as the old servant was around, there was nothing he could do to Li Qie. I appreciate your kind intention. Dracoflame bowed again and left with haste. Young noble, are you going to Imperial Attendant to take down Suppression? Gourdkeeper became excited because with Li Qie's help, their chance of victory would soar. I will, but not right now. Li Qie said. Let's pick a time then. We'll tell the geezer to bring Resplendent Array before launching an assault. Gourdkeeper suggested. No need. Li Qie shook his head. The group became disappointed after hearing his refusal. They wanted to keep him around, but he was already leaving with his followers. They tagged along until they were outside of Alchemy Dao. They waved in his direction and shouted, "Please come visit us when you have time." Saintess Xiao Yao, in particular, stared in his direction for a long while even though he was no longer in sight. She wanted to say goodbye, but since the seniors were around, she didn't get the chance to be alone with him. Moreover, she didn't have the courage. She felt especially disappointed because she didn't know when the next meeting would be. She thought about chasing after him just to say goodbye or just to take another glance at him. Alas, he had disappeared into the horizon. He is something else. Panacea said, no matter how strong we are, we will only be able to watch his back. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded. Theft is never good, try looking at. He gently patted her head and said, silly girl, your responsibility is to develop Alchemy Dao back to its golden age. Don't think about anything else. Senior uncle, I don't know what you're talking about. She turned red and wanted to hide in a hole. I'm not blind. He sighed. I'm afraid you're not qualified to stay by his side. Look at his followers, I can't even detect their cultivation. He might not even accept you as servant, poor girl. Senior uncle. The embarrassed girl ran back to the sect, not wanting to stick around. Chapter 5201. Li Qie returned to the old man's courtyard. True Bear lay down on the steps outside and the old servant stood by the corner. Li Qie opened the door and placed the exalted lotus into the pond. Tiny laws pulsed from the flowers and took root in the pond, forming rhythmic ripples as a result. The ripples seemed to be forming the image of the corpse that had been buried. It started showing signs of life with the soul returning. Nonetheless, this wasn't an instant process. A seal in front of the chest gradually melted into every inch of the corpse, seemingly recreating the physical essence. Previously, the seal was the only thing holding a silver of life back. It could last for an eternity, but now, it was returning life back to the corpse. This was akin to a seed receiving enough water and sunlight. Although the original plant was dead, it could always grow again under the right circumstances. This was the reason why Li Qie left the seal behind in the past. Meanwhile, the exalted lotus instilled its own effect into the pond. Pop, pop, pop. Only top cultivators could sense this delicate addition. 3,000 worlds filled with life seemed to be opening with the lotus and changed the courtyard. Not a bad smell. Ominous energy is being chased away. The old man who was relaxing on his chair took a sniff. If you want, I can sprinkle this essence on your corpse and bury it deep down. In my opinion, it'll be preserved and smell good for years to come. No thanks. Save it for yourself. The old man became annoyed. I won't have the opportunity because when I die, I don't think there will be a speck of dust left. Li Qie said. Not dying from old age, only villains. The old man opened his eyes and said, that's the right description for you. Li Qie said. No, only 3 are suitable with this description. You, him, and the villainous heaven. The old man said. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. I can't say that you're wrong. Seems like the 3 of us have been cursed quite a bit by others. Lichia thought about it before nodding. You're pitiful. The old man smiled. You know what you are doing, but how many give a damn? Most are afraid of you, some revile and despise you. A savior who blew himself up. You get nothing for your sacrifice. Don't pity me. I'm only doing it for myself. Buddha and the Tao, all I seek is the Tao. If I become the Buddha, that's merely ancillary. Plus, I've never claimed to be the savior. Those who do usually destroy their own world eventually. Lichia stared at the old man. Believe what you want. The old man responded, even if you were to eliminate the villainous heaven, the inhabitants of the world will fear you instead. The same way everyone fears the villainous heaven now, that's fine. Lichia chuckled. In a way, the villainous heaven is pitiful as well. Standing at the apex for countless epochs now, understood by no one. The old man nodded. Really now? Lichia looked up at the endless azure, thinking about an eternal existence that has been watching the myriad worlds. Suddenly, a ship appeared above Imperial Attendant City, looking like a colossal fortress. What is that? The inhabitants beneath became startled. See Conk. An expert recognized it right away. No, it's Tang's Emporium now. A big shot from the last generation said. Back in the courtyard, Lichia also looked up at the ship. See Conk was its old title. Boss Tang bought it and changed its name. An ancestor commented. Tang's Emporium? What a strange name for a ship. A youth said. Boss Tang has an eccentric personality. A senior shook his head. Rumble. 13 bejeweled thrones appeared and floated in an arc in front of the ship. The auction shall commence in 3 days. A lazy-sounding voice came from the ship. Another auction? This started an uproar throughout the city. Boss Tang is starting an auction soon. This news spread swiftly across all 4 alliances, Lesser Firmament, Azure Peak, and Pure Land. I've been waiting a long time for this, more than 10,000 years now. One powerful cultivator said. Meanwhile, great existences in these powers stood up and opened their eyes. The greatest merchant is on the move again. What will be the prize? An apex existence woke up from her slumber and murmured. We must have one of the thrones. Everyone focused on the 13 thrones. Chapter 5202. Boss Tang was a unique existence in a world reigned by conquerors and Tao lords. Sovereigns and dragon lords were also everywhere, along with the occasional sightings of gods. They were the rulers of this world. Merchants shouldn't be uttered in the same breath. However, Boss Tang always commanded attention. This included the most brilliant emperors and conquerors. He operated a particular shop that might only be open for business even 10,000 years or so. It became the wake-up call for many slumbering existences. The merchandise consisted of highly coveted treasures meant for top cultivators. Joining the auction alone required tremendous power and resources. There were 13 thrones outside of the ship, meaning that only 13 powers and individuals were eligible to enter. Despite the renowned prestige of the auction, people knew very little about Boss Tang. Rumor has it that he came from 8 Desolaces. Others said that he has been around since time immemorial. A particular belief stated that Boss Tang was actually an organization, not a singular man. Some top conquerors had tried to find his origin before but came up with nothing. He was enigmatic, arrogant, and inscrutable. He never held back, always acting true to his desire regardless of the opponent. This attitude was made possible due to his frightening power. This was why no one dared to rob him despite his wealth. Both the old man and Lichia sniffed the air. Smells familiar. The old man said. It's there. Lichia smiled but was in no hurry to make a move. Boss Tang, what do you have for the auction this time? A cheerless voice resounded from the sky, piercing through heavens and earth like a sword. Everyone felt as if they were being suppressed by an ultimate sword user, finding it hard to catch their breath. Sword Sea Tao Lord. They all became startled. He was one of the few entities capable of changing the future direction of the upper continents after taking over Principal Conqueror's position in Divine Alliance. A sea creature from 8 Desolaces actually managing to become the leader of Divine Alliance was shocking. This was a testament to his ability. 4 decent items this time. Boss Tang leisurely responded. Heaven Reckon, Dream Immortal Order, and a reincarnation 9 leaves. He elaborated. The names of these 3 treasures shocked listeners. Dream Immortal Order. One is still around. An ancient ancestor stood up and became overwhelmed with excitement. Where did he get one? A conqueror felt the same way since this treasure was thought to be extinct. Heaven reckon. I think I've heard about it before. A legendary ruler. An ancient god found this title familiar. It is deeply connected to Buddhism. Someone else remembered its origin and took a deep breath. However, the oldest emperors and Tao lords were only interested in the 3rd item. Reincarnation 9 leaves. A chance to live again, perhaps. An ancient emperor's eyes pulsed with an intimidating light. Any emperor at this point was near the end of their lifespan. They had consumed countless longevity plants in the past and couldn't delay the inevitable. However, this item was one of the rare exceptions. If they could somehow use it and achieve reincarnation, they would be able to live another life. This novel is available on poread.com. I thought there was only one left. A big shot asked his friend who was a king. As far as I know, Azure Peak has it. The king responded. Where did Boss Tang get another then? Everyone became curious. This alchemy plant's value was beyond words. Only one was known to exist and Azure Peak didn't let anyone get close. The 4 alliances will compete for it since they can recruit an apex emperor with it. The big shot said. It's no different for the Immortal Order since everyone can use it. When was the last time one showed up? Entering the dream realm will change one's destiny. The friend said. What about the 4th treasure? Someone else noticed that Boss Tang had only listed 3 things. 1. Chapter 1903. Chapter 5203. The 4th is at the immortal level, the best, and shall be saved for last. The price will be sky high, so prepare well. Boss Tang's voice came from the ship again. Everyone already knew that all of his treasures were special. Ordinary imperial treasures were meaningless in his eyes. Just the first 3 treasures were shockingly tempting to top cultivators. However, the last one seemed to be on an entirely different level. An immortal treasure in this world? A dragon lord questioned the statement. Even though there are no immortals, it can still be considered to be at the immortal level. Boss Tang said confidently and left no room for question. What exactly is it? A domineering voice came from Imperial Attendant City, sounding as if it could be coming from a true dragon. Suppression Conqueror. Many recognized this voice. An immortal treasure. Boss Tang responded without adding any new information. Even if it's not one, it's still incredible. Everyone understood how special it was after hearing the firm response. They all speculated about what it could be. Divine Alliance shall participate. A sword soared across the air and pinned down one of the thrones, not allowing anyone to get close. Sword Si Dao Lord himself had taken action. Imperial Alliance shall participate. A rune crossed through the dimension and imprinted the word Imperial on a different throne. Heaven Alliance. Next came a devastating lightning bolt to mark another throne. Its power was oppressive and intimidating. So will Dao Alliance. This voice had a draconic affinity. A vast, auspicious Dao billowed and added the symbol of Dao Alliance to the 4th throne. Explore the extended edition on poread.com. The 4 alliances are in. No one dared to compete with these 4 powers. I should be a good host. Count me in. The domineering voice from Imperial Attendant City resounded. Boom! A rune with the character suppression took the 5th spot. I shall join as well. The sky suddenly turned dark and nether gales took over, creating dust storms everywhere. The city beneath became assaulted by a ghastly energy. Countless black skulls manifested into reality and scared the hell out of everyone. They thought that another powerful cultivator was coming to claim one of the thrones. However, a black banner coiled around the gigantic ship. I'll take all the treasures. A mighty dual-horned ghost appeared and wanted to drag the ship away. Ghost Tyrant Banner. He was a notorious dragon lord that had refined a kingdom into his banner, turning the victims into a specter army. This cultivator believed in his power and wanted to capture the entire ship. However, sharp rays came from within and cut through the banner. Shit! The ghost became alarmed. His banner had been refined and empowered by countless souls, capable of refining anything trapped within. Alas, it was easily cut through by the rays. This prompted him to flee right away, abandoning the disintegrating banner. Creak! As he was running, a cannon on the ship aimed in his direction and shot out a blinding beam. It pierced through space and time, making escaping an impossibility. The ghost knew this, so he turned around, summoning all of his treasures and utilizing his merit laws. A ghost domain emerged, wanting to block the beam. Boom! The mighty domain exploded into nothingness while the beam pierced through his chest, causing him to fall from the sky. Leave! He roared during the crisis and made his sacred fruits leave with his true fate. In the next moment, a second beam obliterated his head and a third beam destroyed the fruits along with the true fate. Ah! He let out his last cry before the corpse hit the ground. The crowd became silent as they watched a powerful dragon lord being taken down after 3 shots. No wonder why people didn't try to rob Tang's emporium in the past. One expert shuddered. I welcome these attempts since it's been a while since I've last killed. I do miss it. Boss Tang spoke, not afraid of anyone in the upper continents. Chapter 5204. The sudden ambush from the ghost only served as an interlude. The other apex cultivators didn't bother because they understood that the greatest merchant in the world was not one to be trifled with. Haha, didn't this belong to you? The old man in the courtyard said without opening his eyes. Lichie smiled while looking at the ship once known as Sea Conch. He had refined it numerous times and turned it into an incredible artifact. Why did the brat have it now? Boom! Deeper into Dao Alliance, a sun rose and illuminated all directions. Next came a loud blast, resulting in the mark of a sun on one of the thrones. Azure School, 1 spot. An imposing voice said, What? Why aren't they with Dao Alliance? Some listeners became confused. Azure School is rising thanks to Shao Qing Tian, an ancient ancestor. Do they want to rule Dao Alliance again? I don't see why not. A big shot from Dao Alliance whispered. Dao Alliance was started by Illumination Conqueror. It's just that emperors from 8 Desolaces have taken over. There was a hint of indignation in his voice. Yes, if we were back in our golden age under Illumination Conqueror, Heaven and Divine Alliance wouldn't dare to be so arrogant now. We would massacre the race. A dragon lord from Dao Alliance agreed. Dao Alliance was currently under the leadership of All Things Dao Lord. However, he wasn't its founder. In a distant era, Illumination Conqueror fought the alliances alone before eventually forming Dao Alliance with allies who shared the same ideology. Dao Alliance was immensely strong and forced the race back. However, the Conqueror suddenly left Dao Alliance and started Azure School. Nonetheless, Azure School remained an ally of Dao Alliance. It had led Dao Alliance for some generations as well. No one understood why Illumination Conqueror left during Dao Alliance's golden age. According to the legend, the Conqueror's final phrase before leaving was, "The majority of you have forgotten your aspiration." Because of this, most speculated that the Conqueror quarreled with the other members, resulting in the separation. Today, Dao Alliance already had a spot. Why did Azure School take one as well? Wouldn't this be going against All Things Dao Lord? Of course, others didn't dare to comment on this sensitive matter. Amitabha. A Buddhist light appeared in the distant Pure Land. It crossed through the realms and pulsed on top of a throne. Pure Land is in too. Someone commented. This was another power comparable to the 4 alliances. Apex conquerors didn't dare to be arrogant there. It didn't take long before more than half of the spots were taken. No one dared to compete with these behemoths either. You're not joining the fun? The old man asked with a smile. I would just take them if I actually care. Li Chie shook his head. To access the premium content, go to. Always so shameless. The old man said. At least I have more grace than you thieves. Li Chie commented before adding, I'll go outside for a bit. You best hurry and take the coffin out. It's occupying my grave. The old man reminded. Of course, how can I do something so wretched? I'm just borrowing your grave for a bit. Li Chie said. The old man was helpless, or this would have been prevented from the start. He could only watch Li Chie take over his spot. Creak. Li Chie opened the door and saw a youth standing outside. True Bear was standing up and showed his fangs, ready to bite the youth at any moment. As for the old servant, he remained in the corner and didn't pay attention. When he saw Li Qie, he finally made a move and appeared behind Li Qie. True Bear ran over as well, still looking aggressive. The youth was surprised to see this scene and scanned the three cultivators. This group of trio didn't make sense. Dao brother, I apologize for coming unannounced. He bowed toward Li Qie and said. Although he dressed plainly, this exceptionally handsome youth had eyes like stars and other impeccable features. His aura was strong as well, looking like a towering mountain. Nothing could get through him. A barrier of the cosmos. Impressive. Li Qie nodded approvingly. I forgot to introduce myself. How rude of me. My name is Li Zhitian. I arrived in the city just now and noticed the phenomena here, hence my unwelcome visit. I didn't expect the door to be locked either. The youth said. Li Qie didn't react to the name. The same couldn't be said for others since they would instantly become shocked and perhaps lost in admiration. He came from Imperial clan and was one of the three grand geniuses of the upper continents. Imperial was a pillar of heaven alliance, created by Crimson Emperor. Later on, it had notable figures such as Titanic Conqueror. Crimson Emperor was one of the premier leaders of Celestial Court, leading the race during immemorial epic war. Titanic Conqueror was impressive as well, defeating Dao Alliance in the upper continents and even attacking Immortal Dao City in the Immortal Continent. Now, Li Zhitian was rumored as a genius capable of following in their footsteps. In spite of his age, he already possessed 12 sacred fruits, completely overshadowing his peers. I'm a guest as well. Li Qie smiled. Li Zhitian cupped his fist and said, I cannot imagine the wondrous affinities contained in those phenomena. May I ask who is staying in this courtyard? When he first came, he saw the mighty bear, which was surprising enough. However, he couldn't even push the door open. Something more startling. Chapter 5205. Li Zhitian was awfully excited to see the door opening, thinking that he would be able to see the master of the courtyard. He didn't expect to see someone so average like Li Qie. However, the bear and the old man were clearly his followers. He could see the power of the bear. Why would such a powerful creature act like a pet? As for the old man, this person remained elusive but most likely stronger than him. In that case, his master must be even more frightening. Therefore, it was strange because he could tell that Li Qie's cultivation was just average, completely insignificant when compared to his own. This made him more curious because he hasn't seen anyone like Li Qie, whether it be in the upper continents or the immortal continent. The apex conquerors and emperors were nothing like him. Just a dead man, no point seeing him. Li Qie said with a smile. He didn't know how to respond and glanced at the courtyard again. There was no sign of death energy. He assumed that Li Qie merely joked and smiled wryly. The phenomena were amazing. There are many amazing things in this world. Li Qie responded. He bowed slightly and asked, I've just arrived and am unfamiliar with Imperial attendant. Would you like to have a drink and chat about the people and customs of the city? I'm just a passerby as well, just as unfamiliar as yourself. Li Qie shook his head. I see. He knew how to react accordingly, so he bowed again and said, I apologize for the impolite intrusion. I'm sure Imperial Clan and Crimson Emperor are happy to have a descendant like you. Li Qie said. Do you know my ancestor? He became startled. Who doesn't know the Grand Emperor with 12 wills? Li Qie smiled. I am only a firefly compared to his greatness. He humbly responded. However, he stopped there because Crimson Emperor was a general against the people. It would be rude to praise Crimson Emperor when speaking to a member of the people. Knowing oneself is a commendable virtue. Li Qie smiled. I will take my leave now, Dao brother. If you have free time in the future, I would like to invite you for a drink. It would be my honor. He asked again. Of course. Li Qie glanced at the youth again and agreed. Boom! At this time, another beam rushed to the sky and illuminated the two continents. No one could resist feeling a sense of awe while thinking that a supreme existence was appearing. Pop! A rune flew out of the beam and instantly imprinted itself onto one of the thrones. Azure Peak. Everyone recognized the new rune. Azure Ancestor is returning as well? Everyone shuddered after seeing this. Azure Ancestor. Li Zhitian became startled as well. The great ancestor created this power as a home for the sky spirits. No one dared to refuse when she took over this territory. Both the race and the people were not allowed to enter. It survived numerous great wars, a testament to her power. However, it has been silent for a long time until this auction. Was this a sign of its return? Clank! People didn't have time to think before they heard a loud clank. A murderous strand of energy manifested into reality and frightened everyone. They felt as if their forehead had just been pierced. This energy crossed through the world and pinned one of the thrones, causing all the top cultivators to become serious. Cleansing Incense Dynasty. A dragon lord took a deep breath. Why now? Will it ask for Imperial Alliance's authority back? A big shot murmured. Cleansing Incense was a title capable of making others tremble. Azure School was an impressive sect, but it was only a newly risen star compared to Cleansing Incense. It was unstoppable during Grand Dao and Imperial War. The legendary spear known as Emperor's Demise put an end to numerous emperors and monarchs from the race. Though Celestial Court was unbeatable during that period, Cleansing Incense didn't relent for a second. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Since it suffered grievous losses during Grand Dao War, Heaven and Divine Alliance were able to breathe. Nonetheless, its prestige still remained today. I don't have a problem with Cleansing Incense taking over Imperial Alliance again. After all, Genesis Conqueror founded Imperial Alliance. An ancient ancestor said, Genesis Conqueror was a special existence for diverging the path of cultivation. At first, everyone knew that conquerors could and should aim for 12 Dao fruits. This was no longer the case afterwards, since she showed that even just one fruit was enough to reach the truths of anima. Of course, exceptions existed before this due to those possessing one primordial Dao fruit. She pioneered a path allowing regular Dao fruits to obtain anima as well. Because of this, others gave her the title of Genesis. I don't know. A big shot from Imperial Alliance said, I don't think Cleansing Incense Dynasty will try. If it cared about authority, it would have done this long ago. This is most likely due to one of the treasures. Chapter 5206. No one had a problem with Azure Peak and Cleansing Incense taking over 2 spots. Even after all 13 thrones were filled, they wouldn't dare to compete with these powers. This was especially true for Cleansing Incense due to its murderous intent. Just this alone intimidated everyone. Although the dynasty was far removed from its golden age, challenging it was awfully unwise. The mythical dynasty is here too. That immortal item is truly tempting. Li Zhitian commented emotionally. He regained his wits and bid goodbye to Li Chia. Dao brother, I have something to attend to. Goodbye. After the youth left, Li Chia glanced at the murderous intent and sighed. Cleansing Incense, not bad at all. Let's go take a look at Imperial Gate. Having said that, he smiled and said, this could either be a comment to himself or to his followers. Imperial Gate once reigned Imperial Attendant City. Now, it had lost its role to Suppression Conqueror. Of course, its decline meant nothing to Li Chia since it held a special position in his heart. The group crossed through the main streets and saw how lively the city was. Big shots have arrived, so Dragon Lords could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, even conquerors, Dao Lords, and ancient emperors were spotted. Of course, they didn't announce their arrival yet. Some were here to watch the fun show, not qualified to participate in the grand auction. Li Chia didn't care for most until he came across a traveling cultivator with a muscular frame. He resembled a high mountain with bushy eyebrows and thick, messy hair. He limped with the help of a wooden stick and held a broken bowl. He carried a dirty backpack and still gave off an extraordinary presence amidst the hustle and bustle. Li Chia smiled and followed him, who seemed to not know anything about the surrounding vibrant world, as if he was a walking corpse. The middle-aged man stopped in a corner and looked around in a daze before sitting down. He placed his bowl on the ground and hugged his knees with both hands, trying to avoid the sunlight. Nonetheless, he extended his legs, and due to these worn-out shoes, his toes were exposed to the sunlight. A passerby saw his pitiful state and tossed him some coins. However, the seemingly homeless man returned them. A while later, someone else placed a few buns into the bowl. The man seemed excited as he picked up the buns and started chomping down. It appeared that everything in the world, whether it be mortal pleasures or immeasurable wealth, couldn't match up to these buns. They were meaningless to him: dominion over the world, riches rivaling nations' treasuries, or even the unreachable immortality. Li Qie sat down next to him and said, "Give me one too, haha." The man stared at the buns and eventually decided to give Li Qie a new one from the bowl. Li Qie took his time eating. The man did the same. It was as if the buns were endless. The former stared at his half-eaten bun and commented, "Nothing more to life yet death won't approach, how agonizing." MMM. The man paused for a moment before nodding. "But do you know what is even worse?" Li Qie took another bite and said earnestly, "Being able to die yet compelled to live despite knowing the pain all too well. The torment of having to face pain directly without numbing oneself." The man finally turned to look at Li Qie. Although he was covered in dirt, his sculpted features remained. He must have stolen many hearts during his youth. That is life. His voice was coarse yet charismatic. Indeed, but the brilliance of existence does not lie in the world but rather the self. Li Qie smiled. A solitary dance. The man paused for a moment before replying. The Grand Tao is a solitary journey. Dancing alone can be brilliant as well. After all, who can accompany and dance with you forever? Only mortals have this privilege when their lives only last for decades. Li Qie said. I suppose there are worse things than dancing alone. The man said. Everyone is afraid of ghosts. Li Qie continued. But if ghosts exist in the mortal world, the number of ghosts harming people is probably fewer than the number of people who harm others. The human heart is more terrifying than anything. The man focused on eating again, albeit at a slower pace. I have a bun that I cherish dearly, but it ends up at someone else's house. It's rather heart-wrenching. Should I just eat it? Li Qie asked. The man froze for a second before staring at Li Qie. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. Does that make me a monster? Li Qie chuckled. Being betrayed is a deeply painful experience, enough to make someone go crazy and do foolish things. It is a monstrous act. The man agreed. It is not worth caring about a bun that is willing to inflict so much pain and distress. Suffering for unworthy people and things. Now that's foolish. Li Qie said softly. True. The man said quietly. So this isn't the most agonizing experience since logically, it shouldn't affect someone that much. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 5207. The man's eyes had a bit more color after talking to Li Qie. Burying a lover is worse than being betrayed. Li Qie said. Being betrayed meant that the love was unworthy in the first place. No need to mourn. The loss of true love can bring a man down. Yes. The man pondered before nodding his head. Now let's take it up another level. The feeling of helplessness despite possessing the ability to prevent it. Li Qie smiled. Elaborate. The man stared at Li Qie. Death is horrifying. A lover's death is even worse. However, what if you have the ability to revive her? Li Qie said. Revive her. The man repeated. If someone has this ability, they do not deserve the love. Li Qie said. Why is that? The man asked. You wouldn't be seeing the bun anymore. As Li Qie was speaking, he stuffed the remaining bun into his mouth. After he finished chewing, he elaborated. You would have eaten her long ago since you wouldn't have been yourself. Now, as you move forward, you will continue to suffer. Betrayal is only a ripple in comparison. The man took his time before answering. You are right, but everyone has their own trauma, a heart demon that can't be overcome. That's not surprising. The favorite son of the heaven is blessed. Even when you lose it all, you'll start from the same place as everyone else. Li Qie smiled. Blessed, you say? The man sighed and looked at the sky. Is the Tao truly that lonely? He eventually asked. That depends on how far you can go and what you are searching for. For example, a rich mortal will think that everyone is drawn to their wealth. An authoritative figure will share the same belief. It's just a matter of perception since the only constant is the human heart. If someone is with you not for wealth or power, they are definitely principled, destined to go farther than others. But ultimately, the end path seems lonely for them as well. Li Qie said. Why can't two walk together? The man asked. It's not impossible. Li Qie said. You might be able to find a companion along the way. Alas, the path is endless, so even the slightest difference, no matter how insignificant, will lead to a divergence spanning thousands of miles. People come for resources and power. Li said, "It is what it is. Don't place too much hope in people, but if you want to do so, you must uphold your Tao heart first." "My Tao heart," he said softly. "If you want to protect for love, then do it. As for what the lover does, that's her problem. For example, if you like an insect and wish to protect it, you shouldn't impose on what it does." Li said, "A lover is different from an insect." The man shook his head. When your Tao heart reaches a level capable of reaching the apex, your lover, your world, and everything else are no different from insects. You should only do what you want to do or what you believe you should do. Your heart is unaffected by anything else. Li said. "Sounds pointless." The man disagreed. "It's a fallacy for arrogant emperors and cultivators." Li said, "If you protect others but expect them to praise and repay you, then your original intention is not protection, it is merely seeking affirmation, a matter of ego. When you protect for the sake of protecting, praises and insults no longer matter. They are nothing and you can do as you wish. This includes ignoring them." "The way you put it, it sounds like my Tao heart is not firm enough." The man smiled wryly while his eyes sparkled with a hint of pain. "Pain starts with perception and emotion. Because you love, you also suffer. If you grow numb enough, you won't be able to perceive pain to a certain extent." Li looked into his eyes. "That I understand. Numbness is the only coping mechanism for certain experiences." The man nodded. "There is a limit to this. How long can one remain numb?" Li said. "When they lose it all, as you said earlier." The man said. "It is clear that nothing can be preserved forever. What must one do at this realization?" Li asked. "I don't know." The man sighed. "There are two choices to make then, either face it directly and try to endure or fall, whether it be through numbness or self-destruction. Which will you pick?" Li asked. The man didn't answer and stared at the bun in his hand. Li took another bun out of the broken bowl and ate slowly. After one bite he said, "The heart can't be understood so easily. Now, there are people who would throw you a bun or a few coins, but if your bowl is filled with coins and buns, these same people would ask you for help or express disgust." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Is it because they have changed?" "No, they're still them. It's just that good or evil, love or hatred, it all arises from a single thought, a reflection of the human heart at that point in time." The man looked up in the sky and pondered carefully. The fallen ones certainly loved the world once. Some had protected it. Those who have loved you can stop loving you, and those who hate you now may have loved you at one point. Li said. "Or love something else." The man said. "Again, a fallacy of self-righteous people." Li couldn't help but laugh. "Why do people think that love must be selfless or an act of sacrifice? Can a wealthy man not receive true love? Only a beggar can? No, love is conditional. Why would someone insist on loving a penniless lad? Would you love a woman who is unbelievably ugly? That is the mind of the common people." The man smiled wryly. "Does a powerful cultivator transcend this belief?" "No, their heart is the same. They pick incredible merit laws over ordinary ones. They prefer the strongest weapons instead of tree branches. When you stand at the apex, would you pick an epic weapon or a branch?" Li asked. "Everyone would pick the epic weapon." The man said. "Is that right? Those at the apex will still pick the most ordinary choices. Why fault the insects who would also do the same? Accept it, for this is a fact of life." Li smiled. "Sir, seems like I was mistaken. I've tried to enlighten others without first enlightening myself." The man sighed. "Yes, reflect on yourself first to improve your Tao heart. This will enable you to go further." Li said. "Myself." The man glanced at the sky again. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. Chapter 5208. Sir, have you ever been betrayed? After a long while, the man asked Li kill or let it be. These are mere actions one can take, unrelated to the Tao heart. Li said. I am still affected, cannot bear to kill. The man said. Then ignore it. To have loved is enough. Although I did present kill as a choice, perhaps it is not the right choice. Lichie said. I once thought that love was unbreakable. The man sighed. Unbreakable? When the Tao heart can be broken, everything else can break as well. Lichie said. The man froze for a second before bowing. You're right. My own Tao heart is not unbreakable. I can't expect anything else to be unbreakable. It is inherently difficult. To reach this level means being indestructible. Not even death can break it because then, death is only death, nothing more. Lichie responded. I understand. The man said. This is the price to pay for being the heaven's favorite. You must endure tribulations to justify the initial favor. Lichie said with a smile. Right, but who can refuse the blessing? The man said. If your wish does not align with the heavens, then tribulations and hardship will take you down. Lichie continued. Search tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Yes, having too much and losing them all, unbearable because of overwhelming desires. The man nodded. We can keep it simple. You only need one pursuit for the Tao. Lichie smiled. And what is yours? The man asked. An answer. Lichie glanced at the sky. You're willing to abandon everything else for this answer? The man asked again. Anything relating to the answer is my own doing. The rest has nothing to do with me. Lichie said. I understand. The man bowed again. Good. Lichie stood up and started walking away while still speaking. There is a price for wealth and power. Your price has been insignificant compared to what you have been given. With that, he disappeared into the crowd. The man's eyes gradually became lucid again and colors returned to the world. I have walked and enjoyed the mortal world more than enough. He glanced at the sky with a focused expression while murmuring. Endless riches or not, I am still blazing. With that, he vanished into the crowd. As Lichie walked toward Imperial Gate, bright lights appeared outside again from the various powers including Alchemy Tao, Qilin Manor, and Iron Tree. The lights gathered together to form the character of Imperial. It imprinted itself into one of the thrones. Its power and divinity couldn't compare to the marks of the other participants. Imperial Attendant, 1 spot. Resplendent Monarch of Qilin Manor declared. Some big shots became confused because Suppression Conqueror had already taken up 1 spot. Was this a challenge to him? Looks like we got a show. Both the city's members and outsiders understood that something was going on. I'm taking 1 as well. A faint voice sounded and suddenly, something swept the entire world up. Cultivators became afraid since they lost control as well. Fortunately, this only lasted for a split second. Boom! A mark resembling an ear could be seen on one of the remaining thrones. Immensity Conqueror. Everyone recognized the mark. He's back. Another conqueror shuddered after seeing it. The big shots from the 4 alliances didn't underestimate him either. He was a legend just like Principal Conqueror, perhaps even 1 level higher. He was talented enough that no one doubted his success. Sure enough, he became a conqueror at a young age. For some strange reason, his cultivation stagnated for 100,000 years or so. Even his descendants started surpassing him. At this mark, his cultivation suddenly soared again, allowing him to obtain 11 Tao fruits in one go. This legend didn't join any of the alliances, but this didn't affect his status in the upper continents. Leave me 1 spot. An existence woke up from a deep slumber. His voice came from a distant valley. Oh, still alive. Lichie stopped and smiled after hearing this voice. Zzz. A wisp of flame appeared on one throne and left its mark. Who is that? This mark was unfamiliar to most spectators in the city. An ancient immortal emperor, Yao Zhu. One conqueror revealed and startled everyone. This old geezer is still alive? A mighty existence up in the clouds found this surprising. Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu. Listeners repeated his title in astonishment. This was another legendary figure, a predecessor of heavenly sage Yuan. Not only was his alchemy peerless, so was his cultivation. Ancient emperors and even celestial courts sought his aid. Alas, he was too arrogant to care for any of them. Rumor has it that he was either killed during the calamity or died a normal death. Today, his appearance shocked everyone. He's here for the 9 leaves. A big shot in the sky understood. These unbeatable big shots knew that his lifespan was coming to an end. He had consumed the finest grade longevity pills, so they were useless to him now. Living a borrowed life. How meaningless. Lichia glanced in the direction of the valley and shook his head. Chapter 5209. The 4 Grand Alliances, Pure Land, Azure Peak, Cleansing Incense Dynasty, Azure School, Suppression Conqueror, Immensity Conqueror, Imperial Attendant represented by Alchemy Dao and the others, and Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu took up 12 spots, leaving 1 behind. All eyes were on the remaining throne. Although many big shots and ancestors wanted to participate, they knew that they didn't have the power to take the seat. Plus, would they even have the resources to actually be competitive during the auction? In fact, the dominating Suppression Conqueror was a clear underdog compared to the other bidders. Clank! A sword as black as ink suddenly landed on the remaining throne, releasing evil energy. It started melting the space nearby and created an evil maelstrom. Malice! Experts recognized this sword and shouted. Yes, it is I. A figure dressed in black appeared in the sky. His robe was tattered and worn out due to an unknown power. He looked like a god of death ready to reap on all inhabitants in Imperial Attendant. Don't look straight at him or you'll be infected. The big shots warned their juniors. Unfortunately, not all were so lucky. Weaker cultivators who stared at him for too long were drawn toward his eyes. Ah! They fell straight to the ground after being swallowed by his evil aura. Why does it feel like I'm not welcomed here? Malice sneered at sat down on a throne, the first to actually do so. What does he want? The crowd despised the evil swordsman. He was a reaper of souls, subjecting his victims to a fate worse than death. Alas, he had 11 sacred fruits, so most couldn't deal with him. Scram! Another cultivator demanded Malice to leave, a girl in a white dress, her face covered by a veil. It had an illusory factor to hide her appearance, causing her to look like a blurry shadow. Dragon lords and conquerors took a deep breath after sensing her murderous intent. Weaker cultivators instantly dropped to the ground. No one could ever get close to her since that would be suicidal. Ju Xiener! A big shot murmured after seeing the white phantom. Conqueror Ju Xiener! A youth shouted. Don't ever address her as a conqueror or she'll kill you. A senior immediately warned. This name evoked fear and dread. The 4 alliances were no exception. Rumor has it that she didn't appreciate being addressed as a conqueror, and might even kill violators. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. There are 2 Ju Xiener, right? The youth whispered. His senior turned pale and covered his mouth before answering. Do not speak of this again or she'll really kill you. In reality, this was indeed the case. There were 2 famous cultivators sharing this name in the upper continents. Conqueror Ju Xiener and her mother. She chose to inherit her mother's name. Her father was righteous Dao Lord from 8 Desolaces, a rather brilliant Dao Lord. Her mother stood out even more. A genius dragon lord with 12 sacred fruits capable of fighting against any emperor and conqueror. During her era, she actually outshined Supreme. Today, Supreme was considered the strongest dragon lord, but if she were alive, that position would be hers. The love between Righteous and Ju Xiener should have been celebrated for generations. Unfortunately, the 2 became enemies during Imperial War. They both fell in battle, leaving their daughter behind. Who knows what the orphan experienced while being all alone? When she made her Dao debut, she eventually became a conqueror with the help of a weapon known as a mortal piercer. No one could survive the moment she summoned it in battle. Thus, most avoided fighting her since they didn't want to be trapped by this special chain. Her most illustrious battle took place in Heaven Alliance. She came alone, demanding her mother's remains. Even Supreme couldn't stop her. 1. Ju Xian can mean kill immortal 2. This could have been a weapon scene before, but I couldn't find it. Chapter 5210. Malice has yet to warm the seat before being rudely demanded to leave by Ju Xiener. As an evil cultivator, he had never been afraid of anyone and wouldn't tolerate such disrespect. What do you want? He unsheathed his weapon and turned the sky dark with his evil energy. Rumble! The dark maelstrom became larger and devoured the sky above them. What a dreadful aura! The big shots trembled after seeing this. An 11-fruit dragon lord wasn't the strongest cultivator here but still possessed immense destructive capability. You court death. Xueqi focused her murderous intent on Meleus. This novel is available on pourread.com. Die! The other immediately attacked after seeing the escalation. An evil sword came out from the center of the maelstrom. Everyone felt as if there was a dark eye staring at their very soul and sealing their movement. The sword instantly thrust toward her chest. Its aura stagnated reaction time. Clank! However, Xueqi had enough time to summon her weapon. A long iron chain of a crimson color. At first, it looked like a regular chain, but after careful observation, one would find that it was made of countless laws imbued with the most precious metals. Immortal Piercer! Regular cultivators shouted. So there it is. A conqueror put on a serious expression. Oh! Xueqi, who was heading toward Imperial Gate, felt something. He turned around and saw the crimson chain, becoming slightly surprised. It's called Immortal Piercer now? He murmured at the weapon that was in his possession once. Boom! The chain had no problem crushing the evil sword, so Malice turned to flee, but it was already too late. Ah! He bellowed in agony as the chain pierced his heart. His true fate and sacred fruits couldn't escape either due to the chain's sealing property. She pulled back and dragged everything out of his body in a gruesome manner. Next, she commanded the chain to wrap tightly and obliterate the true fate and sacred fruits. A feared dragon lord met his demise just like that. She didn't need to use any technique to kill him. The chain deserves its reputation. The others turned pale after seeing this. Some conquerors had imagined themselves facing the chain before. Even apex conquerors wouldn't be confident because they couldn't see a single flaw within the chain. The chain affects the Tao heart. Only the Tao heart can break free. Xueqi smiled and shook his head after seeing this. The world has yet to understand the method to deal with the chain. Thus, she became a dreadful figure even for top cultivators. This thing shouldn't be in this world. Boss Tang's voice came from the ship. You know about it? She stared at the ship, but he didn't respond. She didn't push the issue and sat down on the last throne. With that, all 13 have been taken. If anyone else wanted to join, they would have to kick out one of the current participants. Now we just have to wait for the auction to start. Someone murmured. I wonder if anyone else will try to grab a spot. A big shot said. Get off. Sure enough, someone shouted and stomped on the character Imperial, belonging to Imperial Attendant. Such impudence. Xueqi frowned after seeing this. You dare. A figure leaped out of Qilin Manor in a flashy manner and activated Resplendent Array to stop the attack. Boom! The foot destroyed the array and forced the combatant to show himself. This was none other than Resplendent Monarch, whose chest was heaving up and down while staggering backward in the air. The one wishing to destroy the rune Imperial was an old man whose hair fluttered to the wind, looking like the quills of a hedgehog. Loud detonations erupted where he stood since he showed no sign of restraining his power. Get back! Others immediately retreated while the big shots were surprised to see him. Impetuous! Resplendent Monarch's expression soured. This cultivator was Supreme's rival once. Supreme eventually outmatched him and became the leader of Heaven Alliance. Nonetheless, Impetuous was still a renowned dragon lord with 12 sacred fruits and an overbearing fighting style. Chapter 52:11. Although Impetuous lost the competition against Supreme, how many had managed to win throughout the long years? Thus, this experienced dragon lord could still rampage uncontested in the modern day. A perfect dragon lord? Or does he have an immortal shell now? Other dragon lords speculated. 4 regular cultivators, 12 sacred fruits meant something incredible. However, this was still only the beginning. The 12 fruits were required to create an immortal shell, and with that, the sacred anima tree. This was a path longer than the previous, with each step harder than the previous. The rewards were everlasting life and then immortality. However, even the founders, Space Dragon Emperor and Dragonox Ancestor, might not have reached the final level. Since Impetuous has had 12 sacred fruits for a long time now, others wondered if he had created an immortal shell. He was more valuable as a reference point than Supreme. The latter was brilliant and legendary, making his cultivation impossible to duplicate. The floating impetuous looked rather prideful and arrogant as he laughed and said, "I apologize, but I must take Alchemy Dao's spot since I am here for heaven reckon." He clearly didn't give a damn about Resplendent Monarch, who only had 10 sacred fruits. The difference between the two of them was immense. He didn't apologize to Qilin Manor or Iron Tree either, only Alchemy Dao. This was because he might require certain medicines in the future, something true for virtually everyone in the upper continents. Don't even think about it. Resplendent Monarch didn't relent because their alliance must obtain the Dream Immortal Order. He was ready to risk his life for it. "It's not up to you." Impetuous laughed and raised his foot again for another stomp. Boom! The power of the stars and 3,000 worlds gathered beneath his foot. Frenzy Cosmo. The sky turned dark as a result as inhabitants looked upward and saw countless stars. Resplendent Monarch was trapped in this newly created galaxy, looking like an insect. Qilin art. Resplendent Monarch changed to a divine Qilin. It spewed out flames and incinerated the galaxy. At the same time, its huge frame caused considerable damage to the stars. "That's not enough." Impetuous laughed and activated his 12 sacred fruits, sending a palm seal into the galaxy. This was enough to send the gigantic beast flying for countless miles. Spectators took a deep breath after seeing this. "Nothing can make up the gap of 2 fruits." One of them said. Bam! The seal suppressed and changed the Qilin back to humanoid form. He vomited blood, unable to break free from the seal. "Imperial attendant will lose the throne." Another spectator said. Everyone could see that this alliance was the weakest of the 13 participants. Their strongest ancient ancestor, Resplendent Monarch, only had 10 sacred fruits. Impetuous wasn't strong enough to take a spot from anyone else, so this was the obvious target. "It's not too late to hand it over." Impetuous shouted. "Never." Resplendent Monarch gritted his teeth, preferring death instead of giving up. Li Qie, who had just entered Imperial Gate, glanced upward and frowned. Nonetheless, he still didn't take action. Boom! Back in Alchemy Dao, a unique rune encompassed in flames manifested into reality. Although it wasn't overly bright, it still reached all the lands in the upper continents, including the deepest crevices. "Answer our call, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror." A loud cry came from Alchemy Dao. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror? This surprised neutral listeners since this cultivator was not affiliated with Alchemy Dao. He was once the Guardian of Heaven Alliance but gave up his position to focus on cultivation. If it wasn't for his deliberate abdication, Supreme would not be in charge right now. Boom! The sky vault suddenly cracked into 2 halves. The crack was large enough to take in the entire city. A pagoda appeared from the crack and poured down chaos laws and runes. Hymns praising the wonders of the world could be heard everywhere. The pagoda! Even conquerors shuddered after seeing this. Chapter 52:12. The pagoda could suppress nearly everything in the upper continents. Only 5 or so cultivators could actually withstand it. "Why is he here?" A 12-fruit dragon lord's expression darkened. When not counting those who have entered the immortal continent, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror was among the top 5 cultivators. He had dominated the lower continents and destroyed numerous sects of the people. He had slain famous conquerors and Dao lords as well. The most frightening thing about him was his primordial Dao fruit. Just one alone granted him invincibility. Only a few existences in history possessed this fortune: Luminous, Night Moon, and Immortal Pagoda. The former conquerors were mighty enough to challenge Celestial Court. However, they were no longer in the upper continent, so he was the only one with the primordial fruit now. Suppression and Immensity Conqueror no longer looked as relaxed as before after seeing the pagoda. Li Qie chuckled after seeing a primordial fruit in action since he was all too familiar with it. "Why is he here?" one spectator asked. Although it was only his pagoda, no other conquerors would dare to compete with him. He owes Alchemy Dao a favor. The top cultivators understood right away. As a pillar of Heaven Alliance, he always stood together with the Heaveners. Alas, Alchemy Dao had invoked its fiery rune. Immortal Pagoda needed to answer the summon in order to repay the debt. This was the only logical explanation. That's why people are afraid of Alchemy Dao. Someone else commented. Too many brilliant cultivators in history owed alchemy Dao a favor for helping them with high-ranked pills. Back in immemorial epic war, heavenly sage Yuan saved numerous emperors and monarchs. This tradition continued with her successors. Because of this, some of the current emperors and conquerors owed alchemy Dao a life debt, and this must be repaid. This was the reason why alchemy Dao remained untouched despite possessing valuable alchemy materials. Boom! The immortal pagoda easily crushed impetuous dark galaxy. The latter laughed and didn't give up, summoning another galaxy. Alas, this was still crushed again by the pagoda. This throne is under my protection. A suppressive voice came from above, rendering everyone breathless. Immortal pagoda conqueror had made his intention clear in order to repay the debt to alchemy Dao. Come and fight me. Impetuous didn't give up and unleashed a mighty attack. Impetuous Skybreaker. An entire cosmo came together and rushed up toward the pagoda. Rumble. This had enough power to destroy an entire region. You overestimate yourself. The voice answered. In the next second, a primordial power descended from the pagoda and obliterated the cosmo. Crack. The pagoda slammed into Impetuous, breaking through several layers of Dao defense in the blink of an eye. Impetuous vomited blood, realizing that he was outmatched. He instantly opened a void zone and escaped, not giving a damn about his reputation. The pagoda didn't give chase. Buzz. It released a seal down onto the throne taken by alchemy Dao. I believe I have made myself clear. Immortal pagoda conqueror spoke again. No one uttered a single word. Trying to seize the throne now was akin to not giving him face, a direct challenge. Boom! After a brief silence, the pagoda flew back up the crack and the sky closed again. The debt is paid. His voice echoed one last time. A promise for a supreme existence such as himself was ironclad. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. How many other conquerors owe alchemy Dao a favor? This was the question preventing others from making a move right now. This throne is guaranteed too. Is there another target? Someone asked. Right now, the weakest throne occupier was actually Suppression Conqueror. However, he still had 11 Dao fruits. Chapter 5213. Search Poreed.com for the original. Imperial Gate once ruled the city at its inception and for many subsequent eras, becoming a holy ground of sorts for cultivators. The only historical interruption of their rule was when Peerless Monarch took over during a time of crisis. Nonetheless, she returned it later. Now, Suppression Conqueror has taken over. In a sense, he and his sect were considered outsiders. The latter had been trying to change the main branch status of Imperial Gate. After all, as long as this belief existed, he would never truly be in charge. The question of returning the reins would always loom in the future. In spite of its current state, Imperial Gate's foundation has been blessed by numerous cultivators. It started with City Lord Zi Yen, Space Dragon Emperor, Ox Dragon Ancestor, Sky Shroud Emperor. This was especially true for the two founders of the Dragon Lord path. They searched for a way to reach the Dao source and Imperial Gate became their main research zone. During its prime, the doors weren't open to outsiders. Alas, Suppression Conqueror forced it to change after taking over. Many areas were open now so cultivators could come to take a look at the origin of the Dragon Lords. Lichia entered the main entrance, a vast field where the City Lord and the wise sages once had public speeches. Today, only memorial statues were left to honor them. The first in sight was none other than City Lord Zi Yen. Her statue was built in the very center of the field, gazing toward the distance as if waiting for someone. She was a peerless beauty who exuded a mature and noble charm, possessing an imposing presence. She had orchestrated strategies and mobilized forces to epic battles for generations. Everything was within her grasp. The statue tried its best to imitate her ethereal nature since she was originally a violet bamboo. No records of her origin existed in the upper continents. However, her exploits during the Great Wars have been recorded. She served as the support and backer for the emperors at first. It wasn't until Grand Dao War that she personally led the wise sages to battle. She also furnished the troops with incredible materials and jades. Because of her unwavering support and resources to Imperial Field, their side was finally able to seize the upper hand. During one of the most pivotal battles, She traveled to Imperial Field and fell valiantly in combat. Li Jie sighed while staring at the statue. He could still hear her voice calling him, young master. Now, he could only meet her statue again. To her sides were Ox Dragon Ancestor and Sap's Dragon Emperor. The former was a bull with a draconic and godly aura. The other, Space Dragon Emperor, was even more impressive. He wore golden armor with a dragon coiling around the plates, making him look like an unbeatable god of war. Li Jie appreciated the animated depiction of Ox Dragon Ancestor, but chortled after seeing Space Dragon Emperor. The load on his mind disappeared right away. The statue of the Emperor just looked impressive, a being capable of treading through the heavens and earth, challenging the sun and moon while clad in golden armor. Various phenomena and dominant affinities have been bestowed upon him, something Li Jie found hilarious. However, no one in the upper continents would question his prestige. After all, he started the Sovereign Path in 8 Desolaces and then the Dragon Lord Path in the 6 continents. This allowed cultivators to excel at the Tao without needing to become a conqueror. Moreover, he embraced the title of Dragon Emperor. Everyone believed that he must have come from a true dragon race, possessing the noblest bloodline. All in all, his image was immensely grand in the minds of the people. As for Li Jie, he remembered the Dragon Emperor as a worm and thought that the guy was good at embellishing his image. What a shameless brat. Li Jie found this amusing and forgot the disappointment earlier. Ox Dragon Ancestor, on the other hand, kept a humble image. He was a bull and his statue reflected that. He must have lived a joyful life, Li Jie said. In fact, ever since the opening of Imperial Gate, many came to pay their respect with the majority focusing on Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor. They gave the world a new path and brought hope to lesser talented cultivators who sorely needed it. Sure enough, these 2 statues had a long line in front of them. Some came to worship, others came to take a look and even touch the statues. As for Li Jie, his attention was taken by another statue, Sky Shroud Emperor. The statue undoubtedly depicted an unparalleled beauty. However, the physical appearance was elusive and ever-changing. At first glance, there seemed to be a graceful beauty, but it would shift into nothingness afterward. Looking at it for a long time made people feel as if Imperial Gate was no longer around, and the same for the sky. All were concealed by something. Chapter 52:14. The girl got this far too. Li Jie was surprised to see this and instantly decided to go back in time. He focused his gaze on the statue in order to read her past. She appeared before him, no longer a statue but a beauty dressed in white and a piece of jade tied to her waist. The simplicity of her attire didn't diminish her nobility. The loose dress didn't fully conceal her breathtaking, perfect curves. Her delicate and tall figure appeared to be meticulously chiseled by the Creator. All in all, not a single flaw could be found. Unfortunately, her face itself was hidden behind a veil with the exception of her vivid eyes. Of course, this didn't stop Li Jie's gaze. He broke through the enigmatic barriers and found an imperial aura that has been waiting for none other than him. Shouldn't have done this. He sighed and said. Sky Shroud Emperor's origin remained unknown. Some believed that she hailed from the heaven race, perhaps even celestial court. I heard Sky Shroud Emperor's bloodline is second to none. Do you know the popular saying about her? That she was born for someone alone. Someone suddenly remarked next to him. He looked over and saw a gorgeous girl who didn't seem to care about her appearance at all, wearing a loose unisex robe while not having any makeup on. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail as if she came from a small village. Both her attire and demeanor didn't match her stunning beauty. Nonetheless, this created a marvelous contrast and a unique charm that was hers alone. Of course, some would consider this to be an improper deviation from the norm. In fact, her appearance had caused hushed discussions among the crowd. Many came to greet her but she only nodded slightly at best, not wanting to participate in pleasantries. Li Jie smiled and stared at her. She stared back with a golden radiance flashing deep within her pupils. My name is Yi Fantian. May I have your name, young noble? She bowed and asked with a carefree demeanor. Xiao Qing Tian, Yi Fantian, and Li Zhitian were the 3 Tians of the upper continents. Their talent was historically exceptional. She was the current jewel of divine alliance, taught by one conqueror and Tao lord after another. In fact, Sword Sea Dao Lord himself had taught her the Dao. Since all three shared a similar name and talent, it wouldn't be strange for them to share the same cultivation realm. This was actually not the case. Shao Qingtian and Li Zhiqian both had 12 sacred fruits currently. If they could create an immortal shell, they would be able to compete with existences such as Supreme in the future. Yi Fantian, on the other hand, picked the Imperial Road even before the other two became Dragon Lords. Thus, her cultivation was initially faster, but for some unknown reasons, it stagnated entirely. Because of this, she was mocked by many, including her own sect members. They said that she didn't belong in the Trinity. Their disdainful ridicule didn't affect her in the slightest. She remained free-spirited and continued her path. Something noteworthy was that despite her apparent setback, the upper echelon of Divine Alliance didn't give up on her. They continued to treat her as the heir. Once the public found out about this, they stopped mocking her and started respecting her instead. Why? Because of several historical precedences, one of which being Immensity Conqueror, who was stuck at one fruit. At first, everyone believed that this was his limit. He shattered this notion when he obtained 11 Dao fruits in one go, surpassing those who had surpassed him previously. Therefore, many speculated that this was a similar scenario. Yi Fantian obtaining 12 Dao fruits in one step. Two other conquerors, the best of the best, had done something similar. Demon and Light Dragon Conqueror. With this, she would be able to become an apex conqueror comparable to Immortal Pagoda and All Things Dao Lord. At that point, her two rivals would pale in comparison. Now, the consensus was that she was a slumbering monster, the potential successor of Divine Alliance. "I feel that calling you young noble rolls off the tongue more than Brother Li," she said after Li Chia told her his name. "That's fine." Li Chia smiled. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. She stared at him before glancing at the bear and the blue-robed old servant. The bear's power was obvious, but the same couldn't be said about the old man. "Greetings, Senior. May I have your name?" She bowed in his direction. "I'm just a servant," the old man responded with a deep voice. Her brows furrowed slightly since she felt that she had met him before, and that she even knew him. There must be a reason why this unfathomable cultivator was serving Li Chia. "Young noble, it would be an honor for our Divine Alliance to have you join us." She got straight to the point and extended an invitation. 1. The word for born can also mean live. Need more context. Chapter 52:15. Are you serious? Li Chia asked with a smile. "With your permission, I will propose for you to become an esteemed guest advisor of Divine Alliance. If you don't think this is enough, we can negotiate further." Yi Fantian added with confidence. This was a bold move given her status as a junior and current cultivation. "Divine Alliance is too puny to catch my interest." Li Chia shook his head. Her eyes involuntarily narrowed as she tried to see through him after hearing this. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pori.com. The comment would be considered excessively arrogant when uttered by anyone, including emperors and Dao lords. Ever since its founding, Divine Alliance has been a behemoth in the upper continents, surviving one great war after another. One apex conqueror alone was not enough to take it down, not even All Things Dao Lord or Sword Queen. She had met mighty cultivators before, but none displayed the same level of arrogance. "I see. Looks like our small temple cannot accommodate a grand god such as yourself, young noble." She bowed and said, "That's right." He nodded in response. "I apologize for bothering you, young noble. Goodbye." She didn't waste time and left decisively, something many big shots couldn't do. He chuckled and continued to observe the various statues. There were many familiar faces: Heavenly Sage Yuan, Immortal Emperor Qilin, Peerless Monarch, Adamantine God Monarch. These wise sages didn't belong to Imperial Gate but contributed greatly. They founded Qilin Manor, Alchemy Dao, and Iron Tree in the nearby regions. There were those he didn't recognize at all. They were after his time and joined the alliance afterward. Today, none of them were still around. After scanning the entire field, Li Chia let out a sigh. Many waited for his return, but alas, time didn't permit. He shook his head and continued to enter Imperial Gate. "Young noble." Suddenly, Someone shouted with excitement and rushed towards him. I didn't expect to see you again. The person couldn't contain her excitement and panted heavily, whether it be from running too fast or being overwhelmed with emotions. It was none other than the successor of alchemy Dao Saintess Xiao Yao. Well, here I am, Li Qie said with a smile. She blushed after realizing her folly, thinking that she was being too obvious. It's just that she couldn't control herself just now. Why are you here? He asked. I am visiting the ancestors of Imperial Gate under the order of Senior Uncle regarding the auction. She lowered her head so much that her head was nearly buried in her chest as she said softly. You want the treasures too. Li Qie didn't find this surprising. We want the immortal order. She had no problem revealing information to Li Qie. For what? Li Qie said. She stole glances at him and answered, I don't know the details, but the monarch said something about Calamity Dao Lord. Calamity? Li Qie didn't expect this. Why are you here, young noble? She nodded before asking. Just reminiscing a bit. Time flies by so quickly that I'm on the verge of forgetting a few things. This is to prevent that. Li Qie sighed in response. Forget. She found this puzzling because cultivators had nearly flawless memories. Let's go inside, Li Qie said with a smile. I already tried but couldn't see them, she said. They won't meet you? Li Qie asked. No, I didn't have permission to see them. The truth is that 100 Dao has taken control of Imperial Gate. The ancestors are staying way back. The majority of the outskirts are under the jurisdiction of 100 Dao. They say it is for safety reasons, she said. The reason is to subdue Imperial Gate. Li Qie chuckled. Yes. She lowered her voice. That's why I have to go report to the senior uncle now. We're moving ahead first. Li Qie smirked. She nodded repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. She didn't want to return to Alchemy Dao either, preferring to stick with Li Qie as long as possible. Her heart fluttered with joy due to this opportunity. The two were greeted with towering cliffs. On the walls were infamous ancient murals that have survived for eras now. In the middle were the Imperial Steps, a bridge leading straight up into the sect. Many geniuses considered this a challenge. It was rather new, only started by Suppression Conqueror recently. Only by crossing this bridge would one be able to reach the renowned 18 statues of the Dragon Lords. Prior to this, only members of Imperial Gate and those with permission were eligible to see them. Now, it became open to the public. 100 Dao is in charge of this area too. Xiao Yao whispered. It's a good plan, Li Qie said before looking at the large murals. They were skillfully engraved into the side cliffs, depicting old stories in a vague manner. One only had a few lines to show a standing figure. Another depicted a great tree or the scene of a skirmish. Chapter 52:16. There were 100 murals or so, believed to be painted by the wise sages of Imperial Gate. Their purpose remained unknown and birthed numerous speculations. Current cultivators thought that they hid the mysteries of the Grand Dao. The sages had imprinted their knowledge into the murals, so learning them was akin to learning Imperial Gate's supreme manual. Imperial Gate did not open this place to the public before Suppression Conqueror took over. Nonetheless, it was still guarded by guards in golden armor. Each mural had its own group of spear-wielding patrols. These cultivators were part of a unit under the leadership of the Divine Hawk Monarch. Most of the areas in Imperial Gate were within their jurisdiction. Senior Uncle told me that murals depict a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. Xiao Yao whispered. Li Qie was immersed in the murals. The engraving skill was perfect, but the same couldn't be said about the content. Some had few lines. Others were extremely chaotic or complex. This was why they were thought to be merit laws. As for Li Qie, he could see that they were all related to a single person who had traveled across the 9 worlds and 13 continents. Him. Of course, others lacked the foundational knowledge, so it was all a mess in their eyes, unable to figure out the starting point. Li Qie appreciated the fact that many were still keeping him in their heart. All of these secrets were passed down for eras. This was akin to reading a tale about himself. Memories of the past resurfaced again. As Li Qie observed the murals, Xiao Yao observed Li Qie. When she looked back at the murals before them, she suddenly felt as if the simple lines looked rather similar to Li Qie. She regained her wits and thought that this was ridiculous. It must be due to her crush, making everything remind her of him. As the two went on their way, others from all over the world did the same thing. They hoped to learn the legacies left behind by the wise sages of Imperial Gate. At this time, one particular mural got Li Qiye's attention. He became sentimental and touched it in order to feel its timeless aura, a way to connect with the past. "Watch it!" a guard from Divine Hawk shouted. "This place is not 100 Dao's property. It is still our Imperial Gate." Saintess Xiao Yao retorted. "We have assumed control and make all the decisions now." The guard strongly asserted. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Return from whence you came before risking sect destruction." Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. The guards nearby became alarmed and instantly looked in their direction. The audience nearby did the same. "Who is this guy?" one neutral spectator whispered. This was a direct challenge against 100 Dao and Suppression Conqueror. "Who dares threaten 100 Dao?" A youth walked over with a murderous temperament. His aura was of the fierce avian nature and intimidated everyone. Divine Hawk Monarch. The experts nearby understood that he was the commander of the guards. Li Qiye didn't bother to look at him, still focusing on the mural. "Miss Xiao Yao, is he your friend?" The monarch saw the saintess and inquired. "Yes," she responded. "I heard his bold statement earlier. I wonder if he can back it up." The monarch said, ready to fight. "I do not wish to kill here. Be smart and scram." Li Qiye said with contempt, clearly challenging 100 Dao's authority. "Well, let's see what you can do then." The monarch took one step forward. "It's best that you listen to young noble Li." Someone interrupted their conversation. "Yi Fan Tian." Everyone immediately looked over and became startled. Moreover, the youth standing next to her was just as noticeable. He wore a sapphire robe and looked unbeatable. The land he stood on was blessed with his greatness. "Shao Qing Tian." They shouted his name as well. He was a direct disciple of Illumination Conqueror and the current leader of Azure School. Some believed that Azure School might take over Dao Alliance again, and Shao Qing Tian would be the next guardian. Therefore, people kept a distance due to both respect and fear. This was someone capable of reaching the apex in the future. Young noble Xiao, Miss Yi. Divine Hawk Monarch had to bow after seeing the two. After all, one had 12 sacred fruits. Although he concealed his aura, just one glance alone could make others tremble in fear. As for Li Qiye, he continued staring at a mural instead of paying attention to the two geniuses. Yi Fan Tian took the initiative to approach. She stood shoulder to shoulder and said, "Are you comprehending it, young noble?" "Just taking a look." Li Qiye caressed the mural again. "I've taken a look at all 100. In my opinion, there are definitely embedded Grand Dao within them," she said casually. "Is that so?" He finally turned to look at her. "Of the heavenly level," she repeated. He smiled after hearing this. Shao Qing Tian, who was left out, came closer. He took a look at Li Qiye and said, "Miss Yi, mind introducing us?" Yi Fan Tian shook her head, causing Shao Qing Tian to be curious. The two of them appeared rather close. "Young noble, is there something special about this particular war mural?" He then asked Li Qiye. Chapter 52:17. Li Qiye moved up the steps and checked the murals instead of answering right away. After a short while he answered, "There's nothing special." He then touched the mural in front of him and traced the lines before letting out a sigh. This mural depicted the calamity of when gigantic corpses fell from the sky. The warriors in the mural fought valiantly just to stay alive. "Do not touch it," Divine Hawk Monarch bellowed, not allowing the blatant violation of the rules. Li Qiye turned back and coldly uttered, "Fools, you have already been given ample warning, yet you choose otherwise. So be it, all members of 100 Dao in Imperial Gate shall die today." The crowd clamored after hearing this. The monarch's expression became unsightly due to the public declaration. They needed to make an example out of him to maintain order. "Let's go then," the monarch shouted. Clank, clank, clank. The guards nearby rushed over and formed a grand formation. A fight. Everyone understood that Li Qiye was here to cause trouble. They saw Saintess Xiao Yao next to him and could see that this was a political move. Screech! The formation finished and turned into a divine bird with sky-blotting wings. Die! The monarch took charge of the formation and sent the bird against Li Qie. Li Qie simply traced the mural in front of him again. Suddenly, all the murals on the cliffs lit up and opened a portal in the air. Ah! A beam descended and obliterated the grand formation. Members of Divine Hawk started falling to the ground. The beam split into rays that shoot outward like energy arrows, piercing the head of the targets. Blood started splashing all over the murals and the steps. The monarch himself didn't have a chance to retaliate since he was killed just like the rest. His body fell backward and smashed into the ground. Their mission was to subdue Imperial Gate. After all, they couldn't actually do anything to Imperial Gate or it would start a political upheaval. Alas, not a single survivor could be found after just a few seconds. What the hell was that? Spectators didn't see Li Qie do anything outside of just touching one mural. Yes! Those from Imperial Gate cheered because they were practically prisoners in their own sect. You figured something out, young noble. Yi Fantian's eyes became as bright as the stars. I've been looking at the war-focused murals and knew that there were heavenly Tao in them. Is that what you borrowed? Your talent is impressive. Li Qie said. Could you teach me how to do that as well? She asked. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Did I hear that right? Yi Fantian needing someone to teach her? One expert whispered. Currently, Yi Fantian was considered to be the most gifted in the upper continents. Only an apex conqueror such as Sword Sea Dao Lord was qualified to teach her. Amusingly enough, those who had spent time teaching her lamented the fact that they would run out of things after a year or so, a testament to her immaculate talent. Therefore, it seemed ridiculous that she would ask a random cultivator for guidance. Moreover, her expression was one of admiration and respect. No. Li Qie shook his head. What a shame. She became disappointed but still bowed. Nonetheless, that heavenly Tao did spark something within me. You have my gratitude. Li Qie sighed, appreciating the talent before him before suggesting, leave Divine Alliance and you may follow me to learn the Tao. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Preposterous. Xiao Qingtian couldn't help but blurt out. He then took another look at Li Qie. As a dragon lord with 12 fruits, he still thought that Yi Fantian was still superior at Tao comprehension despite her current cultivation. He was also aware of what the apex conquerors thought of her. Does he really think he can be Yi Fantian's master? The crowd members talked among themselves. Maybe he can teach her a thing or two, but he's trying to poach the jewel of Divine Alliance. A big shot said. Divine Alliance's emperors and conquerors had tried their best to train her. Thus, Li Qie's attempt was nothing short of a declaration of war. Yi Fantian herself was surprised for a second. She then regained her wits and bowed deeply. I appreciate your kind intent, but I was born in Divine Alliance and will not leave. What a shame, but I suppose if I destroy Divine Alliance, you will have to follow me then. Li Qie shook his head. Oh. This shocked the crowd even more. Watch your mouth. A member of Divine Alliance shouted. Some of them prepared for battle and approached Li Qie. However, Yi Fantian told them to back off. They had no choice but to oblige. Young noble, please refrain from making these remarks. I wish to stay with Divine Alliance. She said. I suppose that's the end of this. Li Qie smiled and moved onward. The Imperial Bridge awaited after crossing through the steps surrounded by the murals. Next were the 18 images of the Dragon Lord's realm. This bridge was created by Suppression Conqueror. He said that it was a test of Tao comprehension, but in reality, it was to prevent Imperial Gate's disciples from looking at their legacies. Young noble, are you planning on crossing the Imperial Bridge? Xiao Qingtian was drawn to Li Qie, so he asked, the 18 images are definitely worth taking a look at. The young noble is interested for sure. Yi Fantian said, but the problem is that Suppression Conqueror's seal is incredible. I cannot cross the bridge given my current cultivation. The seal is impressive, but it does not pose a challenge to me. Xiao Qingtian laughed and said, I will attempt it so that you can watch, Miss Yi. Chapter 52:18. It was no secret that Xiao Qingtian was in love with Yi Fantian. After all, they were both peerless, a perfect match. Who wouldn't fall in love with a beautiful genius such as Yi Fantian? Alas, the majority of geniuses didn't dare to confess since they felt inferior. I believe in you, brother Qingtian. Crossing the bridge shouldn't be difficult given your cultivation, the same with the 18 images. She smiled and said. A quick look at Tinural. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Your confidence makes me want to try even more, Miss Yi. Xiao Qingtian couldn't help feeling good after being praised by his crush. Young noble Li, I'll be going first. He moved forward regardless of Li Qie's permission. He was clearly peeved by Yi Fantian's high praises of Li Qie. Perhaps it was even admiration. Thus, he wanted to compete with Li Qie and amaze Fantian as well. As he crossed the bridge, he maintained a rapid pace. The suppression of the bridge didn't stop him. That's one of the 3 Tians for you. Spectators couldn't help but praise. Rumble! Explosions could be heard as he made it to the highest part of the bridge. Thunderous bolts descended in response, but he activated his 12 fruits to stop them. This allowed him to maintain a cool posture and caused the crowd to applaud. Members of the people took pride in him. One said, the inheritor of Illumination Conqueror, he will be a pillar of Tao Alliance in the future. Young noble Li, are you coming? He looked down and asked, indirectly challenging Li Qie. However, Li Qie had a different thought altogether. He stared at the bridge and said, unacceptable, meddling with Imperial Gate's territory. Take it down. Others became startled. It sounded as if Li Qie was going to break the bridge instead of crossing it. Isn't this too much? Suppression Conqueror created it himself. It can't be broken that easily. One expert doubted his ability. At least 11 Tao fruits are necessary. Another said, I wonder if his power is as outrageous as his arrogance. A third expert commented while all eyes were on Li Qie. Bam! A figure landed before the bridge and released his Dragon Lord aura. Such impudence! State your name. The person shouted. Everyone saw a great crocodile demon with shiny golden scales. Crocodile the Chosen. Many recognized him. 100 Tao sect master wishes to fight. Others started whispering. He was a dragon lord with 4 sacred fruits, currently serving as the sect master of 100 Tao. His master was Sanctified Bones, the junior brother of Suppression Conqueror. Killing our disciples is deserving of death. Insulting my senior uncle is a graver offense. Crocodile roared and his scales pointed outward like blades. Rah! The bear who had been resting next to Li Qie lunged forward. Die! Crocodile was prepared and released a rain of swords. The bear related with a mighty palm strike, crushing the scaled swords without difficulty to Crocodile's astonishment. Blood slash mountain. Crocodile was only surprised for a split second before performing a different technique. He spewed a golden saber out of his mouth. This was one of his fangs. With one slash, an image of a mountain filled with corpses appeared along the trajectory. Wailing souls also engulfed the sky. True Bear shot out a beam from his mouth and obliterated the souls along with the Fong saber. Crocodile realized the futility of the fight and turned to run, only to see an old man hovering above him. Down! The old servant raised his hand and an invisible force dragged the great demon over to Li Qie, smashing it down before him. Crack! The bear rushed over and chomped down, destroying both the fleeing sacred fruits and true fate. Sigh, this is a bit lacking in martial ethics. Li Qie shook his head. The crowd was left speechless. A dragon lord was murdered just like that. Boom! An explosion woke them up from their stupor. They saw the servant swinging a hammer against the bridge. Xiao Qingtian, who was standing at the top, jumped up from being frightened. Boom! 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 Cracks appeared with each smash. Who are you, fellow Taoist? A figure with a boundless imperial aura appeared. Suppression Conqueror. The weaker members of the crowd dropped down to their knees. A divine intent. One big shot said. The Conqueror had left a divine intent here to prevent trouble. This didn't stop the servant from trying to break the bridge. Activate! The divine intent roared and attacked with a seal encompassing numerous Tao. This was useless because the next smash obliterated the seal and the divine intent. Boom! The entire bridge collapsed afterward. Who is this? In a different location, The meditating suppression conqueror stood up and became startled since his divine intent didn't have the slightest chance of holding the assailant back. The servant stomped on the ground once. Dirt and soil came together to form a new bridge. "The path is ready, my lord." He bowed in Li Qiye's direction. Chapter 52:19. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Xiao Qingtian. After his attempt, everyone thought Li Qiye would do the same and cross the bridge. Alas, he simply ordered the destruction of the bridge and was successful at that. His old servant managed to crush a bridge created by Suppression Conqueror and guarded by his divine intent. Just how strong was this old man? On the other hand, his master appeared so ordinary. The guy's cultivation was as clear as day. What was special about him to justify having two mighty followers? What? Yi Fantian stared at the old servant. A sense of familiarity resurfaced. Xiao Qingtian returned to the starting side and couldn't believe it. He felt both frustrated and lost. He glanced at the old servant but couldn't spot anything peculiar. Such a powerful existence should be well known. Thus, he was using a concealing art to hide his true appearance. Who was he then? Why was he working for Li Qiye? This was the first time Xiao Qingtian truly misread something since his Dao debut. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com. As Li Qiye climbed the new bridge, Saintess Xiao Yao and Yi Fantian tagged along. The other crowd members calmed down and also boldly followed them. As they came closer to the other side, they saw wondrous phenomena, towering divine trees and the music of the Grand Dao, an ocean of pills as well. Rumble! Large, ancient laws were everywhere and continued to change into these visual phenomena. When one could see through them and reach the end, they would be able to find the Dao source. The Dragon Lord aura here exuded a tempting fragrance instead of an unbearable suppression. They heard the cries of true dragons. There was a constant state of Dao derivation and transformation, always asking spectators to join in. The 18 images. Someone carefully counted and said, "This is it." Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor started the path here. One big shot nodded. "The Tao of the Dragon Lord, we can see its finality here." Yi Fantian said with awe. Rumor has it that the two great cultivators left behind the mysteries of the path here. Solving all 18 images will take one to the apex. Xiao Qingtian's eyes brimmed with excitement. The 18 images represented the start to finish. Reaching the final step meant becoming something unfathomable. According to the legends, Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor still haven't reached the end, only deriving the possibilities. Thus, they left this behind for future generations. The limitless exploration continued. Some spectators kneeled to show respect to their predecessors. The path of the conqueror was unreachable for virtually everyone. Becoming a Dragon Lord was actually reachable. For the Dragon Lords at the scene, this was the start of their cultivation and a way for them to go even farther. They immediately became serious in order to comprehend the path before them. A weaker cultivation was sent flying by the first image, unable to go any further. "It isn't that simple," an experienced Dragon Lord said. "I don't think anyone can make it through all 18. Another said softly. "True, the only possibility I can think of in our continents is Supreme." A friend responded. Supreme, a title capable of stirring others, was the strongest Dragon Lord currently. He would be one of the best even in the immortal continent. It would be a shame if I don't at least give it a shot. Xiao Qingtian could wait no longer. His excitement only made him more attractive and charismatic. "Are you giving it a shot too, young nobly?" he asked Li Qiye. "Go first if you wish to try, or there won't be a chance later." Li Qiye smiled. Listeners nearby didn't quite understand. Was he looking down on Xiao Qingtian? Very well, I will overestimate myself and try. Xiao Qingtian looked ready to go all out as he entered the first image. Boom! The first one was that of a gigantic dragon attacking with its claws. So strong! Sensing the might of the first image stunned cultivators. Activate! Xiao Qingtian roared and summoned an azure, looking unbeatable. Chapter 52:20. Bam! The dragon couldn't claw through the azure. This bought enough time for the genius to enter the second image, a bright expanse with countless galaxies and stars. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. He roared again and activated his myriad Dao, creating a cosmo of Dao not inferior in the slightest. The galaxies descended but still couldn't break through his Dao. Rumble! Celestial barriers were erected and kept him safe. He moved on to the third phenomenon, an abyss resembling the jaws of a colossal beast. Instead of falling into the darkness, he chanted and created a timeless Dao path beneath his feet, capable of crossing through the reincarnation cycle. He's unreal. Spectators were amazed by his masterful display. This genius with 12 sacred fruits dealt with the offenses thrown at him sublimely. Even the big shots couldn't help but feel admiration. In reality, the majority of dragon lords would never reach his level. Most stopped at around 4 or 5 fruits, but this was more than enough to dominate a region. As for Xueqi, he obtained 12 at a young age, meaning that his future was still limitless. Others couldn't help but feel both envy and jealousy while watching him in action. Loud detonations reverberated as he crossed through the phenomena. However, he showed signs of fatigue at the 10th phenomenon. He won't be able to get through the 14th. Yifantian assessed the situation. Boom! Xueqi released all of his energies. If it wasn't for him being inside a phenomenon, his aura would crush all the weaker cultivators into dust. Go! His 12 sacred fruits became resplendent, granting him enough power to make it through the 11th image. 11. The crowd applauded after seeing this, a youth capable of withstanding Dao images left behind by 2 supreme cultivators. He's still going. Xueqi entered the 12th image, completely drenched in sweat. He had no choice but to maintain his peak state. His 12 fruits released boundless chaos true energy in order to fuel an azure barrier. Boom! Everything exploded, but he still made it to the 13th. Unfortunately, the azure was no longer there. His barrier was now limited to the immediate vicinity. He barely had the strength to stand. The mere pressure nearly bent his spine, but he kept on walking forward. Meanwhile, spectators watched with bated breath. They were now more impressed by his determination and willpower than his cultivation. His grand Dao and sacred fruits pulsed with instability. Nonetheless, they still didn't extinguish. He seemed to be carrying a cosmo while inching forward, relying on willpower alone. He sweated profusely as his face turned red. His muscles tensed to the limit. His bones creaked loudly. His effort earned him the love of the crowd. They quietly cheered for his success. He didn't care for his image at all. The only thing on his mind was to take another step forward. His current success wasn't only due to his unrivaled talent but also his extraordinary determination. Nothing could bring him down and force him to yield. Pop! He finally made it through the 13th image and collapsed. Nonetheless, he got up once more and tried to enter the 14th image. Boom! An immense pressure overwhelmed him, robbing him of control over his own body. He couldn't even let out a battle roar. His foot never touched the ground before he was sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone saw his tenacity, still persevering despite nearly being crushed to pieces. This virtue was rather rare. Those possessing the same level of strength as him might have given up long ago, not wanting to even attempt the 14th image. As for him, that last step squeezed out every last bit of his strength. As he lay on the ground, he took out a pill and ate it while lamenting, "Damn it, just one more step." Young noble Xiao, you're already the best. One dragon lord sincerely praised. Yes, you are number 1 for making it to the 14th image. The others weren't stingy with their evaluation, thinking that he was worthy of being one of the 3 Tians. Chapter 52-21. Brother Qingtian, your tenacity is commendable. Yifantian couldn't help but praise. She thought highly of his courageous display. I am overjoyed to hear that. He burst into laughter and didn't try to hide his crush despite being in the spotlight. Young noble Li, are you going too? He then turned toward Li Chia and asked. This wasn't only provocation out of jealousy. He also wanted to see Li Chia's ability. I'm sure. Li Chia nodded. Young noble, do you think you can get through all 18? Yifantian asked. Everyone else had the same question on their mind. Can he actually do it? Someone asked quietly. I think so, that's why she asked that question. A big shot said. Alas, no matter how they looked at it, Li Qie just appeared so ordinary. If he could cross the 18 images, it would be utterly embarrassing for Xiao Qingtian and all the other dragon lords. This would be nothing short of a miracle, but given his power servants, maybe there was something more to him. The number of images passed doesn't matter. Li Qie said, it's just that not all of them are up to expectation. It is best to remove the insignificant ones to better benefit future generations. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, feeling that he was being ludicrous. Did he really just say that? One commenter said. They held back from criticizing him with unsavory words due to his unstoppable servant. The 18 images were created by the two founders. It could be said that no one else has gone as far as them on this path. Not even the supreme existences would talk about improving these legacies. This included those on the imperial path as well. Even if they were stronger, their cultivation was different. Xiao Qingtian was left speechless. Yi Fantian didn't know what to say either. The former had proved his talent by obtaining 12 sacred fruits at such a young age. However, he didn't dare to talk about surpassing the two founders or criticize their legacies. As for Li Qie, his tone was so nonchalant as if it wasn't a big deal. You can really finish the 18 images? Xiao Qingtian remained skeptical. Just finishing the path was miraculous enough, let alone improving the images. You would be the second young noble, Yi Fantian said, changing the topic to something less provocative. Someone had done it before? A crowd member asked. Was it Supreme? Another thought of the most likely candidate. No, Supreme only took a look and hasn't attempted. Xiao Qingtian responded, there is only one known case of success, Duality Master. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. That Duality Master? A big shot had heard of this historical figure before. This title was relatively unfamiliar to most, unlike the renowned conquerors and Dao lords who had countless feats in battle. Yes, he who dares go anywhere and befriends anyone. Older characters have heard legends about him before. He was eccentric and didn't actually cultivate the Dao. He traveled everywhere and drank with everyone, whether it be a mortal merchant or an invincible conqueror. Li Qie chuckled after hearing this but didn't say anything before heading for the first image. The crowd became attentive, not wanting to miss a single detail. Just finishing the path is wondrous enough, let alone changing the images. One big shot whispered. Xiao Qingtian and Yi Fantian's eyes opened wide, wondering if Li Qie could actually carry out his claim. Both thought that changing the images was impossible. He's in the first one. The crowd watched with bated breath. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. Second, third, fourth. What happened next astounded them. The rate of his traveling through the image was the same as his pace. The 10th image. Someone finally shouted. The first 10 steps were identical. He wasn't slowing down at all. The 13th. Another screamed in disbelief because he was still walking leisurely. They saw Xiao Qingtian earlier whose spine was being bent by the sheer pressure. This simply didn't make any sense. How is he doing this? Even the big shots couldn't stay calm. Chapter 52-22. How can this be? Xiao Qingtian lost his cool since he had personally experienced the pressure of the 13th image. Given his power and determination, he still walked at a snail's pace through it. Each step made his bones creak in pain, on the verge of crumbling down. The pain coursed through his nerves and tested his limit. Just relaxing a bit meant losing. The 14th. The crowd shouted again once Li Qie surpassed Xiao Qingtian's record while still maintaining the same pace. How is he doing this? Xiao Qingtian felt his ego deflating like a balloon. He exerted all of his strength to lift his foot, unable to actually touch the ground inside the 14th image. Thus, this dealt a great blow to him. Was he wrong to be confident due to his talent and perseverance? While he was overwhelmed with self-doubt, Yi Fantian continued to observe Li Qie's movements while muttering, "There's something to this. Is this the path of the Dragon Lord? As long as one walks on this path, they'll be able to traverse the images?" Xiao Qingtian heard this and regained his wits. He started observing the first step again. He thought about how there was an invisible path beneath Li Qia's feet during the stroll. This is what the founders want to leave behind? He clapped and shouted. The mighty dragon lords heard this and recalled Li Qia's steps again to the exact detail, the particular distances between each one. There really seemed to be a path that was indiscernible to them. Did Duality Master walk on this path as well? Yi Fantian had a sharp intuition. That's plausible. Wait, so is he a descendant of Duality Master and has been given this secret? Xiao Qingtian said. Duality Master was rumored to be immortal. This Li Qia had the same inconspicuous appearance. Could the two be related? This would explain everything going on right now. The 17th. Cultivators continued to count. Pop. He finally entered the last one before the Tao source. He did it, he did it. After he entered the last one, people froze for a bit before shouting in disbelief. Explore the extended edition on poread.com. The second to ever do it after Duality Master. The crowd clamored. Reclusive ancestors from Imperial Gate appeared as well. Not many have been able to attempt ever since the bridge was created by Suppression Conqueror. Today, one youth had made it through the 13th image and now, this person actually made it to the Tao source. Moreover, he did it without requiring any effort. How do I enter the path? Xiao Qingtian became curious about the process. He believed that if he could do so, he would be able to enter the apex of the path and perhaps catch up to the founders one day. Meanwhile, Li Qie stared at the Tao source. All of its mysteries and Tao were clear to him after one glance. I wonder how he is related to Duality Master. Yi Fantian's intuition told her that there was a connection between Li Qie and Duality Master. Could Li Qie actually be his son? You've been laying in this ocean for generations now. Do I have to drag you out? Li Qie suddenly spoke. The crowd became confused. Who was he speaking to? Rumble. The ocean of phenomena suddenly became violent with waves and bubbles. Something large was climbing out. Colossal bones at first with a golden color. What is that? The crowd shouted. Boom! A golden skeleton appeared before them. Its reflection was blindingly bright. Sanctified bones. Some recognized this figure. The junior brother of Suppression Conqueror. Rumor has it that he was a descendant of Bones Tao Lord. An 11-fruit dragon lord. Wait, he has 12 now. Another spotted the change. Chapter 52-23. How did he get there? Experts exchanged glances. This wasn't crossing through the images. He merely slumbered in that Tao ocean. He most likely reduced himself down into little specks before infusing with the Tao ocean, wanting to use the Tao source to gestate his sacred fruits. Yi Fantian observed carefully and saw the clues. That's insane. Xiao Qingtian took a deep breath after hearing the bold act. However, sanctified bones benefited from this and eventually gained the 12th sacred fruit. One can craft the immortal shell with the help of the path, right? Dragon lords exchanged glances. Who are you? The colossal skeleton looked down at Li Qie and spoke with a thunderous tone. The eyes exuded golden flames. He had two reasons for being here. First, improving his cultivation, and second, guarding the Tao source for 100 Tao. If he could somehow fuse completely with the Tao source, then Imperial Gate would only exist in name. You're killer, Li Qie said with a smile. Junior. We'll see about that. Sanctified Bones walked forward and started a tsunami, nearly flipping the 18 images over. If it wasn't for them stabilizing the independent domain, the land of Imperial Gate would have been decimated. Seems like he has fused with the Tao Ocean and can borrow a bit of the 18 images' power. Yi Fantian said with a serious expression. Xiao Qingtian was startled. Sanctified Bones was far from being the strongest dragon lord, but if he could actually fuse with the images or control the Tao source, he might actually be able to defeat Supreme. Boom! He released a torrent of golden flames toward Li Qie, wanting to engulf and incinerate him. Space and the Tao were reduced to ashes. The terrifying temperature made others tremble. Be careful! Saintess Xiao Yao shouted. This attack was imbued with the power of the 18 images, enough to kill another 11-fruit dragon lord. Boom! Li Qie waved his hand just a second before he was surrounded by the flame. The 18 images suddenly shook violently with the momentum of shooting stars. Bam! Sanctified bones had no time to react before they pressed against him. The massive bones crumbled and fell back down to the ocean. Remember, the 18 images' true power was beyond the control of any dragon lord. However, Li Qie forced them to move just by waving his hand. Did you see that? The crowd became slack-jawed. To access the premium content, go to. It was amazing enough for Sanctified Bones to borrow a portion of this power. In this case, Li Qie was forcefully pushing the images despite the existing barriers and seals. What the hell? Xueqi lost his calm and cursed. Even with all of his might, he wouldn't still have been able to push any of the images. He has either derived the Dragon Lord's path to the limit or is in control of the Tao source. Yi Fantian said with uncertainty, unable to comprehend the act. Rumble. The bones came together again to form the massive skeleton. There was no visible damage. You can control the 18 images? He said with astonishment. After being buried here for tens of thousands of years, he had only seen the door to this Tao. Now, this guy was capable of using the images, something that should only be available to the founders. Your sacred fruits shall be my offerings to the Tao source today. Li Qie smirked. Sanctified Bones was horrified after hearing this after realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately leaped into the air, wanting to break apart space and flee to a different dimension. Li Qie simply waved his hand again and the 18 images rushed to the sky as well, slamming the skeleton once more. Activate. Sanctified Bones activated all of his Tao laws, but this was useless against the 18 images. Crack. They crushed his golden bones and made spectators feel as if they were being crushed as well. It didn't take long before the gigantic skeleton was reduced to dust. Chapter 52-24. A 12-fruit dragon lord was as helpless as a child before the 18 images. I can't believe it. Xueqi murmured. Yi Fantian was just as surprised. Ah! However, Sanctified Bones was still alive. His 12 fruits exerted all of their power, just enough to hold on. Alas, the tempests forming from their maximum potential couldn't push the images away. Even 12 sacred fruits can't do anything. Spectators felt a little hopeless and weak while watching this. They felt as if Li Qie was a giant playing with an insect, drowning other dragon lords in despair. 12 fruits. Xueqi had a wry smile while feeling a chill coursing down his spine. Sanctified Bones was just as strong as him now but was still being crushed like an insect. The same would have happened to him. I will bring you an Imperial Gate down with me. Sanctified Bones realized the futility of struggling. Cracks appeared on his 12 fruits and a monstrous power seeped out. Shit! Cultivators shouted and wanted to run. Boom! The 12 fruits exploded, releasing incredible destruction. He's self-destructing. Everyone thought that it was too late to run, not expecting Sanctified Bones to be so extreme and decisive. This was enough to obliterate Imperial Gate and deal serious damage to the city. It's over. Some closed their eyes before the blinding blast, accepting their fate. However, Li Qie didn't allow this to happen. He closed his palm and changed the fundamental forms of the images. They became swollen and puffed out like bubbles as the explosive waves pulsed outward, absorbing the blow. Some of the images popped from the sheer devastation despite being flexible. Nonetheless, they returned again in the same moldable form. The Tao source, controlled by Li Qie, empowered this regenerative cycle in order to contain the explosion. The images changed continuously in order to keep up with his Tao derivation. What is going on? Powerful cultivators paid attention to this phenomenon and turned their sight toward Imperial Gate. This is... Suppression Conqueror became alarmed and activated his heavenly gaze. Rumble! Those in Imperial Gate were blinded by the containment, their ears assaulted by deafening blasts. Once the light dissipated, they witnessed a monumental change. Only 13 images were left. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Nonetheless, powerful dragon lords could tell that despite losing 5, the images seemed more profound than before. This was a type of return to simplicity and the source of the Tao. Only 13 are left now. Weaker cultivators talked among themselves. Just as he said before. Yi Fantian took a deep breath. How did he do it? Xiao Qingtian opened his eyes wide, talented enough to see the discreet improvements. Who is he? He murmured in a daze, unable to understand the method. He clearly saw how Li Qie used the 18 images to contain the explosion, nothing after that due to the cacophony of blasts and lights. Dao reduction wasn't a new concept. It's just that the 18 images were too profound already. Reducing them into something simpler and more efficient required an extreme understanding of the Grand Dao. He understood this on a conceptual level and could take thousands of years to perfect the method. However, actually performing the reduction was a different story. How can such a devilish talent exist in this world? He questioned his own ability. A monster indeed. Yi Fantian became emotional as well. Chapter 52-25. 18 have been reduced to 13, a truly unexpected development. The two founders have kept the path the same since its creation. One could say that this was their ultimate comprehension of this Tao. Descendants could follow this path to reach the apex. Furthermore, they might be the only ones capable of changing it. No other Dragon Lord had exceeded them in history. Not even the brilliant Xueqi and Supreme. Attempting to do so was a foolish and arrogant endeavor. Alas, the seemingly average Li Qie had managed to do so, going as far as reducing the images down to 13. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. In comparison, the previous version seemed needlessly complicated and less attuned to the Tao. How? Yi Fantian remained perplexed. Since her debut, she had been taught by apex conquerors and Tao lords. She only needed to focus before understanding Sword C Tao lords' merit laws despite the difference in cultivation. She started thinking that her imperial path might be preventing her from seeing the mysteries. She glanced over at Xiao Qingtian, who had a bitter smile. The latter shrugged helplessly, expressing his confusion as well. Who is he? Xiao Qingtian asked. He has to be related to Duality Master. Yi Fantian speculated. At first, everyone thought that Li Qie was being ignorant for talking about changing the 18 images. Now, his success left them speechless and amazed. After a long while, those from Imperial Gate regained their wits. The ancestors appeared along with their juniors. They came closer and bowed before Li Qie. After all, ever since they lost to Suppression Conqueror, they lost sovereignty over their territories, including their ancestral land and temples. Although this was supposed to be temporary, Suppression Conqueror was far more ambitious. Alas, there was nothing they could do due to the presence of powerful dragon lords such as Crocodile and Sanctified Bones. This man managed to slay these wardens and gave hope to Imperial Gate. This scene made the big shots let out a sentimental sigh. In the past, Imperial Gate enjoyed prosperity ranging from the era of its founders to most recently, Armor Conqueror. Once these cultivators were gone, they were suppressed by Suppression Conqueror and 100 Tao, on the verge of being taken over. Suddenly, their reflection was cut short by echoing gongs. The clangs could be heard across the upper continents. The auction shall commence shortly. Boss Tang's lackadaisical voice sounded. It's starting. Saintess Xiao Yao became anxious. Those in the cities leaped up into the air to get closer to the battleship. This auction included the strongest possible participants, so no one wanted to miss it. Brother Qingtian, I'll be going ahead. Yi Fantian leaped into the air. I'll tag along. Xiao Qingtian happily followed her. Xueqi was here early. Yi Fantian sat on the throne for Divine Alliance, and Xiao Qingtian did the same for the one reserved for Azure School. Seems like I'm a little late. Another famous figure sat on the throne for Heaven Alliance. Li Zhiqian is here too. Everyone stared at the young newcomer who garnered just as much attention as his two peers. All three Tians are here. What a monumental event we have today. An expert murmured. It is rare to see them together. Another said, thinking that this auction was going to be incredible. The three politely greeted each other, but Xueqi didn't bother standing up. This was her style and no one dared to criticize her for it due to her unpredictable temperament. Excuse me. Alchemy Dao and the other's throne was occupied by Resplendent Monarch, a clear underdog compared to the others. Nonetheless, this throne was under the protection of Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, so it was kept safe. It was not worth provoking the Conqueror just to participate in the auction. However, Others thought that this party had no chance of winning any auction. After all, other competitors were on another level of resources and wealth. Chapter 52-26. Boom! A divine mountain seemed to be manifesting into reality and suffocated the audience. This aura came from a middle-aged man wearing a crest. Waterfalls of imperial energy poured down around him. Visual phenomena could be seen in the back. His very presence deterred the Tao and forced others into submission. The opening of his eyes could change the rhythm and flow of the world. Suppression Conqueror. Some shouted his title as they looked up at him in awe. Though far from the strongest, he was still dominating enough to take over Imperial Attendant City. Resplendent Monarch scowled after seeing him. Unfortunately, he was just stronger than any of them. Conqueror, recall your power. Boss Tang demanded. My apology. Suppression sat down and hid his aura. Nonetheless, others still feared and respected this legendary character for his ferocity and decisiveness. He once had a terrible relationship with other sects because of his fiery temper during his youth. Thus, everyone including the alliances denied his request to join. Only 100 Dao accepted him and he didn't let them down. One could say that the tides were always changing, the undesirable youth turning into a dominant conqueror. Today, it was time for him to oppress the powers who didn't appreciate him. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Thus, some believe that his taking over Imperial Gate was a type of revenge. After all, Alchemy Dao, Qilin Manor, and many others rejected him once. Of course, he himself had never stated his intention. Moreover, he still hasn't crossed certain lines when dealing with Imperial Gate. Great, I'm not late. Another middle-aged man appeared and cupped his fist toward the group, not looking arrogant in the slightest. He was a swordsman with a friendly aura, wearing a cowl and looking inconspicuous with the exception of his bright eyes. The three geniuses and Suppression Conqueror got up to return the gesture. Long time no see, Brother Sky Sword. Suppression was courteous toward the man. So that's Skyward Dao Lord, the leader of Dao Alliance. An expert told his friends. Isn't it all things Dao Lord? A friend said quietly. Yes, in position, but all things Dao Lord is usually away while Sky Sword Dao Lord deals with administration and other matters. He is very well respected. The expert explained. The group took a good look at him. Another said, he doesn't look like a supreme Dao Lord. That is his unique charm. A big shot joined in. He's very sincere and trustworthy during his travel, respected by both friends and foes. Really? Someone said. There were rifts in Dao Alliance ever since Illumination Conqueror's abdication. Sky Sword Dao Lord is the one holding them together. The big shot whispered. The group exchanged glances and didn't dwell on the sensitive matter regarding Dao Alliance. Nonetheless, this issue was highly speculated by others. Some believed that Dao Alliance was on the verge of separating during that period. Later on, all things Dao Lord became the guardian, and with the assistance of Sky Sword Dao Lord, Dao Alliance was unified once more. After Sky Sword Dao Lord sat down, the next to arrive was a gray-haired old man. His eyes still brimmed with wisdom and youthfulness, seemingly capable of understanding everything in the world. Unlike Suppression Conqueror, he kept his aura at a minimum. Nonetheless, the Grand Dao still harmonized around him. Omniscient. Sky Sword stood up, the same with the others. Even Ju Xiener took a look at the old man. Ladies and gentlemen. Omniscient cupped his fist before sitting down on the throne belonging to Cleansing Incense Dynasty. Why is Omniscient Dao Lord representing Cleansing Incense Dynasty? He's not from there. A crowd member became curious. He has always been a guest there, maybe he finally joined it. A big shot said. He was not the strongest among the emperors and Dao Lords. However, he seemed to know everything. Not to mention regular cultivators, even apex cultivators sought him out with questions. Rumor has it that he was privy to all secrets. He preferred traveling the world instead of joining a particular faction. Alas, his appearance now implied his allegiance to Cleansing Incense Dynasty. The dynasty has been hiding its edge. Perhaps this is a scouting attempt for the future. One Dragon Lord whispered. Everyone maintained caution when talking about this sect. It had dominated starting from immemorial epic war all the way to Grand Tao War. Putting its power aside, it seemed to have deep ties with Imperial Field from the Immortal Continent. This was the reason why Genesis Conqueror started Imperial Alliance in the Upper Continents. Though the dynasty was no longer in charge of the alliance, its prestige still remained. Chapter 52-27. May I ask if you know about the matters above, Tao Lord? Xueqi asked. Pertaining which matter, fellow Taoist? Omniscient responded. Meanwhile, everyone else listened attentively because Xueqi was one of the coldest conquerors. This had nothing to do with cultivation and personality. It felt as if coldness was part of her nature. Nothing in the world could warm her up and get close to her. To read the uncut version, go to poread.com. She had no friends, companions, or acquaintances. Her solitary nature chased others away from the start. Thus, her initiative took everyone by surprise. I will ask another day, she said. That's fine. Omniscient nodded. Some became disappointed after hearing this. They wondered what she was talking about. The matters above? Boom! Another participant arrived and left a seal in the air. Suddenly, it was smashed by something and a figure rushed out to sit on the throne of Imperial Alliance. It was round like an egg or a rock while being covered in fog. It seemed to be immensely heavy. The throne itself had a hard time withstanding it. People wondered if it were to fall on Imperial attendant, would the city be able to survive? The same for their own body. Brother Celestial Stone. Sky Sword Tao Lord cupped his fist. Crack! The stone cracked apart, revealing a pair of eyes. They were beautiful like a pair of jades. However, staring at them for a long time would fully mesmerize someone, dragging them down into oblivion. Thus, spectators trembled in fear and immediately looked away. Even dragon lords and conquerors focused up to protect their Tao heart. The stone seemed to be doing something akin to a nod toward the Tao Lord before closing its eyes again, not caring about anyone else including Suppression Conqueror. This is Celestial Stone Tao Lord? Everyone was surprised to see such a unique cultivator. There was no doubt that one slam from him could kill a dragon lord, not to mention his enveloping gaze. Celestial Stone hailed from 8 Desolaces. Rumor has it that he was a member of the main branch of Stone Monarch, always proud and arrogant of his pure blood. Later on, he became a Tao Lord and started Divine Stone Ridge. After ascending to the 6 continents, he joined Imperial Alliance and rarely showed himself in public. Some said that he spent his time being buried deep underground, no different from a non-sentient stone. Thus, his appearance here today was rather surprising. What is Imperial Alliance aiming for? Which of the 3 treasures? Someone commented. Amitabha. A Buddhist beam from Pure Land crossed through the air and formed a great Buddha. Flowers descended and hymns echoed. Golden springs gushed upward in a magnificent manner. The power of the Buddhist affinity engulfed the region, wanting to grant salvation to all. Weaker cultivators started bowing in that direction. However, their seniors and ancient ancestors shouted, "Guard your mind." This woke them up and left them drenched in cold sweat. Just the image of the Buddha alone made them want to convert to Buddhism. This phenomenon was most likely intensified in Pure Land. How terrifying! Someone said. Its actual power was unfathomable enough, not to mention this dreadful conversion affinity. When the Buddha disappeared, a monk was now sitting on the throne chosen by Pure Land. His kasaya had a golden glow, and so did each inch of his flesh. It was as if he was made of gold, possessing an indestructible body. A Buddhist halo rotated around him, always releasing and deriving the Buddhist Tao. Pure Land Sacred Monk. They didn't expect to see this cultivator here in person. He was well respected despite not belonging to any top cultivation classification. He spent his life granting salvation to the suffering, focusing on mortals instead of cultivators. Others didn't want to waste time in the mortal world. Thus, his selflessness earned him well-deserved admiration. Today, he appeared for a different purpose altogether. Pure Land had stronger cultivators, so he didn't need to participate in this event himself. Thus, his appearance was worthy of rumination. He must be here for heaven reckon. Someone speculated. I agree. Those who had relative knowledge of Pure Land had no problem with this comment. Chapter 52:28. I didn't expect to see you here, sacred monk. Sky Sword Tao Lord greeted. Amitba, I am making a fool out of myself for being tempted by worldly matters. The monk placed his palms together. For heaven reckon? Suppression Conqueror's brows furrowed since he was here for it as well. He heard rumors of this ruler being capable of gauging the heaven's will and measuring the immensity of all things. It had limitless potential and he would be able to carry out his personal goals with it. Shao Qing Tian also wanted the ruler. No other treasure could peer into the secrets of heaven itself. Amitba, heaven reckon once belonged to us, our legacy, before being lost to the outside world. I am here to bring it home. The monk said. So it is true. The crowd murmured among themselves and wondered how Boss Tang got a hold of it. First, stealing it from Pure Land was virtually impossible. Moreover, if he had done so, he wouldn't be auctioning it right now. The others didn't comment. Regardless of the treasure's history, it would belong to the highest bidder now. Boom! A branch manifested into reality out of thin air and grew into a great tree with more branches and leaves. Instead of giving off a refreshing aura of life, it felt as if the branches and leaves were metallic weapons with shudder-inducing gleams. This was the first time for many to see a tree of this nature. An old man walked out from the trunk, looking as if he was made from metal. He sat down on the throne belonging to Azure Peak. Brother Sentinel. Sky Sword bowed slightly and asked respectfully, I hope Azure Ancestor is doing well. Yes. The old man nodded and accepted the gesture. The crowd found this unbelievable. Someone commented, who is he to be deserving of this greeting from Sky Sword Tao Lord? Sentinel Trey Ant. A big shot said. It's because Sky Sword Tao Lord is a sky spirit. Someone explained, he proved his Tao at Azure Peak and might actually be a descendant of Azure Ancestor. As for the old man, he is the guardian of Azure Peak. I see. Listeners understood after hearing this. Azure Ancestor was one of the oldest Tao Lords, widely believed to be the progenitor of the sky spirits. As an apex Tao Lord, he chose to stay in the upper continents instead of ascending to the immortal continent. Azure Peak became the home for all sky spirits. It was rather reclusive and rarely dealt with the outside world. Why did Sky Sword Tao Lord join Tao Alliance and not Azure Peak? Someone else remarked. For the full version, visit Pori.com. Given his power and connection to Azure Peak, he would be able to propel it to the next height. He has his own ambition, I'm sure. A big shot said softly. So do you think they're here for the leaves? The questioner inquired again. People knew that Azure Peak had a reincarnation 9 leaves just like the one up for auction. They will probably bring it back to cultivate too. One ancestor said. Great, I'm not last. Suddenly, an old man sat down in the spot reserved for immortal Emperor Yao Zhu. No one saw how he got there. The first thing people noted was his age, a face covered in wrinkles with a lifeless complexion, a pair of muddled eyes, and other characteristics seen in an impoverished old man. The only sign of his greatness was the occasional flare of fire deep within his eyes. These embers seemed rather frightening. Everyone stood up after seeing him, even Celestial Stone Tao Lord. Greetings, Immortal Emperor. They said respectfully to the emperor who lived in the same generation as the ancient ones. This famous alchemist was sought after by everyone. Even Celestial Court required his help. Later on, he lived reclusively and this gave enough room for heavenly sage Yuan to enter the spotlight. If he hadn't done so, she wouldn't have been as prestigious and famous. Thank you everyone, I am too weak to return the gesture. He only bowed his head slightly without standing up. Everyone exchanged glances and sympathized. The end of life was inevitable even for the strongest cultivator. It was only a matter of time regardless of one's fortune in life. Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu was naturally mighty, surpassing many contemporary Tao lords and conquerors. Most importantly, his alchemy was second to none, so he had access to the best longevity pills. Alas, death had knocked on his door. Therefore, the top cultivators present saw their future in him. Of course, that was only if they were lucky enough to live as long. This fate was the reason why they all sought immortality. Unfortunately, only immortals had everlasting life. 1. Changing Jade Sword to Sky Sword. Chapter 52:29. Only one spot was left among the 13, so people waited eagerly for the last. I see that I am late. Someone appeared in a mysterious manner. Old in age but not in body and spirit, tall and muscular with a broad frame, capable of raising the sky. No blinding aura and frightening divinity came from him. Despite the absence of Tao signs, everyone could see that he was immensely strong physically. It felt as long as they were near him, even the sky falling down would be perfectly fine. Anyone would be willing to stand by his side. Brother Immensity. Sky Sword Tao Lord stood up. The young geniuses performed a respectful bow despite already being on the 12-fruit level. The cold Ju Xiener bowed in her seat without getting up. This was as much civility as one could hope for from her. Others were more than willing to pay their respect to this particular cultivator. He was once a supreme genius, most likely even more brilliant than the current 3 Tians. However, he stopped at 1 fruit and didn't improve. Even his sons and descendants surpassed him eventually. Thus, he became a topic of ridicule, at least behind his back. His achievement didn't match his talent. Nonetheless, his Tao heart remained steadfast and eventually, he obtained 11 fruits in one go and finished an immortal shell at a later date. He stood shoulder to shoulder with apex existences such as Supreme, All Things Tao Lord, Sword Sea Tao Lord, Azure Ancestor. The 3 Tians felt close to him and viewed him as a role model because they were experiencing the same pressure. He greeted everyone back before sitting down. His humble display put Suppression Conqueror in an awkward position. Suppression came with fanfare, exerting his dominance and aura over everyone. Immensity, a stronger cultivator, chose otherwise. This difference in mentality was reflected in their strength. All the auction participants have arrived with his appearance. A bell sounded on the battleship and a youth appeared on deck. He lazily stretched and looked around in an arrogant fashion. He wore an extravagant outfit as if wanting to tell everyone how wealthy he was. That's Boss Tang? A spectator whispered. This cultivator was no stranger to both continents. Powerful cultivators sought him out since he had access to all treasures. If he couldn't get it, there was no chance of procuring it otherwise. Because of this reputation, everyone thought that he would look rather imposing and majestic. Alas, the only thing they smelled right now was the stench of a vulgar prodigal son. He was definitely a thorn in everyone's eyes and should be disliked wherever he went. Alas, this wasn't the case due to his resources. As for the big shots who have seen him in the past, they were already used to this. Nonetheless, they noted how his appearance didn't change at all from the past. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Okay, if everyone is here, we can get started with the auction. He laughed heartily while clapping. What is the main treasure today? The quiet celestial stone Tao Lord asked. He spoke slowly but every word was full of power and resonated deeply into the ears of listeners. All eyes were on Boss Tang. This was an important question since it could change the bidding strategies of the participant. Allow me to keep it a secret, it will be revealed in due time. Boss Tang smiled. What are you looking for today if it is indeed an immortal level item? Another asked. It depends on what is available. I hope I won't be disappointed because the item is not from this world. Boss Tang smirked. Not from this world. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. The main participants put on a solemn expression as well. 1. With this context, changing heavy ear to immensity. That was a ridiculous title, but the second character was, meaning ear, handle, and that is all, classical Chinese. Now with enough context, it seems obvious. Chapter 52:30. First, Boss Tang introduced this final auction as an immortal level item. Now, he further revealed that it came from the outside. This certainly changed everything. His auctions always included the greatest treasure, but he didn't use the word immortal trivially. Therefore, it must be something infinitely close to the described level. Can you elaborate on its origin? Where did it come from? Immensity Conqueror asked with a soothing tone. Not from 8 Desolaces or the 6 continents. Boss Tang smiled. Listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Which world was capable of birthing such an item? Above the high heaven then? Sky Sword Tao Lord became emotional. From above. Cultivators currently staying in Imperial Attendant looked up at the sky after hearing this. Is there anything up there? Someone murmured. The three geniuses immediately thought about the possibilities. This issue was still out of reach for them. No. Boss Tang said, if I can get an immortal item from above, it means that I am capable of ascending up there. Why would I bother with this small business instead of having a jolly good time above? It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. He still spoke arrogantly despite having a prestigious audience. There are more worlds outside, not counting above? Big Shot started wondering about this issue. As far as they knew, there were 8 Desolaces and their 6 continents. Another world above was only a legend. Older cultivators such as Immensity Conqueror didn't say anything. They had a different perspective on this matter because they knew about the expeditions from the emperors in the ancient ages. Perhaps their destination was where Boss Tang got the item. In any case, the eventual winner of the item will not regret anything. Boss Tang said with confidence, looking like a shrewd merchant boasting about his remarkable merchandise. Okay, I don't care which treasure is your target, it's too late to say that you're not sufficiently prepared. He added, everyone knows the rules, it's not about the value of the auctions, it's about whether I'm interested in your offerings. As for conqueror treasures or whatever, don't even bother. I have a ship full of them already. The crowd thought that he was offending some of the conquerors in the audience. Of course, they didn't actually mind since they knew he was right. This auction was completely different. The most important thing was gaining the interest of Boss Tang. This required high-value treasures with unique properties to them. None of the 13 representatives had an issue with the rule. All right. Here is the first treasure. Boss Tang clapped his hand and the first treasure appeared. A ruler imbued with celestial affinities. It wasn't particularly bright, but anyone looking at it would shudder at least once. Heaven Reckon, the legacy of Golden Temple, and was once in the possession of the immortal. Today it has fallen into the mortal realm. Boss Tang raised his voice for the introduction. What immortal? Zhu Xiener was the first to react. Hee, not something I can discuss. It's fine if you don't believe me. Heaven Reckon is right before you. Its history is as clear as day. He glanced at the sacred monk after saying this. Amitba. This is indeed Heaven Reckon. We lost it long ago and today, I shall welcome it back to Pure Land. The monk placed his palms together. Of course, no one doubted the authenticity of Boss Tang's merchandise. Most were more curious about this so-called immortal in the description, even though they had previously established that immortals didn't exist. It can measure the heavens' wills, meaning the future. If anyone wants a fortune, it can also give reliable clues. Boss Tang continued. No one started yet because not all were here for Heaven Reckon. Most were more curious about the final treasure. My master found a black jade from Night Marsh. Xueqi Tian presented a box with numerous seals. Given their power, they were clearly created by Illumination Conqueror. He opened the box and revealed the jade. It was also sealed by a special method from the Conqueror. This was necessary because it seemed alive, always ready to escape. A mysterious life force flowed around it. Something new entirely to the spectators. Nirvana Blackstone. Boss Tang was impressed to see the item. Quite impressive of the Conqueror to catch something like this. Are you willing to make the trade? Xueqi Tian became excited because having the ruler could take him to the next height. No rush, no rush. You're just the first bidder. Boss Tang smiled. Xueqi Tian heard this and regretted losing his cool. Nonetheless, the crowd was certainly moved by the jade. Its effect should be to boost vitality and cultivation. Only characters of Illumination Conqueror could catch something like this. Chapter 5231. The others patiently planned their next move, whether to bid for Heaven Reckon. Suppression Conqueror was the first to become impatient and ordered his followers to present a particular chariot. It was pulled by 4 horses made out of bronze. They were animated and seemed to be alive. The carriage was pitted from blades and arrows, clearly the result of having participated in numerous battles. On the right side was the carving of a dragon, and to the left was a phoenix. The front had a qilin and the back was a white tiger. The original color had faded with time. I wish to exchange this bronze chariot. Suppression Conqueror presented the treasure. This belongs to Imperial Attendant. Resplendent Monarch's expression soured. And now it is mine. Suppression Conqueror asserted. Resplendent scowled and didn't wish to continue this argument in public, or it would harm Imperial Attendant's reputation. This chariot. A few participants recognized its history. Tetra War. Omniscient Tao Lord's expression changed for a moment. You cannot sit on it. Xueqi did not hold back. Suppression looked visibly annoyed but didn't engage Xueqi. The legendary chariot. Yi Fantian talked to her peers. Although they were juniors, they have heard stories about it from their emperors. Sentinel Treyant scowled after seeing this, clearly unhappy to see it being used as a bid. Is this a famous artifact? One crowd member didn't recognize the chariot. A big shot responded. As far as I know, it was used by City Lord Ziyan during Grand Tao War. It ended up saving many wounded emperors and monarchs. This is out of line. Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu shook his head disapprovingly. The negative reception left Suppression in a tough spot. Nonetheless, he still thought that this was the right choice. How is it? He asked Boss Tang. It's a wonderful carriage and I am indeed missing a ride. Boss Tang took a good look at the chariot before responding. This gave Suppression Conqueror hope. After all, it was one of a kind and was blessed by a supreme being before. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to control the carriage. The main issue was his not being part of the main branch from Imperial Attendant. Although I desire this carriage, I do not dare to take it. Otherwise, I might lose my head one day. In my opinion, you should return to where it should be. Certain things aren't meant to be used for transactions. Boss Tang said before rubbing his neck implicatively. Suppression's expression soured since he thought that he would be able to obtain Heaven Reckon with it. Alas, Boss Tang didn't want it. Why is Boss Tang refusing the chariot? What is he afraid of? A crowd member whispered, finding this whole matter rather strange. They saw how arrogant he was, not to mention his clear interest in the chariot. He didn't mind offending the alliances or any other cultivator. What was the reason behind this refusal? I heard that it represents Imperial Attendant City's prestige. It is a spiritual totem of sorts for them. A big shot said, according to the legends, even emperors come out to greet the master of this chariot, so this is rather blasphemous. It's more than just that. Imperial Attendant is related to Cleansing Incense Dynasty. If this falls out of their possession, Imperial Alliance will pursue this, maybe even Imperial Field. Someone else with more information said, I have a lamp. Immensity Conqueror was next, presenting a treasure with a feeble flame on the verge of extinguishing. However, it seemed capable of guiding anyone out of the darkness, always warming the heart during times of desperation and despair. This was a defensive treasure against the dark affinity. I found it in Nightmare Realm. He revealed its origin with a single sentence. Despite the lack of details, both participants and spectators thought that the lamp was a great artifact to keep around. Heart Guide. Boss Tang said, in some aspects, it is more valuable than Heaven Reckon. Yes, you sure know your stuff. Immensity nodded. It is special but only Heaven Reckon can measure certain matters and fortunes. What does the Conqueror want? A listener whispered. Immensity maintained a neutral stance, not joining the people or the race. No one knew his pursuit. This is tempting. Boss Tang stroked his chin. Shao Qing Tian became anxious because his faction came for Heaven Reckon. Ba. The sacred monk of Pure Land placed his palms together first before taking out a bowl in a reluctant manner. I have nothing, no treasure to speak of, only this bowl. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. Everyone saw a clear liquid inside the bowl. Ripples appeared occasionally due to the wind. Within them were images of 3,000 worlds. The hope of all living beings. Boss Tang narrowed his eyes after seeing the bowl. A testament to your contribution, sacred monk. Omniscient Tao Lord said sentimentally. You have granted salvation and peace to countless mortals. The proof is in this bowl. It is a matchless feat. What is he talking about? A crowd member asked, unaware of the implications. Only top cultivators such as the older auction participants were privy to this information. I'll take it. Boss Tang made up his mind and tossed Heaven Reckon over. Ba. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. The sacred monk caught the ruler and placed his palms together to say goodbye to everyone. With that, he made his departure. Chapter 52-32. Everyone respected the monk who had such focus in life. He immediately returned to Pure Land after fulfilling his goal. I see, it is not meant to be. Goodbye, everyone. Immensity Conqueror shook his head and left as well, surprising the crowd. They thought that he would stick around to see the immortal item. Does he not want anything else? One curious soul asked. It is best to keep it simple for the sake of the Tao. A big shot said, having too many desires will slow one down regardless of their talent. Since he has nothing else on his mind, he is able to go far. Boss Tang didn't mind losing 2 participants. He laughed and continued, okay, the second auction will be for reincarnation 9 leaves. He clapped his hand and a treasure box was brought forward. Opening it revealed a plant with 9 round leaves with fine serrations, giving the impression that they were constantly rotating. The plant occasionally exuded a faint light, akin to the shining of a gem, the same for the leaves. This is it. Spectators took a look and some weren't impressed by its appearance. This is more precious than heaven, reckon? Another said. It might not be useful to young cultivators or regular people because death is death. An ancient ancestor stared at it with a coveting gleam. Those near-dead like him wanted nothing more than to grab the plant right now. Even the apex cultivators participating in the auction stared at it intensely. As for the 3 geniuses, they understood its value but didn't share the same intense feeling. Even if they were to bid, the plant would be meant for the aging seniors. According to the legends, eating the plant gave a chance for reincarnation. The first leaf had a 20% chance of success. The subsequent ones had an increasingly lower chance of success. Failure meant dying, but eating all 9 could allow someone to maintain their memories after reincarnation. All in all, due to the rarity of the plant and a dire lack of information, some who were lucky enough to come across it didn't dare to eat without thinking twice. I've been searching for a long time now. Here it is right before my very eyes. Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu commented. Is reincarnation truly possible with it? Omniscient Conqueror remained skeptical despite his vast knowledge. I only sell the merchandise. No guarantee. If one of you is successful later, be sure to send me a message. Boss Tang smiled. Every medicine has 3 parts poison. Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu said, backlashes are inevitable when consuming a high number of longevity medicines. One attempt might decrease lifespan instead. The same applies to this plant. It might grant reincarnation or a hellish life, just a matter of cause and effect. Longevity medicines can decrease lifespan? Li Zhitian hasn't heard of this before. This cannot be generalized. Medicines are mostly effective, of course. The emperor said, actual lifespan estimation is difficult. Some can last 10,000 years later than they should, and how would one accurately gauge the effectiveness of longevity medicines in those cases? Nonetheless, while medicines can save lives, they can also take lives. Others contemplated the matter in silence. The only true path to everlasting life is cultivation. The quiet celestial stone Tao Lord suddenly remarked. Yes, only the immortal Tao. The emperor agreed, longevity medicines are still an external force, not a permanent solution. Okay, if we're done talking about everlasting life, let's start the bid. Boss Tang waited for them to finish before starting. Li Zhitian slowly took out an item and spread it. This is a leather scroll from time immemorial. Our seniors call it Epic Membrane. Epic Membrane? The group exchanged glances of confusion. Of course, they knew that an item being used as a bid by the successor of Imperial should be something amazing. Timeless. Omniscient didn't wish to divulge its history. Not bad at all. Boss Tang said. Unfortunately, it is too small, or I would re-sew it into a personal robe. It might save me from the next calamity. If you have a bigger piece, then it's a deal. The seniors did everything they could and only got this piece. Li Zhitian smiled wryly. Omniscient Tao Lord took out a jar and said, A world in a jar. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. It had a resplendent light as if there were galaxies within. It appeared to be formed naturally instead of being man-made. Spectators felt that if he were to flip it over, countless treasures would fall out of it. Wish jar, I have heard of it before. Boss Tang said. Yes, I have traveled the world and finally found it. Omniscient Tao Lord said. It is marvelous, but unfortunately, all the treasures dropping from it cannot compare to the jar itself. I am not establishing a sect, so I don't need that many treasures. Boss Tang shook his head. The paradox of the jar was that although it could release endless treasures, all of this couldn't compare to the jar itself. This was useful to those seeking quantity instead of quality. Chapter 52-33. The first two bids didn't seem to interest Boss Tang enough. This wasn't to say that they were not valuable. Unfortunately, Boss Tang had seen the greatest of treasures, so his standard was unreasonable. Of course, Li Zhitian and Omniscient Dao might still be holding back because there were still 2 more auctions afterward. I have a particular seed. Sentinel Treant finally made his move, summoning a celestial seed with endless life force gushing out in waves. Those in the city felt as if they were looking at one green planet after another, each filled with life and possibilities. Others couldn't help taking deep breaths in order to suck in as much life essence as possible. They felt as if they were gaining days of lifespan after inhaling each time. A galactic seed? Boss Tang was surprised after seeing this. You actually have one? 2, but one has been used. Sentinel Treant said. Not bad at all. If the seed sprouts and survives enough calamities, it will grow into a divine tree. Boss Tang stared at the seed and couldn't avert his gaze. Possessing a divine tree would guarantee the survival of a sect in any era. Thus, everyone became tempted. After seeing Boss Tang's interest in the seed, Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu had to join the competition. He took out a box and solemnly said, I have a particular scroll. He opened the box and out came a scholarly musk usually found in libraries. This scroll seemed to have been preserved for numerous auras. The smell alone immersed everyone into an ancient Tao before even having the chance to read it. What is this? Someone asked after seeing its magical property. This is... Boss Tang stared at the Emperor in astonishment. It is related to your dream immortal order. I was in the dream paradise for a long time and eventually came across this wordless heavenly scroll. The other participants focused their gaze, wanting to take a closer look at the scroll. A gift from Dream Paradise? Boss Tang asked with a serious tone. Yes, I would not be taking it out if it wasn't for my withering lifespan. The Emperor responded. The older cultivators sympathized with him. Priceless treasures were useless when death was knocking on the door. When they were younger, they risked their lives and spent all their time trying to obtain peerless treasures. As they grew older, they only cared about having more time, or in this case, a chance for reincarnation. Although this ancient scroll was priceless, the Emperor had no use for it now. Let me take a quick look? Boss Tang asked, clearly more interested in the scroll than the galactic seed. Yes. The Emperor nodded. Boss Tang came closer and grabbed the scroll. He gently lifted a corner and celestial radiance filled the air, casting an enchanting glow on everyone. Is this another immortal grade item? The crowd was fully amazed even though the scroll was yet to be opened entirely. Incredible! Boss Tang was a dependable businessman and didn't look any further. The Emperor was already generous enough to allow this before the conclusion of the deal. I'll take it. Boss Tang made up his mind and agreed. The Emperor was ecstatic to hear this. His hands trembled as he held the plant. All eyes were on him. The ultimate alchemist still couldn't reach everlasting life. In the end, reincarnation was the only path. Older cultivators were stricken emotionally. After all, they would not be as lucky as him to obtain this special plant. After dominating their entire life, the last moment was one of helplessness. A particular creed of cultivation was to recognize one's fate from the heaven. Unfortunately, death remained inevitable regardless of their prior confidence. Goodbye forever, everyone. The Emperor put away the plant and said. The participants stood up to properly greet him. His lifespan was over and the plant wasn't a foolproof solution. Failure meant being reduced to ashes. He left first, and Sentinel Treant, who only came for the plant, also bid farewell to everyone. The group heaved a sigh of relief. 2 fewer competitors now. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Okay, I don't need to waste my time introducing the third item, Dream Immortal Order. Boss Tang said. The thing seemed to have been buried underground for a long time and could finally see the sun again now. It grants entry to Dream Paradise. An ancient ancestor swallowed his saliva after seeing this. Can you really make any request there? A big shot had heard of this legend previously. What if I ask to become a conqueror? A youth fantasized. It depends on your own talent, brat. A senior responded, if you are capable, then the paradise will grant you the opportunity. Can I kill my enemies with it? Another youth asked. Idiot, what enemies are worthy of wasting this order on? Plus, are they entering Dream Paradise with you too? To which someone nearby responded. Chapter 5234. According to the rumors, this order granted entry to Dream Paradise, a place that can grant wishes within limitations. Thus, all in the 6 continents coveted these orders. This included apex conquerors and Tao lords who had pursuits above their ability. So this is one of the 5 orders? A participant asked. If there are 5, then this is one of them. Boss Tang said. There are only 5. Omniscient Tao Lord said with certainty and paused for a second to look at the group. Moreover, some had found the others before. No one doubted this because Immortal Emperor Yao Zu's ancient scroll was a gift from Dream Paradise. Okay, let's get started. Take out your items. Boss Tang clapped and said. No one was in a hurry this time, waiting for others to make a move first. They were still patient enough to wait for the final item, unlike Immensity Conqueror and Immortal Emperor Yao Zu. I have a bottle of the finest grade 9 form Imperial Remedy. 30 pills. Resplendent Monarch finally made his move since he desired the Immortal Order, unable to wait for anyone else. Finest grade. Top cultivators were startled after hearing this. Although conquerors and Tao lords were difficult to injure, this also meant that curing serious wounds was a difficult task. Regular medicine was not enough. However, 9-form Imperial Remedy had proven its effectiveness since the Grand Wars. Heavenly Sage Yuan managed to save numerous emperors and Tao lords with these pills. Thus, some of them actually wanted to buy a few pills before any potential exchange with Boss Tang. The finest grade? I did not know your sect was capable of this since the passing of Heavenly Sage Yuan. Boss Tang said. Since he didn't immediately refuse, Resplendent Monarch saw a sliver of hope. What treasure do you want? Xueqi got straight to the point. If you are willing to trade your Immortal Piercer, the order is yours. Boss Tang stared at her and stroked his chin. Others started sweating for him after hearing this suicidal comment. Sure enough, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Neutral spectators standing at the bottom couldn't handle the intense aura and dropped to the ground. Even Suppression, Sky Sword, and Omniscient became serious. They weren't sure of besting her in battle at all. Boss Tang, on the other hand, didn't mind. He acted as if he didn't do anything wrong and continued, I'm serious, your Immortal Piercer has a history with me. His earnest expression interested the crowd. Everyone knew about Xueqi. Her father was Righteous Tao Lord and her mother shared the same name as hers. However, none knew where her weapon came from. At the very least, she couldn't be its creator. What history? She was surprised to hear this. It's personal. Boss Tang shook his head. Of course, if you ever want to trade, just let me know in the future and we can negotiate. Others naturally became curious. As the greatest merchant in the world, Boss Tang never expressed this level of interest in a particular treasure before. Brother All Things asked me to come here. Sky Sword Tao Lord took out a box as well. Inside is an item from Brother Blessed, found in outer space. From Blessed Tao Lord? Others wanted to take a look but Sky Sword Tao Lord didn't open the box. Blessed Tao Lord had a transcendent position in the 6 continents. He stood apart from the other emperors and Tao lords due to his unique stance regarding certain matters. The blessing? All Things had shown it before. Boss Tang asked, seemingly aware of the thing inside. What do you think about this deal? Sky Sword asked. Haha, seems like All Things really wants this order. Boss Tang laughed. Having no qualms about making fun of all things Tao Lord, Yi Fantian joined the competition, taking out a divine box just like the others. However, the seal was not enough to contain whatever was within. With each pulsing flash, people felt as if the world was on the verge of exploding as well. What is that? A mighty dragon lord trembled with fear. A core light from Celestial Court. Boss Tang's eyes narrowed. Yi Fantian nodded and said, "Yes, taken from the sky of Celestial Court and refined since the ancient age by the wise sages. I believe Celestial Court should only have one or two. Your divine alliance actually has one?" Boss Tang revealed his deep knowledge. Left behind by profound emperor. Omniscient Tao Lord interjected. "Theft is never good, try looking at." "That is indeed the case." Yi Fantian nodded again. This nearly forgotten title still stirred the crowd. Profound Emperor was far older than the other alliance starters such as Genesis Conqueror and Light Dragon Conqueror. Chapter 5235. 3 competitive bids have been placed and Boss Tang showed interest in them all. Omniscient Tao Lord representing cleansing incense coughed and solemnly took out a box as well. Within was a gem sealing a broken piece of metal smaller than a baby's fist. Upon closer inspection, the metal seemed to be wiggling around, capable of communicating and morphing in accordance with its master's thoughts. "This thing has an incredible history," Omniscient Tao Lord introduced. "What is it?" Sky Sword Tao Lord asked. "How should I put this? It is related to Gargantuan Tao Lord, but its history goes far deeper, being connected to a certain existence." Omniscient Tao Lord said. Gargantuan Tao Lord. Everyone had a serious expression after hearing this title. Rumor has it that she was born with an immortal bone. Her power could crush the myriad Tao. She came from Imperial clan and was destined for greatness from birth. She truly dominated Tao Alliance during her golden age. Thus, she was considered to be on the same level as Luminous and Heaven Burial Conqueror. Regular people didn't see the connection between her and the piece of metal. However, Apex cultivators could see that the metal was special. What about its deeper history? Suppression Conqueror asked. If immortals exist, let's say that it was once in the hand of an immortal. Omniscient Tao Lord said. They do not. Shao Qing Tian said. True, but that does not mean that there will not be one in the future. Omniscient Tao Lord nodded with a smile. The others didn't comment since this topic was out of reach. So how is it related to Gargantuan Tao Lord? Yi Fantian couldn't help but ask. This was her first time seeing such an intriguing piece of metal. Perhaps fellow Taoist Li knows a bit more. Omniscient Tao Lord stared at Li Jitian. The latter answered, I'm not quite sure, perhaps it is somehow connected to my ancestor's immortal bone. Since he was from the same clan as Gargantuan Conqueror, he felt something peculiar about the metal. Everyone believes in the existence of the 9 heavenly treasures. This is a remnant piece. Boss Tang joined the conversation. That's right. Omniscient Tao Lord couldn't help but praise. Boss Tang, your knowledge is incredible, but keep in mind that it is more special than just that. Indeed, its value is more than what it is. Boss Tang understood. Looks like everyone is here with sincerity. He smiled at the participant, happy with the bids. The only ones who haven't made a bid were Juice Yenner, Suppression Conqueror, and Celestial Stone Tao Lord. Boss Tang, you can take a look at our medicine. Resplendent Monarch wanted to entice the merchant. Normally, people would be begging him for a chance to buy these pills. Alas, he was the one in need right now. He thought that by letting Boss Tang check the grade of the pills, it would improve the chance of success. He opened the bottle and released the peerless medicinal fragrance. The big shot salivated after smelling this life-saving medicine. In fact, even Suppression Conqueror wanted to buy some despite their current antagonistic relationship. How wonderful, a prime product from Heavenly Sage Yuan. Boss Tang sniffed as well. Suddenly, he paused and stared at Resplendent Monarch. Wait, this is not from your alchemy Tao. Everyone became surprised because which other lineage could concoct such a high-level remedy? What makes you say that? Resplendent Monarch couldn't believe it either because this was indeed the case. The final bottle of finest grade 9 form imperial remedy made by Heavenly Sage Yuan was sold by me. I kept it for a while and was very familiar with its smell. Boss Tang said. Your knowledge has no bounds. Yes, the cauldron was started by our panacea monarch, but in the end, we only found success with the help of young noble Li. Resplendent monarch revealed. Young noble Li. Sky Sword monarch knew who it was right away. Young noble Li? Boss Tang's expression changed dramatically after hearing this. A quick look at poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Haha, good, it's decided then. He suddenly laughed and grabbed the bottle. The order is yours, resplendent monarch. His sudden decision surprised everyone. Suppression Conqueror hastily said, We still haven't bid. Sorry, I just like this medicine bottle too much. Who knows, it might save my life one day. Boss Tang laughed heartily and handed the dream order over to Resplendent Monarch. The latter couldn't believe it because he didn't have that much confidence in winning against the rich participants. I'll be going then. After having the order in his hand, he bowed and immediately left. No one else could interfere or scheme because of the auction's rules. Boss Tang was not one to trifle with. Chapter 5236. Though the four alliances desired the order and thought that they could outbid Resplendent Monarch, they didn't protect Boss Tang's quick decision. This was just his business style. He didn't necessarily want the most precious treasure, only the right one. Okay, the final treasure, the one you all have been waiting for. Boss Tang laughed and clapped again. The participants quickly forgot about the matter of losing the order and became excited again. I wonder what it is. Ancient ancestors and big shots speculated among themselves. As for the participants, they readied themselves for the final act. At the very least, they were glad that 5 competitors have left, lessening the pressure. Boss Tang brought forth an old tree. It was severely damaged and incomplete, missing a large part of the trunk. The remaining part barely supported the few small branches. Given the appearance of the scars and damages, this must have happened long ago. The roots were nowhere to be seen. The participants paid careful attention and felt something unique. This was a remnant aura beyond theirs. Calling it immortal was not unreasonable. This is the immortal treasure? Other ancestors weren't at this level and couldn't sense this faint aura. How disappointing. One crowd member said. They assumed that they were about to witness something never seen before. Now, this was just a broken tree. So this is an immortal tree? Why is it special? Some still believed in Boss Tang's merchandise. After all, his reputation was flawless on the 6 continents. There was no reason to doubt his words. This does not belong to this world. Omniscient Tao Lord stared at Boss Tang in disbelief. I can spend my whole life learning about this immortal tree. The cold Xueqi expressed her opinion. Won't be your turn. Celestial Stone Tao Lord said. As for the 3 supreme geniuses, they also sensed that something strange was going on. Nonetheless, their senses weren't as accurate compared to these accomplished cultivators. During the auction, Li Qie, who was visiting Imperial Gate, had a smile on his face. After all, he got to see the chariot and even the broken metal. He recognized all the treasures since they once belonged to him. Why is this here? What is going on? However, his expression darkened the moment Boss Tang took out the old tree. 2 impossible events had happened. The appearance of the tree in this world and its broken state. The Lord of Black Tides had mentioned this to him, but he didn't think that it had deteriorated to this level. I will give this tree a name now. Everlasting. Boss Tang said with a smile. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Are you implying what I think you are? Xiao Qing Tian asked hastily. It depends on if you have the ability to fix it. Perhaps not true immortality, but a life long enough for you to get tired of living. Boss Tang confidently said. The old Tao lords and conquerors exchanged glances. Even in their current state, they were still far from being able to reach this level. This tree can grant everlasting life. The ancient ancestors among the audience had solemn expressions. One could say that everlasting life was the ultimate pursuit of cultivation. All the apex cultivators spent their lives trying to obtain this goal. It can't, not in this state. Xueqi said. Obviously. If it is capable of granting everlasting life, I would be keeping it for myself. If you wish to pursue this goal, you must mend it first. I have taken out the best possible merchandise. It is up to you all now. Boss Tang said before sighing. Time is not waiting for me, otherwise I wouldn't be selling it right now. However, everyone stared at the broken tree and didn't bid. Still not buying it? Boss Tang smiled and said, Fine, I will fascinate all of you with its wonders. With that, he channeled his power into the tree and shouted, Activate! Buzz! The image of a divine tree appeared before everyone. It poured down delicate strings of immortal Tao that shine with a wonderful radiance. Upon closer inspection, the strings seemed to be made of countless minuscule worlds. The laws came together to form a totem, a world filled with endless life force. Just this image alone shocked the spectators who thought that no other tree could compare to this one. Even the powerful participants felt as if they were floating up in the air while being basked in this immortal aura. Keep in mind that their Tao heart and mind were immensely stable. Alas, they were still carried away by the phenomenon, unable to maintain their composure. Chapter 52-37. Once the visual phenomenon dissipated, the tree looked the same as before. Only top conquerors and Tao lords could sense its indiscernible aura. The only difference was people's perception. Everyone wanted it now. In fact, the moment the tree was activated, numerous eyes opened to take a look, whether they be out in space or deep in the abyss. They were horrifying and could change the physical fabric of the world. Alas, no one made a move due to various reasons. Perhaps some thought that the tree couldn't be repaired while others might be hesitating because of something else entirely. Boss Tang successfully captivated the crowd by showing the tree's potential. Despite its flaws, the values were still immeasurable with everlasting life as a potential goal. Okay, let's start the bidding. Boss Tang was rather pleased with himself as he announced, If you can tempt me with your treasure, it will be yours. Otherwise, I'll just keep it. The apex cultivators thought that their treasures might not be enough to make it an even trade. Tempting the boss this time might be virtually impossible. Among the buyers were the strongest lineages and alliances in the upper continents. If they couldn't do it, no one else could. The question was, what do they have to offer him right now? What do you want? Zhu Xian'er coldly uttered, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. It would be nice if I know the answer. Boss Tang stroked his chin and said, It depends on what you all have to show me. Boss Tang, here is the deal. You say the words, Heaven Alliance will carry it out. Li Zhitian said. He couldn't come up with an equivalent treasure to match the tree, so he decided to go another route. Of course, this wasn't a joke since it represented an unbreakable promise from Heaven Alliance. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. No need for that. Boss Tang waved his hand and said, I'm afraid I will outlast your alliance. Those from Heaven Alliance changed their expression since this was a bad omen. However, Boss Tang didn't have a problem offending anyone. I see. Li Zhitian didn't become angry. The other participants could see that Boss Tang only wanted to do an exchange, not needing any promises. Okay, the auction ends here. Suddenly, their contemplation was interrupted by someone. An ordinary youth appeared among the thrones. No one saw how he got there. Who else could it be but Li Chia? The three geniuses recognized him but didn't know what he was up to. Boss Tang couldn't believe his own eyes after seeing the newcomer. Omniscient Tao Lord got out of his throne in disbelief. Sky Sword Tao Lord was surprised as well. As for the others, they couldn't believe someone was audacious enough to interrupt Boss Tang's auction. Who are you? Suppression Conqueror's eyes exuded an intimidating light. Li Chia chuckled and grabbed Boss Tang's warship, pointing it in the direction of Suppression as if it was a cannon. Boom! He somehow successfully ordered it to fire. Everyone had seen its power previously. Thus, Suppression immediately leaped into a different dimension while his throne was blown into smithereens. I warned you to leave. Li Chia released the ship and patted the dirt off his hands. So it's you. Suppression's voice echoed back, causing weaker cultivators to drop down to their knees. As for Boss Tang, he jumped back on the ship and it leaped into the air, ready for a spatial jump. That's it for the auction, friends, he said while escaping. Where are you going? Li Chia smiled and took one step forward, disappearing from sight. Those left behind stood there in a daze. There was no chance of them catching up to Boss Tang, so the dream of obtaining the immortal tree was over. What the hell just happened? Everyone became confused at the abrupt end. Gentlemen, let's take a break? Allow me to play the part of a good host. Suppression Conqueror calmed down and invited the others. I appreciate your invitation, but I have important matters to take care of. The others seemed interested in sticking around, but Omniscient Dao Lord, clearly shaken by something, cupped his fist and left with haste. Chapter 5238. Boss Tang rode his ship to the end of space, wanting to run as far away as possible from the harbinger of death. Bah! 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 Boss Tang slapped himself and complained. Why did I hold this auction, damn it, to lure this disaster out of them all? I guess you get burned eventually when playing with fire. His tough position required him to carry out this plan. Alas, it failed to attract anyone outside of Li Qie. Who are you trying to lure out? A leisurely voice sounded behind him. Boss Tang nearly jumped up after hearing it and thought about running. Alas, Li Qie was already standing behind him. Man, please, you almost scared me to death. Boss Tang sat down on his seat with a pained expression. Li Qie pulled another chair over and sat down in front of him. He said with a smile, "You're too ballsy for that." "No way, I'm a coward at heart. Just the sound of you coughing breaks my courage." Boss Tang complained. "A coward wouldn't have excavated this tree." Li Qie said. "Young noble, please don't misunderstand." Boss Tang became anxious and raised both hands in protest. "I didn't do that, I'm on your side." "Oh. If you are on my side, why did you run when you saw me as if I'm a ghost?" Li Qie questioned. "It wasn't like that. I was just too excited to see you and my brains broke down. This damn ship malfunctioned and Spatial leaped out of nowhere. Idiot ship, I should just throw it away." Boss Tang defended himself. "If I remember correctly, I had personally blessed this ship." Li Qie smirked. Maybe it wasn't the ship's fault, it's me, my mind has been rotting all this time." Boss Tang immediately corrected himself. "If it's rotted, maybe I should fix it for you." Li Qie said. "Let's not do that, I still need it to live." Boss Tang said seriously. "Okay, enough of this nonsense." Li Qie gently patted Boss Tang's cheek and said, "Your father didn't raise a coward. There is a reason why you fled to 8 desolaces and then the 6 continents." Boss Tang stood there in silence as memories of his father resurfaced. "What's the matter? It's not like you had a choice on who would be your father." Li Qie said, "Plus, the 3 geezers didn't mistreat you either. If they had any prejudice, you wouldn't be alive to dig up the tree." "You're right, big brother." Boss Tang took a deep breath and looked up, changing his demeanor. "Let's get to the main point." Li Qie said, "What actually happened?" "Brother, you were amazing and brought unprecedented peace and prosperity to the world." Boss Tang said bitterly. "Doesn't seem to be the case right now." Li Qie said. "A monster appeared." Boss Tang said, "I don't even know how to describe it. No one could stop this devilish cultivator who seemed to be backed by immortals." "And the geezers?" Li Qie became serious. "I don't know, several devastating battles occurred and nearly reduced everything to dust. I barely made it out alive." Boss Tang waved his hand. "What's the origin?" Li Qie stroked his chin in contemplation. "I don't know, the geezers might but they didn't tell me. I had to prioritize my own survival and escape the moment when things went wrong." Boss Tang said. "The destruction is immense?" Li Qie said softly. "Shattered worlds and dead emperors. A lot of rebuilding occurred only to be destroyed by more conflicts." Boss Tang shrugged. "And the old geezers?" Li Qie asked. "Different and conflicting information. They might be dead or have actually won, I don't know." Boss Tang said. I can see that you didn't give up. Your effort has rewarded you with this tree." Li Qie took the tree and carefully examined it. Boss Tang chuckled dryly and confessed, "I followed the clues from a map left by my old man when I was younger. As I tried to survive in our broken world, I wondered if I should have brought more money from home. The only thing I had with me was the map, so I followed it, hoping to find something to escape abject poverty. You really didn't see any of the old geezers? Li Chia asked again. No, my destinations were all destroyed. I can't say for certain about the rest. Boss Tang said. Strange. Li Chia murmured. In theory, such an existence should not be possible in your world. There were many legends. Boss Tang elaborated. A peerless genius, more amazing than any progenitor before. Even the Prime Emperor or whatever couldn't hold a candle to this being. Some believe that it's an immortal reincarnated, destined to bring either a wonderful blessing to the world or absolute destruction. A reincarnated immortal? Li Chia's eyes narrowed and a smirk appeared on his lips. Honestly, I just don't know. Boss Tang said. In my opinion, only you can straighten things out now. Otherwise, it'll be a ruinous mess forever. Did you meet this being? Li Chia asked. Brother, I was scared out of my mind at the start. There was no way I would want to meet an immortal. Boss Tang said. Is that so? Li Chia stared at him. He couldn't handle Li Chia's gaze and had to tell the truth. I only caught a glimpse from a distance. The immortal probably didn't care about an ant such as myself, so I was spared. What is your opinion? Li Chia asked. He paused for a long period before answering. I'm not sure. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. You've met the old geezers, so there is a comparative insight. Li Chia pressed on. It's hard to say, so mysterious and strange, unlike any other cultivator. If I have to describe what I saw, I would have to start with the assumption of immortals existing in our world. I'm not saying that this person was an immortal, but you know the legends of being blessed by one? This person was worthy of being blessed, at the very least. Boss Tang said. Blessed by an immortal. Li Chia murmured. So it is indeed the case. I'm not to be blamed for this. Invincible masters tried everything and then afterward. There was no afterward for them. You can't expect a small upstart such as myself to do anything outside of running after sensing danger. I can rule a puny village, not anything else. Boss Tang smiled bitterly. 1. I have to use neutral pronouns because we don't know the sex, so there might be some unnatural dialogue/paragraphs. Chapter 5239. Seems like you got out just in time. Li Chia smiled. Boss Tang paused for a moment before answering earnestly. I often think about how I should have stayed. Maybe I would have been able to do something. For example, pick up some corpses. You have done well enough. Li Chia said. I don't know, maybe it's just wishful thinking. Immortals don't need me to collect their corpses. He responded. You know they're not immortals. Li Chia said. Yes, because immortals cannot die. I recall during my childhood, they held me in their arms and lifted me up in the air in that wondrous realm. His expression became dejected as he continued. I didn't understand why I was taken away then, never to see them again. This applies to my old man as well. He let out a sigh and continued. Once I was older, I realized that we were abandoned. Not quite. Li Chia said. The chosen paths were different, thus the outcomes. Perhaps. It just felt like I was living in an immortal realm, then all of a sudden, I fell down to the mortal world and became an unwanted brat. He said. Few knew about it. Li Chia shook his head. I did. I still recall how nobody wanted to even look at me when I was sent away, all averting their gazes. His hands trembled as he said. One wrong step can lead to a lifetime of mistakes and unimaginable consequences. Li Chia said slowly. I don't blame them, I just want to ask the old man why did he pick this path. He said. When your Tao heart isn't strong enough, there will be a time when you are tempted into the darkness. It only takes one thought. Li Chia said. I have memories of him being unbeatable, preparing for expeditions and such. I still don't understand why. He smiled bitterly. You won't be able to get an answer. You know when he was trapped there, he could have changed his mind. He didn't. Li Chia shook his head. I know. He took a second before nodding. I also knew that the old geezers were merciful. I did want to meet them. It's just that I felt too ashamed. The sins had nothing to do with you. You're just a child who was born into this world. Li Chia consoled. The geezers said the same when I was taken away. He sighed. They gave many a lot too. That's how I became wealthy enough to be a prodigal son. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. You're not though. Li Qie smiled. You want to become strong in order to prove that you're more than just his son. I have thought about this before. It's just that what am I going to prove? My talent and ability are far inferior. Plus, I fled at the first sight of danger. I am fully aware of my cowardice. Maybe he was afraid too, preferring to escape instead of facing our demons. That's why he ended up succumbing. I understand. Li Qie said. In the end, his bloodline courses through my veins, one branded as being tainted and traitorous. I don't have the face to see anyone. He lamented. Let's get back to the issue. Did you take the tree out of greed or did you want to preserve it to maintain a glimmer of hope? Li Qie stared at the tree and asked. He cleared his throat before responding. Well, what can I say? I'm a businessman who appreciates valuable merchandise. Plus, I needed something to ensure my survival while running here. Is that so? Li Qie smirked. Fine, I might be an unambitious coward but I still have my moments. He couldn't handle the smirk from Li Qie. And now, here you are looking for someone to repair it because you can't. Li Qie said. No, I'm just a bit tight on funds recently so I'm trying to sell it, nothing more. He denied. Li Qie chuckled and said, You may not realize it but occasionally, you shine just as bright as your father. Do you know why? Why? He stopped messing around. Kindness. Li Qie said, knowing that you can't yet you still try. He fell into silence. Your father was unbeatable so he feared nothing. He never stopped due to believing in his own strength. That's why he chose the wrong path. Li Qie paused for a moment before asking, Are you strong? I am just an insect who shouldn't be muttered in the same breath as him. He accepted this reality. Yet here you are standing before me with it. You knew that you could have died, that the chance of success was virtually nil. Li Qie raised the tree and said, You still recklessly uprooted it and brought it here, fully aware of the unfavorable odds. Now that's courage and kindness. Your father had a completely different mindset when he started his expedition. Yes, emperors as followers, divine beasts leading the way. He recalled an unforgettable scene from the distant past, once filling him with pride. Alas, the result afterward was nothing short of disastrous and horrifying. He never thought he would lose, so once he did, his Tao heart wavered completely. A case of a self-proclaimed savior turning into a devil. As for you during your lowest point, you only thought about doing what you can to contribute. Li Qie finished. Maybe. He smiled wryly. I never faulted the old geezers for abandoning me. It was what should have been done. Chapter 5240. Your moment of courage absolved you, that's why you don't need to act as if you're a sinner. This guilt is not your burden. Li Qie said. I know. Boss Tang stared at the sky in a daze. Few could compare to him in terms of prestige. Alas, the world was unpredictable and he fell to the abyss. Although he was only an innocent child and no one blamed him, the burden of the bloodline was traumatic. I can't forget the followers who were ready to die for him on the expedition. Yet the old man. He trembled while speaking. They definitely died with their eyes open due to indignation. Their trust and lives were buried by him. Some of them even hugged me before departing. I just can't forget their face, their heroism, and worst of all, the heartfelt trust in their eyes. He took a deep breath and became lost in memories again. Emperors, progenitors, and divine beasts left for a journey and never returned again. This wasn't due to the overwhelming enemies but because of one traitorous ally, the one they trusted the most. The sin of the bloodline has left a heart devil in you. Only you can get rid of it. Li Qie shook his head. I can't face it. He smiled bitterly. Perhaps the old man couldn't either. This is our bloodline. You must face it while working even harder to prove yourself as someone different. Believe in your Tao heart. Li Qie said. But I've done nothing thus far. He said, I need to become as strong as the old man and go farther to accomplish this. You're wrong here. Li Qie shook his head. There are those stronger and have gone farther than him but they still fell to the darkness. This had nothing to do with strength. On the other hand, the ones who fell in battle without regrets, not giving up even during the last second, not wavering for a single moment. How do they compare to your father? He paused for a moment before responding. He is inferior. Yes, Li Qie said. And you have done the same, acting despite being aware of near certain death. I just wanted to test my luck. He said. You had the courage to test your luck. Few could claim the same. Li Qie said. With that, you have proven that it is not an issue of bloodline, but rather the person. The old geezers knew this. I'm forever grateful for how well they treated me. That's the reason why I'm still alive. He took a deep breath. As the son of an unforgivable sinner, he still managed to live a good life. He understood that this was due to their protection. Otherwise, although the world was vast, there wouldn't have been a place for him. He never saw them again but still knew that they were keeping an eye on him. Try not to let them down now. Li Qie nodded. I hope so. He responded. Li Qie dropped the issue and said, I'll be taking this tree. Can it be saved? He has been searching for someone capable of mending the tree during these years. Hard to say. Li Qie shook his head. I don't see the other half nor do I know what had transpired. I didn't see it either. He said, I searched and only found this half. I couldn't withstand it any longer and had to run. Maybe the other half is still there. With that, he stared at Li Qie and asked with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. Big brother, do you think they're still alive? His hands trembled since he didn't want to hear the wrong answer. Alas, it was not up to him. I do not know. In theory, the impossible had happened. Li Qie said. The old geezers are supreme existences, completely unbeatable in my memories. But that monster must have been a reincarnated immortal, so I don't know this time. He said. This world can't have immortals. If there is one, we have some troublemakers. Li Qie snorted. I can't think of anyone else who can wreak so much havoc outside of you, big brother. Even the hidden Dark Lords couldn't have done it due to their deteriorated state while the old geezers were at their prime. Moreover, you took care of a bunch too. He revealed his lack of information. Search tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. Everything is possible. Li Qie said while caressing the tree. It seemed to be responding by swaying gently. However, its incompleteness was severe, unable to form a connection with another world. Do you have any idea of who did this? He asked Li Qie. I can only think of one. An unimaginable existence. Li Qie's eyes narrowed. He shuddered. Although he witnessed the events, they just didn't make sense because the world was enjoying everlasting peace due to Li Qie and the old geezer's efforts. The stability was still broken somehow. Then you must return and kill him. He remained confident in Li Qie. I will definitely go back. Li Qie stared at him and said with a smile. Chapter 52-41. I will definitely go back. Li Qie stared at him and said with a smirk. Big brother, don't give me that look, I'm scared. Boss Tang got chills and said, if you want anything, just say the word. What's mine is yours. I know, I'll grab anything I want either way. Li Qie shook his head. True. I'm overthinking it then. He let out an awkward smile. Have you thought about going back? Li Qie suddenly asked, stunning Boss Tang in the process. Li Qie saw his expression and nodded. That's a yes. Right, but I won't be returning. This world is great and I'm just like my old man. He's running away and I am the same. Plus, even if I return, I won't recognize anything while still being haunted by the past. He sighed and said seriously, I'm very content with my life experiences thus far. I have numerous descendants and am rather famous now. I see. Li Qie patted his shoulder and said, to each his own. It's perfectly fine to pick a different path. I do feel bad about not returning with you, big brother. I don't have the courage to do so. He said with a smile. Returning home is unnecessary for world travelers. Plus, there's nothing there holding you back. Li Qie said. I hope everything will go well with your trip, big brother. I'm counting on you. He said while performing a full kowtow. Li Qie accepted the gesture and let out a sigh while looking at the incomplete tree. He returned to the courtyard. The old man who was sunbathing sniffed the air and said, "Looks like you got it." Li Qie sat down and nodded. "Interesting." The old man smiled and said, "We tried so many times to break it down in order to devour them, but they persevered each time. Now, a junior managed to take them down instead of us." "Not necessarily." Li Qie closed his eyes and relaxed. "Perhaps not, but it is still a testament to this junior's frightening ability." The old man said, "What would you have done?" Li Qie glanced at him. "Kiki, dealing with just one junior?" The old man mused. "Let me think, I would probably have been preoccupied with the best method to devour him the best. After all, consumption is an art." "What if this is not the case?" Li Qie asked. Then I would need to control my greed or I'll be the one eaten." The old man said, "It's just that this doesn't make sense." Li Qie shook his head. The old man opened his eyes just a tiny bit to peer deep into space. He said, "Yes, I think only he can accomplish this. Do you remember that stone I told you about? Looks like he found it." Li Qie nodded. "In my opinion, there's a high chance that he found all three." "Now that's interesting." The old man said, "All three?" Li Qie stroked his chin. The old man pondered for a bit before asking, "If I had the determination to find all three, who do you think I would have raised my blade against first?" "Not the villainous heaven." Li Qie smiled. "True, still can't find him with 3 stones. I have 2 options, using them as stepping stones or," he paused and opened his eyes a bit wide to stare at Li Qie, "to actually use them." "That wouldn't have ended well for you." Li Qie smirked. "I didn't mean aiming them against you alone. Perhaps they would be better served as sharpening stones, the perfect setup." The old man said, "It's rather reckless. Who knows who will be the sharpening stone in that scenario after one mistake?" Li Qie said, "See, if I were the villainous heaven, I would be delighted to see such a situation. A little patience before seizing the right moment for a decisive blow, resolving all loose ends in one go. Pests and shadows, gone once and for all." The old man said, "Depending on the alliances, the one with the upper hand in this scenario remains unknown." Li Qie said, "I would have gambled it all." The old man said, "That's why you're not the villainous heaven." Li Qie smirked. "Yes, my biggest flaw is my insatiable appetite. If I could have controlled it, I would have been able to test my strength." "The chance is gone now." Li Qie said. Discover the complete story on poread.com. Sigh, so harsh. Why can't you let a dead man amuse himself for a few seconds? The old man complained. It's just not a realistic scenario for you. If you could have changed your way, then I might be the one laying here as a corpse right now. Li Qie smiled. Hard to say, could be him too. The old man said. Li Qie chuckled in response, not denying this possibility. If you want to find him, now might be the best chance. A clear path is laid out before you. The old man said. That's just as he wishes. Li Qie smiled. Of course, you can take a different path and catch him off guard. In fact, this might make it possible to catch the villainous heaven off guard too. The old man said. Really now? Li Qie asked with a faint smile. I am sincerely discussing this matter with you. The old man felt a bit uneasy. It feels like you're trying to lead me astray. Li Qie said. Oh, not confident in your Tao heart this time? Afraid of succumbing to temptation? You know that is not a sin. Falling into the darkness is wonderful. You can freely indulge in your desires and experience incredible pleasure. When I feasted back in the day, the joy! He licked his lips and his eyes lit up brightly. No need to fantasize, you're already dead. Li Qie interrupted. Damn it! Being dragged out of his fantasy left him sad. He then said, What's the point of your approach, acting like an ascetic monk? On the surface, it seems like you are in control of everything, but in reality, you're shackling yourself and restraining your potential. You are your own slave. My Tao heart has no bounds and my freedom is limitless. Li Qie smiled. What have you gained with all of these restrictions? Nothing. At least the villainous heaven above is actually in charge. Even when you defeat him, there is nothing for you. The old man remarked. Our difference is why I'm alive and you're not. Li Qie said. Ha ha ha, say whatever you want. The old man laughed. I'm sure you will reconsider in the future. Remember my words then. The sweet temptation is irresistible. It is useless trying to persuade me. I don't need that type of joy to validate my existence. Li Qie shook his head. How would you know without having tried it? The old man said. Chapter 52-42. The old man clearly tried to persuade Li Qie to the darkness. Alas, the latter showed no interest. Fine, are you going to find him first or not? He changed the topic. Depends on if he is willing to meet. Would be hard otherwise. Li Qie said. But you managed to find us, it shouldn't be a problem now. The old man smiled. You all were too easy to find due to your boundless greed. Even if I didn't search, you would have come knocking on my door eventually. Li Qie said. If you truly want to, you will be able to find him as long as you are willing to pay the price. I'm sure you have thought about it before. The old man said. Well, it's just a matter of time, I don't need to pay anything. Li Qie said. You will find him before your expedition. The old man understood. The same applies to him. Li Qie said. Everyone wants to get rid of the pests in the garden before focusing on the main objective. The question is, which of you is the true pest? The old man asked. I view him as a pest and I'm sure he doesn't have a favorable opinion of me either. Li Qie said. If I had really wanted to, I could have followed his clues. The old man said. He didn't want you though. Do you know why? Li Qie said. Greed, and I would have felt the same way. The stench of our greed could be smelled across 3,000 worlds. The moment we stepped out, we would have become the villainous heaven's targets right away. The old man shrugged. He needs a place to settle and that's not possible with your group around. The heaven will come knocking eventually. Li Qie agreed. But the heaven didn't, do you know why? It was the old man's turn to question. It's rather simple. Li Qie said, if you got shit that you want to be eaten, you need dogs. When the job is done, you can kill the shit-eating dogs afterward. Asshole, can't you be more refined in your speech? The old man cursed. My language is vulgar, not my logic. Li Qie said. The truth is not far from this. Why was I kept around? To take care of you bunch, of course. It's the same for your group too. I didn't see any brotherly affection during the internal strife. So you're a dog as well. The old man snorted, annoyed with Li Qie's coarse words. No, I'm the village idiot, ready to fight any dog to death once provoked. Kill first, talk later. Li Qie said. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed and said, if you're an idiot, so are the rest of the world. I wish this is true though so you can start going around fighting all the time. With whom? I'm still searching, am I not? Li Qie waved his hand. Don't lie to me and say that you don't know where he is right now. The old man said. How should I put this? Anything that hasn't been confirmed is mere speculation. That's not my style. Li Qie said. Ha, time will tell. The old man laughed and said. Aren't you afraid that the villainous heaven will find someone else? Who else? There are only 2 idiots in the village and they aren't interested in the position of the chief. Li Qie said. The old man paused for a while before asking, you truly haven't considered obtaining immortality? The immortal can be you. No, there is nothing good about being an immortal. Li Qie answered directly. Indestructible. Eternal life. The old man said. Not interested. Li Qie shook his head. Everyone wants to become an immortal. There is no exception, the same for him. Death is eternal torture. The old man said. The same for living. I call an eternal life a fate worse than death. Li Qie smiled. That's why I said you are ignorant in this regard, having not experienced the true pleasure of freedom. At that point you will want to live forever. The old man said. Dogs also think that shit is the most delicious meal in the world because they have never considered the possibility of not eating it. Li Qie retorted. Fuck you. The old man cursed again. You all refuse to acknowledge this truth. Did you or he ever say no once? To overcome the desires in your heart. Lichie said. The world was ours, dependent on our whims. There was no need to say no. The old man said. That's why we are different. The world is the world, I am me. Lichie said. And that's why your life is miserable. The old man concluded. Sure, but at the very least, I'll still be human. I know what I seek and what I have to give up in order to maintain this. Lichie nodded and closed his eyes. To be a human. The old man murmured. Boom! An explosion resulting in massive heat waves detonated inside Imperial Attendant City. Everyone sensed an imperial aura within the inferno along with a green light. Vines began coiling up into the air to contain the flames. What's going on? They became startled. It's Jade Cure Conqueror. Is she refining a cauldron? One big shot became startled. Boom! On another side, an inferno with a dark beam inside rushed into the air. It exuded a tyrannical aura and spread across Imperial Attendant, seemingly wanting to light the city ablaze. If this continued, the taller buildings could be reduced to ashes. Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com. Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor. Ancient ancestors recognized the owner of this flame. Why is he here? Is he starting a cauldron too? Most became confused. They're competing. Maybe this will decide whether Suppression Conqueror will return the post back to Imperial Gate. Experts from the city understood the event. What does Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor have to do with Suppression Conqueror? One cultivator asked because this alchemist was not part of Imperial Attendant. Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor is an honorary member of 100 Dao. Since Suppression Conqueror wants to maintain his control, he has to go by the rules and defeat Jade Cure Conqueror with alchemy. The Cauldron Emperor is the only likely candidate. Someone explained. Time is flying by fast. It's another election. A last-gen member from the city said, if Suppression Conqueror and 100 Dao win again, they'll lay an even stronger foundation than the previous, one step closer to becoming the Orthodox branch. Chapter 52-43. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The duel between Jade Cure Conqueror and Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor would decide the next ruler of Imperial Attendant City. If the former were to win, Suppression Conqueror would have to return the Dominion back to Imperial Gate. On the other hand, his success would allow him to slowly change the system and guidelines, allowing 100 Dao to be in charge legitimately in the future. Rumble! A lightning tribulation seemed to be forming above the city. Waves of vines and leaves came together to form a barrier to stop any lightning bolt. An alchemy tribulation is forming. An expert said, seems like a cauldron of time-honed longevity pills. It's about to be refined 100 times now. Her fire mastery is superb. Can she catch up to Heavenly Master Yuan in the future? Another alchemist commented. Everyone understood that the presence of a tribulation indicated greatness, the finest grade of pills. If it's really at the finest grade, then just 3 to 5 pills are enough to last for a very long time. An ancient ancestor felt his heart beating faster. Ancient ancestors wanted nothing more than longevity medicines, and the pills before them were the best of the best. Of course, Dark Flame's pills were effective as well, albeit carrying considerable side effects. If cultivators had a choice, they would certainly pick Jade Cure Conqueror's longevity pills before Dark Flame's. Boom! Jade Cure Conqueror's green inferno rushed above Dark Flame's cauldron and prevented further refinement. Looks like the victor is decided. A few alchemists commented. Imperial Gate shall be in charge again. The inhabitants of the city preferred this development, authority returning to the Orthodox branch. However, the imperial aura within the evil inferno intensified and made it stronger. Everyone became frozen since Dark Flame seemed to be taken over by a conqueror. His inferno became more than 10 times stronger. Boom! It broke through the clouds and tore apart the conqueror's fiery blockade, seizing the upper hand in the blink of an eye. Jade Cure's cauldron released a fire dragon in retaliation. Alas, the dark inferno had become overwhelming. Why? Everyone became surprised by the sudden reversal. The Cauldron Emperor has been blessed by an extremely powerful conqueror. An ancient ancestor said, it must be Suppression Conqueror. Cheaters! Those on the side of alchemy Dao shouted, feeling that the other side was cheating. Not quite. A big shot familiar with the rules shook his head and said, Jade Cure Conqueror could have found someone to empower her as well, it's just that her allies are weaker. Resplendent Monarch is the strongest but he can't compete with Suppression Conqueror. This has been the case since the passing of Armor Conqueror. I think Jade Cure Conqueror will lose. Spectators said while feeling sorry for her. It seemed like Suppression Conqueror was about to win again. Back in the courtyard, Li Qie observed the duel but he noticed something and got up to open the door. He then saw a group of people who immediately kneeled in his presence. Resplendent Monarch, Gourd Keeper Monarch, Panacea Monarch, Hallowed Steel Monarch, Saintess Xiao Yao, the ancestors of Imperial Gate. What is it? Li Qie's brows furrowed. Saintess Xiao Yao looked up and said, Young noble, you are the Lord of Imperial Attendant. Your servants await your return. Please return to the palace and reign again, young noble. Resplendent Monarch added respectfully. I'm afraid you got the wrong person. Li Qie shook his head, not interested in taking over Imperial Attendant. Our founder, City Lord Ziyan, drew your portrait, young noble. An ancestor from Imperial Gate presented a treasure box with both hands. He opened the box and presented the scroll to Li Qie. He sighed and opened the scroll to see a vivid picture of himself and Ziyan's signature. At the bottom was another line. Waiting for your return, young master. Buzz. The signature started moving and exuding a violet light. This energy rushed out and turned into an ethereal woman possessing a graceful appearance with a mature charm. She appeared solemn and dignified, seemingly capable of commanding an army with a simple gesture. She started this city along with the wise sages to wait for their emperors. Alas, her time ran out during Grand Dao War. After seeing Li Qie, the ethereal image kneeled before him. He sighed and gently touched her cheek. An oath lasting an eternity, was it worth it? Young master. The image said softly. She outlasted tribulations and calamities due to a single belief, that the young master would return one day to rule again. Imperial Attendant City was meant for him alone. Chapter 5244. Madame Ziyan displayed absolute loyalty during her time with him and continued to do so after his departure. Unfortunately, her devotion was not rewarded for she was gone now. Everlasting life birthed these sad moments, watching loved ones and friends vanish into thin air. Although no one could truly live forever, some lived longer than others. Bidding farewell to those departing on the next journey first became torturous. It will be the same as before, I shall stay. Li Qie sighed and said, The mortal world welcomes your presence, young master. Her soft voice echoed in his ears as the image dispersed into violet particles. He reached forward and felt them warming his hand, letting out a wistful sigh. The Emperor has returned. Resplendent Monarch and the others kowtowed while chanting, Please return to the palace and wield your authority once more. It turned out that after returning to his dynasty, Hallowed Steel Ancestor carefully thought about the meeting. He summoned ancestors from the various powers before confirming that Li Qie was who they were waiting for. This has been their mission for eras now. Of course, Li Qie wasn't interested in such mundane matters, sitting on the throne and exerting his dominion over others. Nonetheless, he glanced at the duel in the sky and assented, Let's go to the Imperial Hall then. Yes, Emperor. The others became ecstatic and smashed their head on the ground. Tears of happiness streamed down their cheeks. Not even in their dreams did they see themselves being the ones to fulfill the eternal mission. The group began heading to the main palace of Imperial Gate, the source of the city. City Lord Ziyan once resided here and gave commands during the Great Wars. The wise sages participated in these wars on top of supporting and saving emperors. After her departure, Peerless Monarch and the others kept her legacy and mission alive. Their golden age has become a distant past. Today, Imperial Attendant City was only known for alchemy Dao. During Suppression Conqueror's takeover, it strayed farther from the orthodox branch. From a distance, the Imperial Palace resembled an unbreakable fortress, built from divine metals meant to endure any offense. The palace itself was clearly impressive, but the most conspicuous things were towering giants standing in the courtyard. In fact, one could spot the giants from nearly everywhere in the city. The giants consisted of golden pieces assembled with immaculate precision. Not a single gap or flaw could be seen. Regular cultivators resembled ants while standing next to them. Seeing this for the first time would leave everyone in awe. This was a legion known as Machine. Some believed that City Lord Ziyan found them from another domain. Others said that this was a gift from Cleansing Incense Dynasty or even Imperial Field. They appeared first during the Calamity and then in the subsequent wars. At first, the legion consisted of numerous mechanical giants. Unfortunately, only a small number made it to the present day. After City Lord Ziyan's death, no one could control them until the appearance of Armor Conqueror. He was one of the machines who managed to reach the Tao, eventually becoming a conqueror through cultivation. He could communicate and control his fellow machines. They served as the protectors of the city during Emperor War, warding off the enemies until reinforcement. After his death, the machines became decorating giants outside of the main palace, no longer able to move. In reality, the descendants of Imperial Attendant from all the branches had tried to activate them. Even Suppression Conqueror himself had done ample research on the mech only to find nothing. None was able to activate them. The machines were highly regarded even by apex conquerors and emperors. After all, heroic tales of the Legion were still sung today. Find the original at poread.com. In fact, conquerors from the reclusive Cleansing Incense Dynasty came to help as well. This didn't yield any fruit either outside of confirming the relationship between the dynasty and the machines. Li Jie took a look at the giants. This was a familiar sight since he was the one who dragged them back from a broken world. He spent a long period thinking about how to activate them only to fail. This changed once he started the new epoch. The natural laws changed since the world was filled with his power and chaos true energy. The machines that were once blessed with his power could finally start moving again. 1. Tempted to use Mecha or some Gundam references. Chapter 52-45. As the group waited outside the main hall, a group of armored cultivators walked out with a menacing aura. They pointed their spears and arrows at Li Jie and the others. Rumble! Figures landed from above and assumed formation to stop the group. Their bloodthirst was palpable, clearly veterans that had slain numerous enemies on the battlefields. Suppression Legion. Resplendent Monarch's eyes narrowed after seeing this. A general with lightning flashing in his eyes came out of the palace and glared at the unwelcome visitors. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the alchemy duel, please leave. He uttered coldly. Tell Suppression to come here to welcome our Emperor's return. Hallowed Steel Ancestor shouted in response. Ancient Ancestor. Choose your words carefully. My lord is the leader of Imperial Attendant. He needs not greet anyone. The general barked back. No need to waste words. Resplendent Monarch roared and took one step forward. Kill them. The general ordered. The archers immediately released a barrage of arrows that blot out the sun. Scram! Hallowed Steel waved his sleeve and the arrows exploded while still in the air. Although the Legion was impressive, they were facing mighty dragon lords and stood no chance. Resplendent Monarch also attacked, sending 1,000 legionnaires blocking the way flying. Such impudence! More armored generals landed in the courtyard. Back off, you all are outmatched here. A dignified voice released waves of imperial auras. Even Resplendent Monarch and the others became frozen after sensing this tyrannical presence. All of them combined couldn't beat Suppression Conqueror. Creak! The gate of the palace opened, revealing Suppression Conqueror sitting on the throne. Below were generals and dragon lords sitting down along with guests from all over the world. Xiao Qingtian and Li Jitian were also present. Some conquerors were in the audience as well. All of them were watching an alchemy duel in the main hall. Jade Cure Conqueror versus Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor. Jade Cure had 2 Dao fruits, so her cultivation was only average among her peers. However, she was still young and had room for growth. Most importantly, her alchemy was exceptional, especially with regard to longevity pills. She wore a green dress embroidered with simple flowers and vines, tall and slender with beautiful features. Her eyes brimmed with spirituality, seemingly capable of cultivating alchemy plants. Her weak imperial aura was made up by a gentle medicinal fragrance. The fragrance granted a comforting feeling. Anyone would feel as if they were gaining more lifespan and would be more than happy to stick near her. Her opponent was an old man with a fiery aura of an evil affinity, Enough to cause others to tremble in fear. Just one spark from him would reduce anyone to ashes. Resistance was futile. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. An imperial talisman hovered above him and continuously added him strength, the reason for the immense strength of his evil inferno. In terms of alchemy alone, he was one step weaker than Jade Cure Conqueror. Alas, his empowered state certainly had the upper hand, so it was only a matter of time. What is the meaning of this intrusion, gentlemen? Suppression Conqueror's throne was surrounded by clouds as he looked down on everyone. His Tao laws were as suffocating as ever. The Emperor has returned. Pay respect. Suppression. Resplendent Monarch raised his voice. This caused the guests and neutral spectators to exchange glances. They had a good understanding of the current political climate in Imperial Attendant City. Some big shots were from the Grand Alliances, wanting to see if suppression could further legitimize his claim over the city. The Cauldron Emperor shall win and I remain in charge, meaning that I am the Lord of Imperial Attendant. There is no other Emperor. Suppression said calmly. It is not too late to kneel before the Emperor. Resplendent Monarch respectfully invited Li Qiye to step forward. He became the center of the spotlight instantly. Whispers could be heard among the crowd. Shao Qingtian and Li Zhitian were awfully curious. They had seen Li Qiye in action before and didn't know what to say. Why was he the Lord of Imperial Attendant City now? Chapter 5246. Imperial Attendant City doesn't use Emperor as a title, right? A youth whispered. A senior shook her head in response. No, Imperial Gate was usually in charge and the leaders were known as city lords. The current leader is Suppression Conqueror. This is nonsense. One crowd member snorted. Outsiders had no problem with Suppression Conqueror being in charge. After all, he had 11 Tao fruits and was rather capable. Moreover, 100 Tao was a part of Imperial Attendant. They followed the ancestral rules and took control as a result. No one else was more qualified than Suppression Conqueror. Under his leadership, there was a chance of Imperial Attendant becoming the leader of Imperial Alliance, a return to its golden age. Explore the extended edition on Pori.com. Some preferred to see the city flourishing under his reign than declining for the sake of legitimacy. I've heard of something like this regarding the very title of the city. Imperial Attendant. The word imperial implies an emperor. Rumor has it that City Lord Ziyan and the others were waiting for someone. An ancient ancestor said. It's just a legend that is most likely fabricated by future descendants. Another disagreed because this so-called emperor didn't appear during the previous eras. 100 Tao and Suppression Conqueror didn't recognize this legend and mission either. Only the powers in the main branches such as Alchemy Tao. Suppression. Kneel before it is too late. Resplendent Monarch shouted again. Listeners thought that this was impossible. Although an 11-fruit conqueror was not the strongest in the upper continents, he was still one of the best. Telling him to kneel before someone was an idiotic demand. Suppression became annoyed and focused his gaze. The frightening aura became concentrated and forced weaker cultivators to the ground. Resplendent Monarch and the other ancient ancestors couldn't handle the sudden increase and staggered backward. Humph. Li Qiye's old servant took one step forward and became a divine mountain capable of protecting the world for ages to come. The imperial aura couldn't move him an inch, only enough to make his robe flutter. Who may you be, fellow Taoist? Suppression became serious after seeing this. He couldn't believe that this old servant was able to stop his pressure so easily. Just a servant. To which the old man responded. Listeners couldn't believe it. They took a closer look and could tell that he was frightening. Just not the ceiling of his power. Why would he be a servant? Suppression had never experienced this situation before. He met numerous powerful conquerors and Tao lords on top of seeing the apex ones. However, none of them had such a powerful servant. It's all right, let me handle this. Li Qiye gently patted the old man's shoulder. The latter bowed and respectfully retreated to the back, closing his eyes and not saying anything else. Powerful existences could offer their service and allegiance but never in this manner. For example, the alliances had 12 fruit conquerors working for them. However, they remained imperious and never needed to call themselves servants. Nonetheless, the crowd didn't have time to think and quietly observed Li Qiye. He's the one who changed the 18 images of the Dragon Lords. Someone recognized him. How the hell did he do it? A big shot found this astonishing. I heard a rumor of him being Duality Master's descendant or even son. A third joined in. Duality Master. This title alone instilled awe into listeners. He was a man who didn't cultivate yet could stand on the same level as apex beings. He remained neutral in the conflict and could have a drink at either Heaven or Imperial Alliance. In fact, tales of him traveling to Celestial Court have been passed down as well. He had a Dao discussion with the emperors there, and this happened in Immortal Dao City as well. In one ear and out the other, I was going to let you off easily, but now, seems like I have to kick you off that throne. Li Chia yawned and said. Suppression naturally didn't take the comment in stride. His eyes flashed menacingly to the horror of the audience, but Li Chia remained unaffected. Some who had seen Li Chia before didn't understand. How did he always remain calm and aloof regardless of the situation? This was so similar to Duality Master. Who are you? Suppression was frustrated because he couldn't see through Li Chia. For 1 second, the guy seemed like an unfathomable master, but in the next, he was just another passersby on the street. Chapter 52-47. Who I am matters not. Li Chia stretched and said, "This is your last chance to scram before I make my move. It will be over then." Listeners couldn't believe what they were hearing since he was talking to a mighty conqueror. Sure, some in the upper continents could kill Suppression Conqueror. However, it wouldn't be effortlessly even for apex cultivators. Destroying 11 Dao fruits while leaving nothing behind was a difficult task since they were immensely tough. Perhaps only someone who had obtained an anima tree would be able to do so. That's some confidence. One guest snorted at the comment. Suppression's expression darkened. His foul mood manifested into murderous strands that could decapitate Dragon Lords, let alone regular cultivators. Only masters such as Shao Qingtian or Li Zhitian could withstand his aura. The other big shots trembled from the pressure. His generals were infuriated. They had fought alongside the conqueror and took pride in his success. Insulting him was the same as insulting them. If gazes could kill, Li Chia would have died 100 times over. You must defeat us before you are qualified to compete with His Majesty. One general uttered coldly. The other generals stood up and the atmosphere became serious. Suppression had 8 renowned generals, 2 saints and 6 gods. The saints included Sanctified Bones and Heaven's Equal Avian. They were ancient ancestors from 100 Dao and martial brothers of Suppression Conqueror. The 6 gods were famous as well, making a name for themselves via the battlefields. That's fine, one at a time or all together? Li Chia said with a smile. Boom! A top Dragon Lord stood before Suppression Conqueror and spread his wings, releasing bright pulses. Get through us first or crawl back from whence you came. He was a divine firebird who spoke with a sharp tone. Heaven's Equal Avian. Many took a deep breath after seeing the senior brother of Suppression. He had 11 sacred fruits since long ago, being far older than his martial brothers. It's just that Suppression was too gifted and improved rapidly, surpassing his brothers in no time at all. As for Sanctified Bones, he reached his limit and had to rely on the 18 images to possess 12 sacred fruits. Talent-wise, he was not a match for Heaven's Equal. Heaven's Equal was the second in command, dealing with mundane and administrative matters that Suppression didn't care for. I'll greet him first with my blade. One general jumped forward and shouted at Li Chia. Brat, you think you can get through me? He resembled a bug with a metal carapace and a gleaming blade-like horn. The external runes looked attuned to the Dao. Skyhorn General. Someone shouted, recognizing one of the 6 gods. His horn had killed numerous mighty foes due to its tough and sharp characteristics. Weapons were always pierced, even sacred fruits. Brat, take out your weapon already. He smacked his horn, issuing metallic clanks. Very well, seems like I must show you fools what a real weapon is. Having said that, Li Chia glanced at the middle of the hall where there were numerous seats meant for the wise sages of the past. At the center was an oval item looking like a ship with a dark color, seemingly made from unknown materials. Upon closer examination, one would discover that instead of being made up of metals, the exterior actually consisted of runic lines. Because they were seamlessly integrated together, the gaps between them couldn't be seen at all. Li Qie reached for it and suddenly, the ship became bright with rays pulsing outward. It activated and flew closer, hovering above him. What is this? The audience became startled. This included ancestors from Imperial Attendant as well. Suppression Conqueror himself didn't know what was going on. Outsiders assumed that it was a mere decorative piece for the main hall. However, those from Imperial Attendant knew that this was a supreme treasure, albeit inactive. It was rumored to have a strong connection to the metal giants outside. Alas, not even City Lord Zi Yan and the other wise sages were able to use it. A quick look at bit.ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. The rays coming from it possessed a terrifying destructive capability. Suppression stared at it in awe. Ever since he took over, he had researched the history of the city and its treasures. Chapter 5248. A quick look at Tinural. com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. Did Suppression Conqueror only care about authority and influence? Of course not. As an accomplished cultivator, he naturally didn't care for political matters. The throne of Imperial Attendant was indeed a shining jewel atop a crown. However, his main goal was to understand and grasp the mysteries of the city. From that, he would be able to seek a higher Tao. For example, the metal giants outside the palace or this ship. Ever since the takeover, he had never stopped researching these matters. He pursued every single detail in the palace and city, the same for the machines outside. He once thought about taking everything as his own. Alas, he came to understand that the city must have been built here for a reason. Even if he were to take all the treasures, they would be nothing more than scrap metals. The ship floating above Li Qie was one of his main research subjects. He knew that there was something more to it and that he needed to understand its fundamentals before activation. If he could somehow learn to use the ship and the giants, he would be able to establish a power no inferior to Imperial or Divine Alliance. The giants' power and effectiveness were proven by City Lord Zi Yan, who had controlled them during several wars. With their help, he would be able to reach the height of Illumination and Light Dragon Conqueror. He couldn't fathom how his years of research were inferior to a single handwave from this youth. Did the ship look down on him and his sincere effort? The Emperor is back. At the same time, Resplendent Monarch and his allies were moved to tears. This was another proof that they got the right man. As members of the main branch, their mission was to protect the city. They knew that everything here was special. Back when they were in charge, they had tried to understand the treasures as well. Only City Lord Zi Yan was known to have success. Now, this young man was able to activate the ship of the city, meaning that he must be the emperor in the legends. They have witnessed a miracle and finished their mission. Li Qie spread his palm and released tiny laws. Suddenly, the ship above him suddenly crumbled into little pieces. Before gazes of disbelief, the pieces fell into his palm and turned into small particles. They wrapped around his hand and turned into a fiery gauntlet. Suppression stood up with his eyes wide open from disbelief. The ship had turned into a gauntlet, a perfect fit for Li Qie's hand. Suppression had never thought of this possibility before. His theory was that this ship was an ultimate treasure meant for fleeing world-ending disasters. Now it was clearly a weapon. Have you seen anything like this before? Li Zhitian asked. The audience members had seen plenty of treasures but nothing like this. Of course, they didn't know that it was from a different epoch. That's amazing. Even Skyhorn General couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this. Have a taste of my horn. He calmed down and became blurry to the audience. They saw numerous images due to his incredible speed. Phantom thrust. A few big shots recognized this move. Clank. The ground trembled violently and sparks splashed outward. Most didn't see the attack until it was already before Li Qie's chest. His speed was impeccable, but most importantly, he gathered all of his strength onto a single point, the horn. This could break through any Dao defense and deliver a fatal blow. Spectators felt a chill in their heart as if they had been pierced and thrust high into the air by his horn. However, the thrust was easily stopped by Li Qie and his gauntlet. His movement was fast enough to also leave behind afterimages before grasping the horn. Before people could digest the event, he lifted the general up and slammed him repeatedly to the ground. Bang! After he became bored, he tossed the bloodied cultivator outside. The latter couldn't get up while groaning in agony. From start to finish, it appeared that Li Qie didn't use any of his own strength. Everything came from the fiery gauntlet alone. The crowd exchanged glances after seeing the swift defeat of one of the generals. However, another general appeared on the other side of the main hall, a centipede with a twisted frame possessing numerous arms and legs. Despite his grotesque appearance, he was adorned with majestic silver armor. He held numerous bows, small enough to look like children's toys. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.